Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome, of course, to day 100 of Brighter Shores. We've been going for 100 days straight now, all the way since launch. And yeah, still been having a ton of fun. Our progress so far is our main account reaching 200 all today. Technically not counting combat, however combat's being merged and our combat level after the change should be over level 200. So technically, with the new combat rework that was announced yesterday, we do indeed have true 200 all today. Even though the patch hasn't technically been implemented, our combat level after the patch will be over 200. Meaning, yes, we do have 200 all, technically, after today. Technically, it's 200 all non-combat, but also technically it is 200 all because the second the combat rework happens, boom, we're 200 all. So we're going to go there. We also got 20 all in the two alts, which have also completed out Lost and Found and a few other pretty good quests. They have about half of them done in the game. Finally got the other one caught up to it as well. So they're both just kind of AFKing to get production up. One of them's working on Bone Right to 500. The other one's working currently on Stonemason to 500. And yeah, they have basic 20 alls, a handful of quests, Lost and Found completed, stuff like that. That's a nice little variety of stuff. But, oh yeah, I also finally changed their appearance so they don't look ugly. Or at least I don't think so. At least compared to what they had before, where they had like a bunch of mixed match tier 1 gear. So I kind of gave them an actual, like, looking outfit. Oh yeah, they also both have all the holiday hats. I did make sure to go out of my way to get all the holidays hats on them. We got it 3 times over, and then exactly clean a number on this one too. The other one does not have perfectly clean number, but this one does, which I'm happy with. Too bad you can't delete it on the other one. I would like to delete 3 hats, please. But anyways, main goal for today, let's go get 200 all. Of course, we've been AFKing Alchemy recently, and making those best potions in the entire game, the passive boost potions. Wait till this next one ticks in, and we don't have that much to go. We only need 6 fishing levels, even 5.5. And what is that? 13.5 forager levels. If we have some spare time, which we almost guarantee are going to have today, we will be going and doing some combat, trying to prep for the new combat changes. Probably do some watch person, maybe a little bit of mind fighter. Those probably the main 2 I prioritize, as the other 2 don't really matter that much. So I'm probably going to be prioritizing almost entirely mind fighter and watch person as we go and do our grind. Beyond that and that, what else do I want to mention? Of course, I will be working on the 100-day video. I'm not sure exactly when it's going to get up. I want to try to get it up by Saturday. So I might have to stream a little bit less tomorrow and Saturday to get it out. And then Sunday, I basically got to move out of my own house. Not literally, but a bunch of work is being done on the floor. So basically everything touching the floor or in something that is touching the floor needs to be packed up. It's almost like packing up as if moving. So yeah, I need to go and do that almost entirely on Sunday. I'll be doing it partially on Saturday as well, but almost entirely on Sunday. We'll also do a little bit of a short stream there, maybe even 2. One later in the night before I like go. But yeah, we're gonna have to do a lot of packing. Like anything touching the ground in any way, shape, or form needs to basically be moved out in one way or another. So that's gonna be like a whole day-long project. Anyways, hello Blazendo, hello Sir Valiant, hello Rain, welcome. Where are you at the high scores right now? We are believed level rank 22, and this is true rank 22 as well. But yeah, we're right over here, right in the middle, kind of in this little area. If we go check, not anonymous, yeah, let's see, not counting people who are hiding, because those don't count. We are rank 19th, 18th, 17th, 16th, 15th. We are rank 15th of the non-hiders. But we're technically ranked 22 overall. And here's the rest of our distribution. I think our next highest is smithing at 29. I've been taking a little bit of a break on it, so it's been going down. We could technically, this I think is the only skill we could technically make leaderboard for. But honestly, I haven't really cared about making leaderboards for anything. My main goal is just to progress as we need. The goal was never to try to get like top 20s or anything else like that. It was fun trying to keep total level high though, but kind of our natural gameplay already does that decently well. But apparently only the 22nd decently well. Mostly because we don't play as much as some other people. We do play it a lot, but, you know, not like an absurd amount of time. Like, I have yet to lose sleep over this game, that's for sure. So anyways, today, other than day 1 where we did like a 24-hour stream. But anyways, today's goal, of course, foraging and fisher. Honestly, we're almost going to be doing entirely forager. And in the last 1 hour, we need to go do fisher directly. Or not last hour to stream, but, you know, 1 hour towards fishing we have to do. But I'm just going to do forager and some ball of knowledge into fisher. That's my current game plan right now. But yeah, hello Sir Valiant, hello Blaze, hello Rain, hello everyone else. Welcome. Also, thank you, Rain, for the continued support. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. But yeah, I do currently have a poll on how often we should stream. With 100 consecutive Brighter Shores stream completed, what rate of streaming would you prefer? We have 7 days a week, as it currently is now, as we've been doing since day 1. We have a few days a week and then 1 video a week. So slightly less streams, but, you know, we'd actually get, like, more edited content out, or whatever you want to call that. I'm not the best at doing, like, edited videos and such, but, you know, it's still a lot more concise when you have more time to think your thoughts over, edit things down, stuff like that, where streams obviously have no edits, no anything like that, so it kind of is just more natural, though, honestly, I kind of record in the same way. Videos are slightly different, but honestly, my style of doing videos is, like, honestly 70% the same as how I do streams. Though they are edited and more concise and, you know, stuff like that. Whereas on stream, I probably ramble way too much a lot of times. Because my brain just goes on a tangent and then goes on another tangent into another tangent. Whereas in a video, obviously, you can make that a little bit more concise, as you can edit after the fact. And then the other one is just only a few longer streams. And so far, it seems people are wanting that 7-day-a-week still. So honestly, we'll keep doing it. There will obviously be some times where we can't. Like next week, there might be 2 days where I might not be around as much. Like I'll try to get a stream off on Sunday night as our Monday stream technically. And I'll try to do one on Tuesday night. But I'm going to have to be away for 2 days as the floor gets done in this house. So there will be a little bit of time where we're finally going to miss a stream. Oh no! There will technically be a day or two where we will not be streaming next week. Likely Monday and Tuesday. Though depending on how it goes, we might still have a stream. It might just be an absurdly short stream compared to normal. Like we're talking like an hour or something. Similar to Sunday, because I got to start moving everything out as well, as I mentioned. As I've done almost none of the packing so far. I'm waiting until like absurdly last minute to go do it. Mostly because I'm using a lot of this stuff as well. So anything I pack, I obviously can't use after it's packed. So I'm waiting for pretty much as last minute as possible. Because it all has to be out by Monday morning. I'll worry about that on Sunday. Ugh. Daily streams are awesome. Just don't burn yourself out over... Oh, no, I haven't burned out at all. I've mentioned that a lot. I honestly have not burned out to even the slightest degree at all. The main thing with it is mostly just scheduling stuff sometimes. Ends up making it a little hard doing it, like, literally every single day. Not because I'm burnt out on doing it every single day. It's just logistically sometimes a little bit hard occasionally over a long period of time. But we've done daily content on this channel a lot over the last 8 years. I would say of the 8 years that we've been doing this channel, I think about 6 or 7 years of it we've had daily content on the channel to some degree. So I am to some degree used to doing it. But yeah, we've been going hard on Brighter Shores so far. We haven't really done many videos, though. That's the only problem with streaming every day. Is a lot of my time that could be allocated towards it just goes towards streaming rather than, you know, editing any video or anything. I'm also really slow at making videos in that regard, compared to probably the average person. I feel like I do everything very, very slowly. Not necessarily, like, min-maxing in games and stuff like that, but when it comes to, like, actually creating things, I am such a slow writer, or such a slow reader, such a slow... Well, I wouldn't say slow talker. If anything, I'm too quick of a talker. To the point where it's sometimes hard to understand. But, I don't know, I feel like I do everything on, like, the slower end. Definitely not the most efficient when it comes to stuff like that. Especially video editing and stuff, just because I'm so inexperienced with it. As we started this YouTube channel just for fun, I never really had, like, any editing experience. And to now, I still have pretty much no editing experience, like, 8 years later. Just because I very rarely do it. But there are some things I want to do it for, like the 100-day video we have coming up. Which, I've got the layout and everything for. I just haven't recorded any clips or anything else for. I know what I want to do for the video. I just haven't done any of it. I knew what I need to go do for it at this point. You hear it until you burn out. Oh, I'm never going to burn out. At this current rate, honestly, if I compare it to the last 2 times I played Old School RuneScape, it took around 7,000 hours before I burnt out to any degree. We are currently at 1,200. So we still have another good 5,700 hours before we have any amount of burnout. Because yeah, as of today, we will hit 1,250 hours. So we got another bare minimum 5,750 on average statistically compared to when I burn out on a game like this. So we'll see how it goes. But even then, I'm not sure if I would burn out or not. Depends what the state of the game is by 5,750 hours. But currently, I don't feel it at all. I've still been grinding just as much. It's just a lot of that grind has been off-stream lately. Like right now, we have 186 hours in the last 2 weeks, which is still pretty nice. Oh yeah, let me go bring this up. If anyone has any questions about the combat or anything that we didn't go over, or things that you may have noticed I didn't mention yesterday, definitely feel free to do so. I'll have it up all stream just to kind of mention it here and there if anyone brings any comments up on it. because I know at least one person will. I do plan to do some amount of combat rework today. Obviously, it hasn't hit yet, but, you know, combat rework prep. I think we're going to do the Wasp thing. It's a little exploity, but they haven't patched it yet, so I assume it's a feature and not a bug. Well, anyway, it's quite literally a bug because it's a wasp. But, the actual activity of killing the wasp, I'm not sure if it's a bug or not, or just a reward from the 3-star quest in Chapter 4. So I'll probably be doing that a little bit for the first time, as at this point, yeah, we just kind of have to. We're at the level range where we need to kill it, and we might as well kill it efficiently rather than just taking more damage than we have to. I will still 1-to-1 it. Some people are mentioning that there's a way to glitch it out to make it not 1-to-1, but I will still be 1-to-1ing the wasp. So we're still exchanging on it as if it's a normal enemy. We're not going to 1-to-0 it and just infinitely hit it without it hitting back. Even though you probably could do that after the combat rework. But that's pretty much our game plan today. Tons and tons of Forager, probably 1 hour of Fisher, and the rest of the time is just going to be combat prep. And honestly, every stream going for the next week is probably combat prep. The only exception is I might go into mining smithing grind, I'm not sure yet. I finally have the mining level to go and do the mining smithing grind, so I kind of want to start heading towards it. We bare minimum before the combat rework need to get 262 mining and start getting some of those platinums. I highly doubt we're going to be a combat level where we really need it though. I don't know what my combat level is, but I know for sure it's over 200 right now, so for 200 all, we're already there. But they haven't released a calculator, so we don't currently know what our exact level is. But if I had to assume, with all the levels we have right now, if we train no combat, we should be around level 250 under the new system, if I had to guess. We should be somewhere around level 250. If I had to guess my combat level in the new 2000 level system. So we're only 1/8 the way there, if that's the case. Like, completed with combat, since you need 2000. But, yeah, we're like 1/8 there or something. But they have no calculator for it, so I have no clue exactly what level we are. But I know it's at least 200, so... it's at least for the 200 all, we have 200 combat right now. But hopefully they release an actual formula before the patch, publicly. I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't yet. But if they're going to be fully committing with what they're doing right now, that was mentioned yesterday, they 100% need one in, like, the next week or any time before the patch actually hits. Just so we know ahead of time. But hopefully they'll get that out. We don't know for sure if they will or not. Pretty sure some people in the community have been asking for it. But I really hope they get a combat calculator out for what the new, for what your new level will be after the rework. Just so everyone knows where they're going to be and what they should focus on right now to kind of get it up. Since you could probably just plug in whatever numbers to it. My question for them is how KP already used into the current combat professions? Yeah, that's something we don't currently know. What's going to happen to all the AFK activities? I don't really feel like it mentioned it much. Like, what on earth is happening to every single AFK activity that we have right now for combat? I'm actually going to be KPing them all over the next week after we hit 200 all. After today, all knowledge I get will be going into the passives. But I'm going to specifically not put them into the combat passives just in case something weird happens with them. So I'm going to go get every single passive other than the combat ones, just in case something happens with them. To my understanding, you're still going to be able to do them, so they don't need to, like, refund it. But the way that they're going to function is quite a bit different than they do now, most likely, but they didn't really clarify exactly, to my understanding, how that's going to work. As they are likely to stay in the game, but their functionality would definitely be a little bit different. Their usefulness would be based on what strip you're currently on. Like, if you're in a strip for tier 3 in zone 1, and you then do, like, the tier 3 crab or something, then it'd probably be, like, kind of useful and stuff like that. But, yeah, it's going to be really weird when you end up doing them. Because you're basically going to have to knowledge however many chapters there are to do combat properly AFK. Meaning you should pretty much never AFK combat, or, you know, with the passives, after the rework, even if they stay in place. Because the way that they're likely going to do them is going to be so clunky with how many knowledge points you have to end up allocating. Unless they just make them all into one big mega skill or something, who knows. But if you have to allocate them similarly to how you have to do them now, but still have, like, the strip divides, then it is going to be very inefficient to ever put knowledge into combat. It already kind of is, because it's likely to be very similar to Merchant in the sense that it's going to be some of the quickest knowledge in the game. Depending on how they rework things after we get skill tree and after we get special attacks, combat should be the same knowledge, if not even slightly quicker than doing efficient Merchant. And if you're doing inefficient Merchant, it's definitely going to be quicker. Like, doing average combat compared to average Merchant, I'm pretty sure you're gaining more KP per hour doing average combat under the new system, like fully implemented new system, like special attack, skill tree, everything. But the fully implemented new system is probably more knowledge per hour from combat than you do from merchant, which is quite a lot of value that you can allocate into whatever. So currently we're doing shells. At 191, we need to go to, I believe, potato. And then we could do potato, shell, kelp, and start doing a wide farm on that. But for now, we're going to be doing shell, kelp only. But yeah, how many do I have points that I've allocated? Not that many. I have 7, 4, 7, and 44. So anyone I really went heavy in was Chronopolis. And my game plan over the next week while doing the combat grind is we're just going to dump knowledge into every single one of the other skills and go get every passive unlocked in case we ever want to utilize them. Also for true completion, as I do want to do every single activity at some time soon, where we do quite literally every activity in the entire game for every skill in the entire game, excluding combat because how the combat rework will work and everything. But not counting combat, we are going to be doing every single possible thing. So these things that are all not ticked off, all these, the ones that we don't have points for, we're going to get all of them. But I want true 200 completion sometime next week. Hopefully by next week's weekend. I want to have absolutely every activity won and done, including things for like smithing and stuff like that, like all these tools we haven't made. I want to do all these now that we have all the carpentry supplies and everything else like that. So I want to do a one and done on literally everything you could do in the entire game up to level 200, minus combat, because we're waiting on the combat merge before we do it for combat to figure out what on earth is going on. I said, hello, Hexa, welcome. What do you do with all those things you store in the stone? These make the second best healing potion in the game for 32%, and these make 8% XP pots for Hope Port, which are a little bit better for chugging compared to these, as you can make twice as many of them per hour compared to the 10%. So even though they're 2% worse than a 10%, so you don't tend to use them for knowledge points, they're really good if you're chugging them for an activity, most notably while training alchemy. So all these shells, I'm using 8% for alchemy grind eventually, for when we do post 200 alchemy at some point. And all of the kelps are for whenever we do bossing in the future, and or any enemies that we might end up needing it for in the future in general, like quest bosses or whatever. But yeah, these 32% will be our heal potion for quite a while. It'll probably last us, honestly, like half a year, maybe even a year. Because I won't be chugging them while doing combat. I'll be using them exclusively for higher level content whenever applicable. And then these shells just go towards training alchemy more directly, as we could chug those for an 8% rather than having to use 5% potions. Which is pretty nice. Extra 3% adds up a lot over time. You can save a lot of money with doing alchemy, as alchemy gets pretty pricey when you're keeping all the potions, if you're not gathering every last ingredient yourself. Because I do plan to keep every potion from alchemy. The only ones I ever sold were the 6-minute sphere, I believe. Mostly because 9, 12, and 15-minute fears cover everything you ever need. So you never really need to do a 6-minute fear. It's just way too inferior compared to the other options. Because 9-minute fears are basically free. You literally make like triple profit if you make them by buying it from the shop. The 12-minute fears are the quickest amount of fear per hour that you can make. And the 15-minute fears are just the highest duration. So you really have no reason to ever use a 3 or 6-minute fear in the current state of game. Unless you're just really early game and don't have a better option. Yep, that's what I wanted. Why is he by my rift? Get off my rift! Alright, let's go and use our 10%. We're going to be dumping all of this into fishing, at least until we get to 197. And then we can actually go do some fishing. Because that's my hopes right now. I'm not sure if it's actually going to be enough. But my hopes are to get Forger to 200, and in doing so, we get 197 Fisher in the process. Whatever we need, we'll just go do some of the mana rays. I actually do think I'm going to bank some of the mana rays. I think they cost like 6 or 8 silver each. And while it is a little bit of a walk doing the Tiger Rays, I might save it just for post 200 Chef. As I believe we have to deal with that for a decent amount of time. Let me double check. How far do you have to deal with the Ray on Chef bounties? Because we are here. Where is it? Fried Tiger Ray. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you have to deal with it till 234 Chef. So 233, up to 233. So yeah, we have to deal with that for 33 levels. So banking some would be nice. So yeah, I've only been trying to bank the stuff that's post 200. Anything pre 200 doesn't really matter too much. I even kind of want to get my gather up for it at some point so I can start passively getting chef up again. Because the main thing actually bottlenecking me is the fact I don't have 208 gatherer. But to be able to properly go get 208 gatherer, I got to go get 208 woodcutter. Because my current method for training actually trains both of them simultaneously. So I need to go get 208 woodcutter, which also gets us to 208 carpenter, which also gets us to be able to AFK to 216 carpenter, which also gets us the gatherer level we need. So I need to go do that grind at some point. 208 woodcutter, so I can get 208 gatherer, which also gets us 216 carpenter in the process. But that's not an immediate grind I'm seeking to do, but it is one I kind of want to do sometime soon. Just because it's going to take a while, though. Well, I say a while. Honestly, that's like a 2-day grind, 1-day grind? Is that a 1-day grind? No, it's post 200. That would take longer than a day. You could definitely do that in 2 days. That would be 7 gatherer levels, technically 6. 8 woodcutting levels, and technically only 7 carpentry levels because the other 8 get AFK'd. And what this ends up unlocking for us is the ability to do hickory for both woodcutting and for carpentry. Hickory, I believe, is used for best in slot yellow weapon. So depending on how the skill tree works for off-profession stuff, it makes all the best yellow weapons in the game. I believe it's also used for my mace. So basically, if I want a yellow weapon on Hammer Mage, or if Hammer Mages themselves... I mean, sorry. If I want a yellow weapon on Cryo Knight, or if Hammer Mages want any of their good yellow weapons, particularly their range, and I believe their one hand, ends up using the hickory there. The only thing we use it for is mace, but we don't know how good yellow mace's special attack is. But it's likely to be our best way to do yellow damage. Because the off-profession stuff might not be worth using. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of stuff we don't know about it because that's coming in wave 2 or 3 of the update. So we don't exactly know for sure. You started banking your ghost lobsters when you trading drops. For whatever reason, the venture ones actually don't have that much value. While they are useful, I believe the lobsters that I need right now at 175, they only cost like 2 or 3 silver each. They're actually really cheap. Compared to something like the mana rays right now, the tiger mana ray, which I think is like 6 or 8 each or something, if you want to buy it from the shop, and that's before the price hike as well. Ventures, for some reason, don't actually cost that much to buy. Not sure if they're going to rescale that later, or if they just kind of wanted all of them to kind of be scaled in a similar way. But, yeah, they're actually not worth that much. Like, surprisingly little. Relative to the fact of how time-locked they are. And, of course, venture-wise, we've still been running mining and detective. Mining, because I would say it's the overall best venture you could do in the entire game. And detective, mostly because I want to prep for the combat rework. The only problem with that is with how raid dens are going to be changed. I wonder if it's worth just not doing detective anymore. Oh no, there's going to be some level ranges where raid dens are going to be really, really good under the new system. But a lot of level ranges where they're going to be really, really, really bad. Especially when Chapter 5 comes out, as the max level for a raid den with absolutely everything is probably somewhere around 1,800 or 1,900. Which means you'll be barely getting any XP. You won't have a penalty. I don't believe penalties are a thing anymore in the new combat system. However, if you're killing something that's like level 1,900 and you're currently level like 2,300 in Chapter 5, like you're getting like 0 XP for killing that thing. So I'll have to wait to see exactly what level it comes out to. They mentioned what it's going to be, but we don't know exactly what it's going to be based on what they said. They said that it's going to be the level of the raid den plus the lowest level of your current strip. So the problem is we don't know what the lowest level of our current strip would be at like max strip. But we do know what the other levels would be. Either 344, plus 344, as well as plus 451. So at best, we would have a plus 451, plus whatever our highest strip is in the area at its lowest level range. We just don't know what level that is in Chronopolis. Like, let's say hypothetically it's... Let's say it is 2,000. No, it can't be. So let's say it's like 1,700. Then that means the battle would actually be slightly over 2,000, which would be higher than the player. So in that case, it wouldn't be as bad. But we just don't know what that other number is, so there's no way to know for sure. We know what one number... That's a big issue with a lot of things coming in this first update. We know what one number is, but not the other. I feel like every formula that's currently listed in the changelog, between the raid den one and the weapon one and everything, we are missing a number from it. So it's really hard to figure out, like, what on earth is it actually going to be. Because we know the whole formula, every single plugin except for one. And there's no way to solve for that one. Because it's just a number that's completely missing and we don't really know what it is. We can like guesstimate around where it is, but we don't know what it actually is, which is problematic. As every formula they gave for the new patch is missing a number that is needed to solve the equation. Do you think there will be Legacy 500 keeps for Guard, for example, before the combat changes? No. Any combat keep that you have will get refunded, based on what they currently said. Though they might change that based on backlash from all the people who went for a 500 keep. But as it currently states in the thing, they might have changed their mind on it though. But in the blog post it mentions any combat keep you have will just get refunded for the full amount, 100% of it. But those keeps will now require you to get 50 all, 100 all, 200 all, and 500 all within a chapter. So if you want the Dragon Keep from Chronopolis, you need 500 Detective, Leatherworker, and Merchant. If you did 500 Watch Person, that doesn't help you at all to get the Dragon Keep. And same as any other chapter. Like if you got 500 Guard, that does not help you at all because you need 500 in the other 4 skills if you want that keep. Are you saying strip and not stripe on purpose? Strip, stripe? Wait, was it called stripe? Is it actually called stripe this whole time? I know I was saying it somewhat wrong the other day. But would you not call it a strip or is it actually called a stripe? Let's see. Strip, stripe, striped. Striped? Striped. Stripped? Strip, stripe? I have no clue. Is it 1P or 2Ps? It's one of those weird words where I know what both of them mean, obviously. But I, like, never see them used. So I'm actually not sure the difference in spelling between stripe and stripped. But I'm pretty sure the difference is 1P or 2Ps. I just have no clue which one is which. You started banking the ghost lobsters when trading drops. You think people might want to bulk buy venture fish for cooking? Yeah, they do come in handy. I actually pre-bought a lot of lobsters because I need it at my current level range. Actually, let me double check. What level do I still need lobster up to? Because I think I have like 40 banked. So I might need to grab another 24 whenever in the area. Let me double check. Hey, Squire's here. Let me double check something. How long do you need the lobster for? I think it's at 194, right? No. Where was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need it until level 217. So 216 is the last level you need it at. Okay, so I should probably buy another 24 then. As I do still need them for a while. Let me just recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. After vegetable stew, you lose them. But I still need it for 16 levels then. Well, technically 17, depending on how you look at it. But by the 17th level, you no longer need them. But they do dip a little bit into post 200. You heard refunding a cape is optional? Really? Based on the blog post, it said it's just going to refund all of them. Or, you know, not all of them, but all of the combat ones. I haven't heard anything about the optional thing, but also I haven't been checking the Discord or anything else, so I have no clue. If it's not in the blog post, I don't know it exists. So if they mention stuff elsewhere, I have no clue what it is. But if any of you know information in that regard, definitely feel free to relay it. As I've not checked the Discord, I have not checked the Reddit, I have not checked wherever else they post information that's relevant, other than I guess their Twitter, technically, or X, or whatever they're calling it. But if it wasn't on their Twitter and it wasn't on the blog post, I have no clue it exists. So anything they mentioned beyond that regard, I do not know. Yeah, what level can we stop doing these? I think it's 191. And I gotta remember at 192 to get our 5% upgrade. As both of these two things actually get a huge boost at the end. The end of 200 Forager is actually really quick. Because the shell is boosted by our trowel. The potato is boosted by our trowel. You can technically just do those two alone and just do that all the way to max. Or, you know, all the way to 200. But yeah, we'll finally have 200 all today. I would originally said 200 all non-scaling, but under the new combat system, we are technically level 200 combat. So I'm taking it as a win. I know these don't say 200. But the new combat system, it will say that we're over a combat level of 200. So I'm counting it as we are over 200 today. I know the combat update's not here yet, but it's coming. It's coming. Give it a week or two. It's here. Theoretically, we're over 200 combat right now. I don't know what our exact level it is, but it's definitely over 200. Hopefully it'll release a formula before the patch actually comes out. But I know 100% it's over 200. There's probably not that much over 200, though. I wouldn't be surprised if we're only like level 300 with our current combat distribution. Though I do plan to do a little bit more combat before the update. I want to get to 200 Mine Fighter. And I want to do a little bit more Watch Person. Not a lot, mostly just to see if we can get a lucky gear drop off the Wasps or something. Probably maybe do it for like 4 more levels or something. Might even do them on stream today. Maybe not all of it, but I do want to do some of it here. We will be doing the slightly cheesy method, though, I've been avoiding this entire time. But if they haven't changed it after 100 days, I assume it's not detrimental enough that they're going to ban us for doing it. Like, I guess it's not considered that broken if they haven't patched it after 100 days. So I'm just going to assume that it's a reward for doing the Spirit Essence quest, since there's no reward for the quest. I will just assume it is a quest reward. It does require partial completion of that quest to unlock the safe spot. Though, now that I realize, I am a little bit under-geared. I'm going to be using a 4-star 218 that they're weak to. But my range weapon, I think, is like almost nothing, isn't it? My range weapon's a 199. I might actually go out of my way just to go make a javelin real quick. What do you need for the javelin? What do I need to make a 266 javelin? Let me go double check this real quick. I might actually go out of my way for this. Just because of how much of an upgrade it's going to be. But let me double check real quick. Javelin. Well, let me find the other javelin, and that will tell me what level range it is. Javelin. Where on earth is javelin? Am I blind? Where's the javelin? There it is. Metal javelins, 240. So yeah, I would have to make it out of this material. And this material is carbonice. No! Remember when I didn't bank like any carbonice at all? Oh no. I gotta use like every last carbonice in my bank if I want it. Oh no. Maybe I settled with something else. Hold. Maybe we reconsider. It's either that or use a 199 weapon. Oh, that's kind of rough. Especially with the current crafting system that hasn't been updated to the new crafting system yet. Ooh, I might just have to use the 199. Because I have enough carbonice to maybe make one. And I would use every last carbonice I have in my entire bank to do so. That's not ideal. So hello, Sean. What skins do you plan to actually get to 500 per episode? Or what skills? Oh, I have a couple that I plan to get. The main ones I plan to get to 500 include... eventually alchemy, but no time soon. Actually, what would the distribution be? It would most likely be alchemy, but no time soon. Gatherer. Miner and smither. Everything in Chronopolis. And then everything in Stonewall Hill. As far as my alt accounts, because we will be enabling trading, I plan to get 1 to 500 Bonerite and 1 to 500 Stonemason to cover that for us. And then from there, to skip the alchemy grind, or some of it, I'm considering one of them to 500 alchemy and one of them to 500 carpenter, if there's not a better option for them by then. But it depends what the state of the game is in like 8 months from now. It's going to take them a good 8 months before they have 500 for Bonerite Stonemason. But I'm basically going to be using them as producing accounts. where any skill that is production related that is really important that I don't plan to get on the main account, I will have them do, and focus more on the gathering skills on the main account. So if we were to go back for some things, we'd go for gather, we'd go for woodcutter, stuff like that, and get all the gathering really high, like all the more important gatherer skills. But I do plan to 500 all Chronopolis, and I do plan to 500 all Stonewall Hill when it comes out. As there's quite a few useful things that you get from both. Are you not going for rank 1 skills in Stonewall Hill? I'm probably going for the total leaderboard to some degree. I don't plan to get any one individual skill to be top 20 though. But I think our totality will be top 20. But I don't plan to get any one particular skill to top 20. As I'm not doing like a 500 rush. I'm doing a wide rush. Where we're just efficiently getting everything up simultaneously. But not actually getting any 1 to 500 immediately. And I do plan to bank everything that's relevant. Which is one of the reasons why I have to do it that way. Because I don't plan to do like Delver while dropping everything or combat while dropping everything. Well, technically you don't need that for the 500 cape. You only have to do it for, after the combat rework, you only have to do it for builder. Because you actually don't need to do combat. I didn't think about that. Combat in Stonewall Hill is actually not required. I didn't think about that just now, after the rework yesterday. You no longer need 500 combat in Stonewall Hill. It's not required for 500 all. Ooh, wait, that kind of changes things then. Wait. Ooh, maybe we do go for a 500 then. Because that means the best one for us to do a 500 on would be, we don't have infinite money, so Armor Maker's probably not the way. We'd have to do it for Delve. Oh, but then I have to bank it. Oh no, all three of them don't really work that well. Because the way I want to train all three is not going to be efficient. Well, relative to people who drop everything and just waste infinite money. Because I do plan to have trading on, which will put us at a disadvantage. Because we're not going to have, like, infinite cash. If anything, we'll have, like, way too little cash. That's one of the things that's actually annoying when having, when we do enable trading. Is there will be people who will spend, like, infinite monies on stuff. But yeah, the problem is every skill in that chapter is a buyable. There's not a single skill in chapter 5 that is not buyable. Delver, it's buyable because you can just drop everything and get better XP, as well as get level 100 tools. As well as using 10% pots. Armor Maker is a buyable because you can go and simply just have all the supplies and just make whatever your best in slot thing is, regardless of how much money you're losing. And then Builder is likely a buyable, in that you'll need some amount of building supplies. And if you run out, you would, of course, be getting worse XP rate, or none at all, if it requires it for absolutely everything. Yeah, that's going to be an issue with a lot of chapters, especially with trading enabled. Every single skill in the game is a buyable, due to how 10% pots work and due to how tools work. Or even gathering professions that normally wouldn't be buyables are. Because the way that you buy them is to get a level 100 tool, use 10% pots, and drop everything to the ground the entire time to 500. But there's basically not a single skill in the game that isn't buyable with trading enabled. There's one thing that's kind of bad about the setup of the game right now, I would say, is 100% of every skill is buyable. The only exception to this is actually Merchant, oddly enough. Merchant, I think, is the only skill truly in this game that is not buyable at all. Assuming you're not allowed to trade the merchant items when trading comes out. It is the only skill that is not buyable. At absolute best, you can use 10% pots for it. But you can use 10% pots for everything. So, yeah, I would say Merchant's the only non-buyable skill in the entire game right now. The only one. As it doesn't have a tool that you can get to 100. It doesn't have any kind of things you could buy preemptively just to make it go super quick. You simply just do it. But no, that's why I'm normally not too paranoid about going for leaderboards. Because the most efficient ways of doing everything is so sweaty. Like, you're burning, like, infinite money. I don't mind taking a little bit longer, just get there when we get there. But I do plan to go pretty heavily on 500 all Stonewall Hill when it does come out, though. We're not going to be rank 1. I highly doubt it. I'll be surprised if we even make rank 10 for overall. But we are going really heavy on it regardless. That's not to the degree that some people will. But I didn't think about that just now. Every skill except merchant in the entire game is buyable with trading enabled. I guess technically cooking isn't as well. Oh no, it's pseudo is, but you make enough money back that it kind of isn't. I would say chef and merchant are the only two non-buyable skills in the game. But I don't know. Merchant, I mean, cooking kind of is because you could buy all the supplies beforehand from people. So yeah, it is. It's only merchant. Merchant's the only non-buyable. There are definitely skills that are less buyable than others, aka every gathering profession. As long as you don't mind dropping literally everything to the ground. Oops, why am I going to here with only that many? Whoops, what am I doing? Mining is somewhat buyable. You can get a level 100 tool. I'm not going to count 10% pots because everything could use 10% pots. But do know that everything can be 10% potted. But the way that mining is buyable is level 100 tool. Like, yes, if you only had a level 30, 35, you're still getting most of that benefit. But you're still at a distinct disadvantage compared to someone who has a 100 tool. But yes, gathering professions are the least buyable, though. Compared to other skills. Like, compared to something like, you know, like smithing, for example. Smithing is absurdly buyable. Armor maker is absurdly buyable. But gathering professions are less buyable. The main thing that makes them quote-unquote buyable is if you're at a point where you have so much currency where dropping everything you ever get is done. That's like the main way that you buy a gathering skill. Not just because of 10% pots and a tool, even if you ignore both of those. The way that you technically buy, quote-unquote, a gathering skill is to drop everything on the ground the entire grind instead of banking it. Even if you're losing like 3 gold, 5 gold of worth of stuff per hour, even 10 gold of stuff per hour, it is always quicker, even if a storage rift is 0 tiles away, it is quicker to drop it to the ground than to store in the bank. So that's where the buyable, quote-unquote, component comes from gatherer, or gathering professions. It's not even necessarily spending money, but more so how much money you burn in potential profit that you could have had by dropping everything. As even if you're allowed to use storage rift anywhere in the entire game, it is still slower than dropping it to the ground. It doesn't matter what they do with storage rifts, it's always slower than dropping. Obviously, there's a lot of situations where you should be storaging, because the how much value you're getting relative to how much time you're storing. But if you truly wanted to min-max, you would literally drop everything always for every gathering profession all the way to 500. Especially if you're playing on a tradable account, because then you can just buy all the supplies you need that you dropped earlier. Is the scale of gold going to challenge or change with combat remake? And to what extent? Yes. If you have a level 500 combat, you're probably making less money after the rework. Otherwise, you're probably making about the same. If your combats are relatively even distributed, you're probably making about the same money from combat now as you were before. But if you have a 500 and the other two are like 50, 50, 50 or something, you're actually going to be making quite a bit less money from combat compared to now. How much less, we don't really know. But if you have like one absurdly high combat and your other three are really low, you're actually making less money compared to doing that one extremely high combat right now. Like even right now, I would make more money from doing Chronopolis combat than the amount I'll make from combat after the rework. If I simply just did my 271 Chronopolis on actual enemies, compared to killing whatever I have to kill for the new system. I would be making more money now than I would be under the new system. It wouldn't be that much more now, but it would be more now than how it will be after the rework. But it will keep going up and up and up. Hello, MKJS. Thank you for the like. Really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Yes, generally speaking, if you don't know what to do with everything that the combat rework says, simply just get all of your levels to be relatively even for combat. That'd be your best way. One other thing to keep in mind is the 20 to 199 grind, particularly the 100 to 199 grind, is really good because you have 4 times higher rate of getting 3 and 4 star gear compared to if you did 200 plus. So if you have like a 250, a 220, and like 2 of them that are around like 100-ish, you should be focusing on the 2 that are around 100-ish. Like in our case, we should be focusing on Minefighter. And the main reason for this is the gear drops that you're going to be getting. we're going to be getting a lot of 3 and 4 star armor, particularly armor. The weapons don't matter as much, but we're going to be getting a lot of 3 and 4 star armor around that level, 100 to 199 range. And those are going to be really, really, really good because they're 4 times higher rarity rate, so we're getting a lot more of them. And the way that they're going to upscale, the level difference isn't as big a deal. It does matter, but with the formula that they're going to be doing, a, 50 level difference isn't going to be as big of a gap compared to how much it is now. At least with the formula that they end up mentioning, unless you change that formula before it comes out. But the current formula right now, because you have to keep in mind, every single number is bigger. So, let's say down the line, not specifically when they could have converted, but let's say down the line, any upgrade matters a lot less under the new system, because let's say you're currently level 1000, and, you haven't gotten an upgrade for a while, you're like level 1100. That is only about 10% of your power. If you didn't do an upgrade from 1000 to, 1100, that might sound like a big number because that's 100 levels. But you only went for 10% of your levels without getting an upgrade. So let's say about 10% power. I'm not sure if it's exactly 10%. Let's just say hypothetically that's 10% power. If you were to do that same thing now, that's the equivalence of going from 100 to 110 without doing an upgrade. So it's a much smaller gap now. That's the main thing that's really weird about the current system is you constantly have to keep upgrading pretty often. But under the new system, you'd have to upgrade way less often. As not upgrading for 100 levels in that hypothetical is the same difference as not upgrading for 10 levels at level 100 as far as your damage that you're missing out on. So you don't have to upgrade nearly as often under the new system, which is one of the reasons why stockpiling on some armor now can be pretty beneficial in case you get unlucky with drops post 200. Because we don't know what the rarity curve of drops is going to be. That's the other issue. We don't know where all the rarity curves are going to be, like how they are right now, where you have really common chance below 19, you have middle line chance around 20 to 199, and of course it falls off a cliff after 200. We don't know where those numbers are after the rework is the problem. Is it more consistent throughout? Does it use some kind of other formula? We don't know. They haven't said anything about it. Nor with crafting, which is also kind of annoying. Because crafting also has 3 categories, the 0 to 19 to 20 to 199, and then the 200 plus. But in both blog posts, they've never mentioned a single word about it. So I'm not sure what their plan is with it. But the assumption is if you get it now, you won't have to worry about whatever that rarity curve is later. Just in case it is worse for you. But we don't know if it would be worse or better. We just know how good it is now. From 20 to 199. Which means that 150 to 199 range is really, really good to be farming. As that gear will scale pretty well, assuming you don't already have a 500. It's mostly assuming that your highest combat is somewhere around like 200 to 300-ish. If you have like a 500, it's probably just better to get all that gear. And then just try to get one other skill to also be closer to 500. Because everything that I keep mentioning in that regard is assuming your highest level is only around 200 to 300. In which case you'd be wanting to farm a lot of 150s to 199s, even 100s to 199s, like our Mind Fighter. But if you have a 500, your best thing that you could be doing is trying to get another skill as close as you can to 500. Doesn't matter which, just pick one. Ideally Mind Fighter if you haven't already done it. Just because they're moving some of the alchemy drops off of Mind Fighter. So Mind Fighter is actually better to do now than after the rework. As they're actually nerfing Mind Fighter into the ground. Based on what we currently know. As 2 of the best potions that you get from that chapter are being moved to other chapters. The best healing pot is being moved to chapter 2, and the best fear pot is being moved to chapter 4. You spent a lot of knowledge points on guard? Yeah, that's a problem too. Any amount of knowledge spent in combat's not as good compared to other skills. Though to some degree it's always kind of been that way. Merchant and all combats are the 2 skills that pretty much were never worth using knowledge on. Even though I've definitely done it on both before. But generally speaking, they're the worst 2 values of anything you use knowledge on. Just because they're the 2 quickest skills to train in the game. Even more so for combat after the rework when we have special attacks and skill tree and everything. I'm still curious to see what the knowledge rate will be after that point. Because there's a good chance it's going to be quicker than Merchant. Which means it might actually be so viable to do combat that at level 2000 combat, it might actually be realistic to farm every skill off doing combat only. If that ever becomes the case, they're probably going to nerf combat KP a lot. But there's a non-zero chance the best way to train every skill after the combat rework is just to do combat. Maybe not every skill, and training something directly while putting the knowledge into it while doing it would probably be slightly better. But for a lot of production skills like smithing, stonemason, bonewright, even leatherworker and armor maker down the line and stuff like that, depending on what they do for the combat rework with special attacks and everything, it might actually be more viable to literally just camp combat instead of gathering everything you need. So instead of mining to go do smithing or mining to go do stonemason, you might just do combat and just dump all your knowledge into the skill. That's why I actually did an early game, but then realized, oh, I kind of need mining. But the rate might actually be high enough after the rework where that's actually viable. Or you just dump all your knowledge from combat into a production skill that's really hard to train. How will combat KP change? We don't know. It's going to get quicker after the second update, though. We just don't know if they're going to rescale it at all after the update. The first update they're doing will do absolutely no change to it. It might even make it slower in some circumstances, or maybe slightly quicker in others. But the first update's going to almost change it not at all. But the second update will change it quite a bit with special attacks and or skill tree. We just don't know if they're going to be bringing down that number to accommodate for it. As we know very little about the Phase 2 combat upgrade date, other than that there's going to be a skill tree and special attacks. But a lot of the more specific details we don't currently know about Wave 2 of combat rework. You mean, will passes be refunded or merged? That we also don't know. We do not know. Or I don't believe we know. But that's one of the many questions that's still up in the air that I'm pretty sure we do not have an answer to. Unless they post it on social media somewhere or something. But they haven't officially given an answer to it anywheres. Through official channels. The combat system will be complicated to new players. They were trying to make it in a way that it wouldn't be as complicated. I feel like once it's actually in the game, it's going to seem a lot less complicated than it is. I feel like just trying to say what it is makes it sound more complicated than it actually is. Because the first update is basically the game as it is right now. The only thing that the first update is doing is just merging all the combat into one. That's it. Like, yes, there's a few other, like, the things there here and there. Like your gear going through all the chapters and stuff like that. But effectively, the only thing it's doing is making 4 combat skills into 1, and that's it. So the first one's pretty basic. It's the second combat rework that kind of complicates things. Is you're going to have an entire skill tree, you're going to have specs, you're going to have whatever else they end up changing with it. So I could see that one being a lot more complicated, but the very first one is relatively straightforward. It's different than we have now, but the actual act of combat is exactly the same. It's just the logistics of training it is slightly easier, but also slightly different. As you don't need to constantly keep re-gearing the same way that you need to now for every single chapter. But the way that you progress through it is a little bit weirder compared to now. I said, hello, Easy Breezy. Welcome, welcome. You had to drop, oh, thank you, Easy Breezy. You had to drop Gems of War after 17k hours? Nice. Wow, that's actually more than me. Or at least more in my main account. I do play on mobile quite a bit. I don't even think I'm at 16k hours yet. I think I'm like 15k and a half. Very nice. Yeah, I got burnt out a little bit on Gems of War. I've still been enjoying it, though. Still been keeping up with the daily. Still got the Valentine's Day pet they handed out yesterday. And of course, they have the Valentine's Day reward tomorrow as well. I've still been keeping up with it. I've been playing that game for 10 years, though. Literally every day for 10 years, so... that would definitely burn you out doing any game for that long. Like, I came back to old school RuneScape for 2 years now, and I'm already burnt out on it pretty much. Though, I wonder why. I've been spending 4 months trying to get a beaver. This has been our life. We almost have 10 million. Actually, I think we get it this stream. We're almost at 10 million arrow shafts. This has been the last 4 months of this account. I got sick in October, so I needed an AFK grind. So I was like, oh, let me go try for beaver real quick. Then Brighter Shores came out, and we still did it for the entire time of Brighter Shores, and we still don't have this thing yet. We've been doing this for over 1,500 hours over the course of 4 months. Over the course of like $30 or $40 for membership fees. And we still do not have it. I wonder why I'm burning out on the game. This is why I hate RNG. This is the main reason we're not going Iron Man, by the way. If I learned anything from maxing a hardcore, in about a year. It is, I never want to do that again. As much as I enjoy Iron Man mode, unless there's like an extra challenge on top of it, I would never play a normal Iron Man. Because, gosh, that is so annoying. When you go absurdly dry on something. In all fairness, a main account would also get that dry because that's actually something you can't trade for. But that still applies to everything else that we're dry on. Because that's not the only thing we're dry on. We're on like a long streak of dry on multiple things simultaneously. It's not just that beaver. It's just one in a long list of things that we're dry on simultaneously. Time to PM a Jmon. Yes, my game is bugged. It won't give me beaver. We're halfway to max level. Or max XP. Which we're almost there. How much was our XP? We're at 83 mil. Or sorry, 84 mil. 84 mil after 200 out of 200 mil. So in another like 116 mil, we would have hit literal max XP. Which is kind of like the equivalent of hitting 500 in Brighter Shores, except it takes way longer in that game. Is getting a, it's kind of weird because getting a 99, I don't know, I don't know. Are both of them technically quicker? He's always thought it was the other way around, but honestly, Brighter Shores 200s and 500s aren't that long. Like, they are, but if you compare it to old school RuneScape, they're not that bad. I think getting a 200 is a bit longer than getting a 99 in old school RuneScape, but getting a 500 is quicker in Brighter Shores than getting a 200 mil in old school RuneScape. Mostly because there's no new training methods after you hit like 13 million XP, while still needing to do like another 190 million XP almost. Whereas Brighter Shores keeps giving you better and better methods the whole time. So getting to 500 is actually easier in this game, but getting to 200 is slower compared to a 99. Which I think is one of the things that actually got people a little bit away from the game. Because your early levels are a lot slower in Brighter Shores. But your later levels are a lot quicker in Brighter Shores. But it's mostly because you keep gaining better and better methods. Whereas in something like old school RuneScape, you never get a better method at a certain point. Also, I have decided I am going to renew the membership on the old school RuneScape thingy. They're going to scam me for another $100 so I can click on a tree for an entire year. And once I'm done clicking on a tree, I'll go click on a fishing spot, I guess, for an entire year. But no, I think they're doing some interesting things as well. They're finishing Volamore. They might release Sailing in that time. And whatever else on Earth they do. But Volamore Part 3 I'm actually kind of interested in. This is my favorite region they ever added to that game. And it makes me really hyped for Chapter 5 in Brighter Shores as well. Anytime you get a new region in a game like this, just feels so nice. Because there's just so much to immediately do. What are we currently acknowledging? Fishing. I'm trying to acknowledge fishing until we get to 197. 197 gives us our final fish pre-200. I also plan to bank them, so I can use them for post-200 chef. This is actually one of the first few fish that is actually worth banking. Actually, quite literally the first fish. We're going to be at 197, finally catching the first fish actually worth banking. But yeah, the 197 Tiger Ray. It's not worth it from an XP perspective, but from an XP to money ratio, I think it is barely worth banking. I just want to have some already pre-banked so I don't need to get them later. Because you have to keep in mind, if you want to buy it to actually do a task, you're already going to have to walk really far if you're not buying it from another player, which is currently not possible. After trading comes out, that's a different story. But as it currently stands, you cannot just simply buy them from another player. Which means if you ever need to get it for Chef, you have to walk all the way from here, to here, to here, all the way there. So that is really far. So having to go from here to here isn't that bad. While this is normally really far for a skilling method, if you take into account that you already have to walk from here to here, it's not that bad at all. Like, it will lower your XP rate, but compared to having to do that while doing Chef, it technically breaks even. Like, it looks really far, but it's actually not that far compared to the alternative. Because we don't have the third alternative yet, which is buy it from another player. But in the current state of the game, or if you're staying Iron Man mode, it is actually worth banking them if you're using them for Chef. Like if they're actually viable at your current chef range. It's only applicable post 200 though. Pre 200 is not worth banking. But post 200 they start becoming worth it. At least for a few of them. If not all of them, honestly, all of them might be. As long as you're using them for chef, they are worth it technically. It makes you make a lot more money from chef. It also makes it so you don't have to go run to the market every single time you need fish. You can simply just grab it from the bank. It's way better just to buy from other players, though, if you have trading enabled when it does come out. We just don't know what the price of fish will be, like high-tier fish, like the 200-plus fish. But as long as it's around the same prices as a market, it's probably worth it. Like, if the guy is selling it for 10 silver and someone wants 11 silver or less, it's probably worth. As long as you're actively using it. Because the amount of time that you save in banking from paying, like, that 1 silver extra is nothing. We just don't know exactly what the price ranges will be on a lot of stuff. Honestly, the market in this game is going to be really chaotic the first week. As the price is basically whatever people are willing to pay for anything. So you're going to get things for way too cheap and way too expensive during that time. Because no one knows what anything goes for. So there's going to be some really good deals on a lot of stuff. But also things that are going to be way too overpriced. Probably compared to what people think it's worth. But it's hard to know because everything's just worth whatever someone's willing to pay. Yeah, high tier fish is worth it. If I was to go do 200 to 500 fisher, which I don't plan to do, but if I was to, I would bank nearly every fish from 200 to max. As that makes your profit from chef really absurdly high. And any excess you could just trade off when player trading comes around. But yes, if I was to, I'm not going to be though. I don't plan to get it above 200 anytime soon, unless I want to get to 223 for the venture, 226, whatever it was. But aside from unlocking the venture, if we get more venture slots down the line, aside from that, I have no intention of getting post 200 fisher at all. Unless they really buff chefs in some way. But with how chef and fishing is currently balanced, I have no intention to really grind them. Might do a little bit of bounties here and there. But which we should probably go do at some point. But beyond that, I don't really plan to do anything with it. Oh yeah, that's something else we can start doing now. Now that we're in post 200 chef, I can start buying up the fish whenever I go across the market. I've already been doing that with lobster, but I need to start doing that with everything. Or whenever we go past the fish market, I need to go and just buy a whole inventory. Just so we don't have to go there as often. Because now we don't have to switch fish nearly as often. So whenever we unlock something, it stays around for a very long time. Like when we unlock cod and chips at 208, we're going to have that for like literal weeks. If not months, depending on how little cooking I do. So it's actually more justified to bank them preemptively. Whereas as you're going up to 200, you're gaining a level so quick that it's not really worth pre-banking them. But post 200 it is, because you're staying on every fish for a very long time. Alright, one more level after this one. We're almost there. And then we can move on to potato. And then we can start doing potato kelp shell. And start wide farming it. Does enchanting the oyster net lobster pot increase the venture XP? Does it for that? I'm not sure. I know you can't boost the venture in Chronopolis. But I haven't tried doing it for fishing because I don't even have them unlocked. But does anyone know? Because I did notice it does look like it has an XP buff from the upgrade thingy. But it's weird because you're not allowed to buff the one from Chronopolis for some reason. So I'm not sure if you're allowed to in other chapters, because the Chronopolis one does not let you upgrade it. But doesn't anyone know? Can you actually upgrade the fishing venture? It does work? Interesting, okay. That's weird. Why are you not allowed to upgrade the detective one then? I guess that's just the outlier. But yeah, that'd be pretty good to do on your lobsters and oyster pot then. Because if we ever get more venture slots, that's going to be my primary way of training fisher. Is just do the lobster venture, and then eventually the oyster venture. Or sorry, oyster venture and then the lobster venture. Because we get the lobster, we get the oyster at 226. And then we get the lobster at 331. So my primary training method would just be running 2 of those every day once we have more venture slots. Right now, other skills I want to prioritize. But down the line, that's going to be my main way I train the 500 fisher down the line. Is with oysters and then eventually lobsters. And then probably eventually oysters again, assuming there's a higher one. Now, this is the final oyster. I don't know, is it? How high does it go? No, there's another tier. Is there another tier of lobster, or is that it? Okay, that's the final tier of lobster, and then that's the final tier of oyster. Interesting. So the oyster one would be more important to upgrade initially, as you use it 2 times post 200, whereas you only use lobster once post 200. But there is a really big gap that you would still need to do to the lobster, though. Unless you plan to fish that entire way. In which case, the oyster pot would be the only one you need to upgrade. But you'd probably still want to do both. But if you plan on power farming fisher through that range, it's probably better to do than to do the venture. Oh no, I guess the venture's still worth it. But you definitely use the oyster way more than you use lobster when it comes to doing the ventures post 200. But you do end up utilizing both. Not both at the same time, but, you know, both as in one and the other. You would never want to do both at the same time. At least not with how many venture slots we have right now. Maybe if we eventually have 4 or more, you could. But in the current state of the game, you should just be obviously running double of whatever your better one is. But yeah, I need more venture slots before I could do that, though. I don't plan to run the fishing venture until we do. I, at some point, should probably preemptively get the fishing level for when they do that. I'm just not in a rush at the moment. There's other things I want to prioritize that are easier to get. Like the 208 gather, 208 woodcutting, and 216 carpenter we were mentioning earlier. Like, I'd way sooner do that than try going for 226 fisher. Not until we get some confirmed venture slots coming into the game. Because we need at least 3, if not 4, before it'd be viable to go do that. And currently we only have 2. Alright, 3 more points, and that will be fishing at the final fish. And 1 more level for Forager, and that will be our pretty much final thing we could forge. There's another thing at 197. But due to the tool upgrades, I believe it is actually a legitimately better EXP to just keep doing what we're going to be doing at 191 to max than it is to transition to the 197. The only downside with that is I won't be banking 10% XP pot resources. But the upside is it gets it done quicker today. So we might still do it. I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. Maybe I'll do like 1 or 2 inventories of them or something. But I am pretty sure it is better XP per hour to do shell, potato, kelp than it is to do nettle only. Even though the nettle only is used for 10% pot. Actually, let me double check the wiki. Let me just double check this. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Forager. I'm going to use this 10% pot while we have it. Is it better to skip Poplar? Yes. I don't even need to know what the rest of the sentence is. Yes, always skip Poplar. Unless you need the material, skip it. Always. 100% of the time. Never do it. Ever. The only exception to this is if your nettle is in a really good range where you need to be gathering it. But unless you are at a perfect range to synergize it with nettle, your gatherer level, like if you're at like 248 gather or something or somewhere around there, then you should always be skipping Poplar 100% of the time in every circumstance almost. It is really bad. Oak is somewhat bad as well, but if you want to prioritize carpentry XP, it does technically save time at the cost of woodcutting XP. Not much time, but it is worth it if you need the material and everything. But Poplar is 100% of the time skip, and Oak is situational skip, depending on the situation. As well as if you're a Guardian or not. As a Guardian is a higher priority to take Oak. Or if you want the Guardian weapon. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the XP rate of nettle compared to potato compared to everything else. Yeah, counting the tool upgrade, we're actually getting more XP from potatoes than nettle. That's what I thought. It's only about 10% worse, but our tool is over 10% better. Plus, we can more easily wide farm potato, whereas you can't really wide farm nettle as well. You can, but not to the same degree that you can with the potato. I guess we could ultra wide farm and start taking nettle with potato. Oh, wait, we could do it full circle. Ooh, maybe we do full circle with nettle. That would actually work. Where we do 3 kelp, 3 shell, another 3 shell, or maybe even just 2 shell. Then we grab like 2 kelp. Then we grab like 6 potato, and then we grab like 3 nettle. Oh wait, that could kind of work. Okay, maybe we will adjust our route at 197. As incorporating nettle is probably worth it. Yeah, nettles are close to a bank. But depending on how you route potato shell, you can also get it close to a bank. Because shell is in the same room as bank. But yeah, I'm just going to do a circle then. And just prioritize shell, potato, and nettle. While just grabbing kelps in between when applicable. The biggest issue with nettle is its second pair of spawns is way too far away to grab. On most routes. It's all the way over here. Like, these nettles are really free to grab. But these nettles are really annoying to grab. Because they don't really fit into many routes that well. The problem with nettles, we only have to do it for 3 levels. Like, post 200, it would matter a lot. But pre-200, it matters very little to us. I also can't make the 10% pots until we do 209 Forager. Yeah, you can do Combat Forager. Where you do 6 nettle, kill an enemy, do 6 nettle, kill an enemy. I wonder how that will work with the new stripping system, or striping, or whatever it's called. Because whenever your zone is high priority, you'd want to do it with all your skilling within the area as well. Otherwise, the amount of XP that you might be gaining is worse than another area. But as long as your current strip is good, you can basically do any skilling in that area. Yeah, it makes doing combat with skilling a lot harder, the new system. It's still possible, but you have to do that really, really specific ranges. Compared to now, where it's a lot more flexible. Because right now, doing any combat at all kind of keeps shifting, I believe, where you have to do combat. Whereas right now, if you're doing a bunch of combat in Chronopolis, it doesn't make it so you can't do your synergy for guard or whatever. Like, you can always still do it in every chapter without it being affected. But now if you do any combat, it starts affecting where it is high priority to do combat. And it keeps changing and changing and changing. Where it never changes under the current system. Alright, half a foraging level to go. We're almost there. I'll just keep dumping knowledge into Fisher, I guess. Because I do want all the supplies we're getting from Forager. And I do technically want some of the supplies we're getting from Fisher, but we have to do post 200 anyway, so it's not too big a deal. I'm not too worried about it. Whereas a lot of the foraging things right now, we get bottlenecked. As far as how many we can get. As we will reach a level range where they're not worth taking anymore. Like, for example, Periwinkle isn't worth taking anymore. The stuff we were getting at 179. However many I have banked is how many I have banked forever. As it's not viable to go back for them. Which is why we did so many at their level range. Because that's what goes with these shells, by the way. Those Periwinkles we were getting earlier. They make 8% Hope Port Pots, which are used almost exclusively to train alchemy. As the chugging potion that we do while doing that. We'll drink like 15 to 20 of them per hour while doing alchemy. Also, I like how that one option I have on the poll has 0 votes. So the current poll is, with 100 consecutive Brighter Shores streams completed as of today, what rate of streaming would you prefer? 7 days a week, which is what we've been doing every single day, as it is now, is currently winning. And second place is only a few a week, but covering a video every single week, which I do plan to do on 100-day videos sometime soon, hopefully by Saturday. Fingers crossed. There might be a chance it doesn't get up by then, and if it doesn't, then gosh, it could be like a week or two from now. However, I hope to get it out by Saturday, even if they have to make the video a little bit more concise, just to get it out in time. Because I won't be able to on Sunday, and I'll be gone on Monday and Tuesday for most of the day. And then, so that was a few days a week with 1 video a week. And then the other option is only a few streams a week, but making them longer, which currently has 0 votes, which makes sense. I assumed the other 2 would be more. I just figured I had a third option there. Yeah, those 2 are very much winning. But it's only a 5% difference between the 2 at the moment. Pretty even between doing it every single day or doing it most days, but trying to do it not a few days to get a video out. Because that's what we currently do for Gems of War as well. We do 1 video a week, sometimes 2 if there's like a mythic or something else happening big on a Friday. Or if they do like a big update. But I only stream that game now on Mondays. But I was doing it before that, before Brighter Shores, I was doing it like 3 times a week. Originally I was doing it every single day. But eventually we were doing it like 3 times a week with like 1 or 2 videos a week. And that's basically what it's asking for Brighter Shores. Where we do like maybe 3-4 streams a week, but we cover a video on something every single week on Brighter Shores. Because so far since launch, I've covered 1 video. And it was 1 weekend. It was the 1 week first impressions video. Is the only video we've done on Brighter Shores in 100 days. Everything else has been a live stream. So in 100 days of playing the game, we have covered 1 singular just first impression video after a week. And that's it. No more Gems of War? Nah, I gotta keep doing Gems of War. I never know when to quit. I'll keep doing that for another decade if we need to. We already did it for 1 decade. And I tend to play games into the ground. Because I don't get bored to the same extent normally, compared to like the average person. I'm really good at doing extremely repetitive tasks for a very long period of time. Without getting bored at all. Which is why we have like 4 games with over 10,000 hours in it. We're really good at doing extremely repetitive tasks. For better or for worse. Is one of the reasons why I find Merchant a little bit hard to do, even though I love the skill so much, is it's not repetitive at all. It's very dynamic with what you constantly have to do. It requires a lot of on-the-fly thinking. Which is a lot of brain power that keeps fatiguing me. As it's like the opposite of chill compared to the rest of the game. It is so try-hardy compared to every single other skill. At some point, we're going to need to dedicate like 3 weeks to just completely blow out Merchant. It's not going to be anytime soon. It'll probably be like a month or 2 from now, if even then. But we got to dedicate 3 weeks or a month if we want to go a little bit slower to just completely demolishing Merchant. All the way from whatever current level is to 500. And just get it all done in one go. So we don't have to come back to it later. The only thing about that is we don't know how good Bricks and Tiles Venture is. That's my only concern with like maxing Merchant. It's definitely really high priority to get to 322. But we don't know how good Brick and Tile is once we can start doing Brick and Tile. But if you already have 500 Merchant, is 100% not worth doing Brick and Tile. Because Perfect Bricks, you can do at 250. And Perfect Tiles at 322. If you are max Merchant, you are never touching either of those 2 ventures. Honestly, even if you're 400 plus venture, even if you're 400 plus Merchant, you probably still wouldn't be touching them. As by then you would have Cinnamon Sticks Venture, which would be better. Better in the sense that it gives better Merchant XP. Not better in the sense that the material is better. Though it does make the 10% XP pot, so I guess to some degree it is good. It just doesn't give builder XP. But it is used for the best XP pot, which would be really good for the leatherworker. The problem is to do that with alchemy is absurdly high. To be able to make that potion, you need 451 alchemy, which is nearly max. But yeah, I still have a lot of confidence in Andrew Gower and his team. So far, I've been liking the direction that the game's been going in. It's been doing a little bit slower than anticipated to some degree, but it kind of makes sense with how small their team is. This is definitely the smallest team of any game I've played in quite a while. Especially for something like an MMO, which is generally not a genre that has a small dev team, generally speaking. Just because of how much more complicated MMOs are. But the whole combat rework thing from yesterday, I'm looking forward to quite a bit. More looking forward to the skill tree and special attacks, though. The initial changes, I don't really care as much about, because I didn't really care about the episode divides as much. But they're basically fixing that newer player issue, where a lot of people are turned off by the fact that you get quote-unquote reset every chapter. But now they're getting rid of that reset mechanic. Is that something that personally never really bothered me? The fact that you need a different gear for every chapter and different combat for every chapter. Alright, let's go do potato. Yeah, what on earth even is our cycle, though? Let me start it from this room. And just ignore this one and come on the back of it. Alright, let's wait for the shell to go and spawn. Yeah, the initial combat merge doesn't really do too much. I feel like it's more so to appease newer players, more so than anything, which is perfectly fine. But it's definitely like a newer player target focus patch. Let's go get our first time bonus on the potato. Put that into Fisher. If I can ever get there, there we go. We can almost start fishing again as well. We can actually incorporate into our run as well if we really want to. The only problem is getting it to a bank is kind of complicated. Also, honestly, that's not that much more XP than the shell. However, these two in combination are way better than everything else we can be taking. Due to the trowel upgrade. Like, even the nettle will give less than the shell we were probably getting off the beach. Definitely less than the potato. My only concern is I'm not going to be able to fill up my whole inventory here. As there is a chance we are going to be slightly short on it. Well, we'll see where we're at by the end of it. Because this is what a normal route is going to look like. Oh. Ah, the potato respawn. Is it worth going back for a potato circle? Probably not. Or I assume it wouldn't be. Alright, yeah, now we have the problem where I can grab 6 things here, but my inventory is not full. I can still grab 3 more items somehow. We're just not sure where and what we grab those 3 items to be. But there's 3 additional things we can grab during this cycle. Honestly, I kind of want a camp potato. I wish I had 2 more knowledge points in the Fisher. Because you know what I kind of want to go do? 6 potato into 6 mana ray. And then do that until we need a bank. And do a 6 potato, 6 mana ray run. Obviously being 12 mana raise and 12 potato. I wish I knew how many shells I had banked right now. That'd be very useful info to know, as I need to equal the amount of periwinkles I have in the bank without exceeding it too much. It's fine if it goes a little bit over, but I don't want it to go like exceedingly over. And I have no clue what my current number is. We also ideally want our kelp to be about the same number as our wall plant, which once again we have no clue what that number is either. Ideally what we're going to do is we're going to keep doing this until we get 2 knowledge points. Put into Fisher, get a full inventory of manta rays, and then bank them. And when we go bank them, I'm going to go check our situation on our alchemy supply so we know how much more we need. Because I don't want to overshoot too much. Alright, what am I looking for? Do I have any chef bounties that utilize the mana ray right now? No, surprisingly. I don't have a single task that needs the mana ray right now, even though it is a task we can get. But not a single one currently requires it. Oh, look at that. Combat only for guard. He's going all in. I wonder if he knows. Oh no, my plant! Come back! Thought we were done. Oh yeah, I didn't actually adjust my run at all, did I? We still have the issue of not having everything we need. There's just nothing really on the path that we need, though. Trying to think of what else we can grab. I guess we can grab one more kelp, one more shell. But then we're still missing one. We just have to go out of our way for the one shell. I guess I could wait for potato respawn and double potato and then double back. Or at least grab it from the one room. Problem is you have to go very far for those 3 potatoes. Maybe we'll try that this run. So what I'm going to do is grab all the potato in the first room, grab all the potato in the other room, grab the double kelp so we don't have to double back for it, but then grab the triple potato again after getting both sets of the other 2 potato. We'll try it that way, as that gets us exactly 23 items. The problem is you have to backtrack a lot in this center room here, which I don't believe is worth it. We could always camp potato only, which is kind of awkward to get it to a bank, as we have to walk really far for the bank if we're going to do like 6 potato into some other foraging item. But that's another thing. I need to check to see where our alchemy numbers are at to make sure we have enough kelp and make sure we have enough periwinkle. I mean, enough shell for the periwinkle. Whereas excess potatoes, worst comes to worst, we just use for the cod later down the line. Having too many of these is actually not an issue. Because you end up utilizing them twice. One at 157, which we're already past, but then again at 259. The problem here is it sets us in a really bad location. The worst comes to worst, I could always just drop all the kelp if we think we have enough kelp. Or even just grab less kelp in general. Or we double take potato, and then we double back. Focusing primarily on the shells when we go back. The big issue here is I would have to only go for one kelp now. So I should probably try grabbing all the most zero tile kelp possible when applicable. Like you. And then grab our 5 periwinkle. I might just go check the bank so we know our numbers. Just so we can figure out exactly how many we have. So we know how we need to adjust our route. Oh, so isn't it worth walking all the way over there? Compared to teleporting. I'll probably still teleport. Alright, let's go check our numbers. So potato number doesn't matter. The main thing that matters is the other two. Let me go check real quick. Actually, you know what? I will actually go this way. I want to get all the oysters we need for our run. Because I keep not doing my chef run. Lobster should already be banked. These I need the forge in level 4, so I'm not even going to bother doing it yet. But I'm just going to grab a whole thing of oyster. It's fine if we get excess. It's better to have way too many than not enough. Oh, these are the ones you get at 226. Oh, that's some interesting intel. Ooh. These are the 226 oysters. Oh gosh, is the game going to make us go get 226 Fisher? Because I need to do that venture anyways. Oh no. Really? Alright, well, while I'm here, I might as well do my chef run. Alright, how many lemon juice do I need? Or every single one of these the oyster? They are. Why is every task I have right now an oyster aside from that one thing? 7, 8, 10, 16. And everything I need for one of the other thing. And it should be everything except the century, but I need 208 gather before I can do that. So ignore that for now. Oh yeah, I did come here not to do this, but to go check the other thing. I should probably remember that at some point. I'm actually here to go do, not this. It's not the main reason we're here. Alright, what's even my path? We gotta do Pipe Alley, Ella, Thieves' Den, Little Lucy, and Hooked Hand. That's not too bad. Can you do that all in one go? Probably. Because you would start at Ella. You would then go to Pipe Alley. You would then Sneaky Brian. You would then Big Sheen. And then you hopefully make it in time for Little Lucy. Little Lucy's the only one up in the air on if you'd make it in time. But everything else should be pretty free. Alright, that should be everything except the one I don't have to gather level 4 that I'm not going to bother buying yet. Because I do actually want to get that gather level somewhat soon. Honestly, I might just get all the levels we need for cooking in the near future. Just so whenever we have a task and we feel like doing it, we can get some free EXP. It'd be way quicker than just doing bacon sandwich at this level range by a mile. Because we don't get a good AFK again until 216 if we ever want to do post 200 chef. Or sorry, 217. Which means we have to do these things all the way up to that level. Let me double check. Is there anything good on the board? Not really. These are the rays though, so maybe I'll grab that. That was the thing I was going to go fish for. And Ella's not a horrible turn in. Alright, let's go turn everything in. This is everything, right? Should be everything but the leek sandwich. Oh yeah, let me go for the whole reason why I came here, by the way. The whole reason I came here wasn't even to go do this. I wanted to go check what my numbers were. That's the whole reason we came here in the first place. Alright, 841 needs to match 960. So that means I need... let's do some math. 841 to 960. So I need a lot more shells, is what you're saying. So I need 119 kelp. We'll put this in a chat. Let's see. 119 kelp. There we go. I need 119 kelp. And honestly, just keep getting shells. Just get all of them. Oh, wait, sorry. That's the wrong one. I just did the wrong number to the wrong number. I need to do that to wall plant. Wait. Where's my wall plant? That's water lily. Sorry, 885 is what I need my kelp to be up to. 885. Okay, good. I only need 44 more kelp. 44 more kelp, and then we can ignore kelp forever. And that gets us to our wall plant. And then the other one we need to go get is whatever the other one was. This to shell. So 960 to 528, which is 432. And 432 shell. Which honestly just means just keep getting shells, because I'm pretty sure we're not going to overshoot that. But yeah, I need 44 kelp and 432 shells. After we get 44 more kelp, I need to go grab shell only. Even if I have to go a little wider for it. So the only thing I really need to keep track of is get 44 more kelp done. Alright, that'll work. Alright, that's what I wanted to check. 44 more kelp, and then we do shell only. And just do shell potato. Which is good because both of those get upgraded by our trowel anyways. Alright, let's go do this cooking run. Is there a time to get 500 guard for legacy high scores before the update? It depends where your level is. But we don't know when the update's going to be, so we don't know. Could be a week, could be a month. Could be tomorrow. Alright, let me just double check who I need to turn into what. So Pipe Alley is going to be oyster. Okay, so pretty much everything's oyster. Good, we got the one unique item out the way first. That's good. Alright, now we need to go to Sneaky Brian. Then Big Sheen, and hopefully make it to Little Lucy. I should have probably grabbed one Fear Potion. Because we can get aggroed right here. Good, we're safe. Perfect. Love to see it. Alright, now we go to Sneaky Brian. And everything is oyster, so we don't need to remember what we need for who. Alright, next we need what? Hooked Hand and then Little Lucy. And then we'll head back to the foraging location. Keeping in mind that we need exactly 44 more kelp before we go shell only. Alright, I'm not sure if we make it to Little Lucy in time. It's gonna be close. And we'll give this to Big Sheen. Hope someone just got home. The dog's going ballistic. Every time. A dog cannot live without affection for a single minute. Alright, we made the whole run in 2 minutes. Nice. 10% boosted everything. And the only reason I'm not doing this is I want to gather my own leeks. They're pretty expensive to buy otherwise. It'll give us incentive to actually go do our grind. Alright, back to foraging. And after I get 44 more kelp, we do potato shell only then. And basically we got to do with the method we're doing now all the way to 197. And we still have to do pretty much what we're doing at 197 as well. We might have to go a little bit wider on it. I'm going to prioritize kelp a little bit more. Just so we can get the number that we need, so I can just ignore kelp completely. Because the amount that we need to make doesn't take that long. These are the quicker pots, so you can make how many I have banked in like 4 hours. It's not that bad at all. Honestly, one day of alchemy gets pretty much everything we have banked done. I'm probably going to do it at some point. It's one of the reasons I'm AFKing alchemy right now. I want to get to 219 alchemy so that I can go and actually do everything. Because I'm kind of pivoting off of the whole mining, smithing, grind thing. Since we're just going to completely ignore leaderboard. The actual grind I want to start doing is working towards getting all the levels we need to get everything operational for better EXP. So getting everything we need for all of our chefs stuff. Getting everything we need to be able to do alchemy again, aka AFK to 219, stuff like that. I want to start working on things like those. So whenever we do train something post 200, they're all at the better XP rate. Which means some of my upcoming priorities, not counting combat, because obviously we'll be doing combat and everything. But not counting combat is 226 Fisher, because I need that for the venture, for the oysters that we just bought. But also just to passively get Fisher XP. Beyond that, we need 209 Forager, so we can make 10% pots for Chapter 1. Chef will just keep going, number go up, in case Chef ever becomes viable at some point in the future. Just to future-proof it for its eventual viability. Alchemy to 219, so we can start doing alchemy again. Gather to 208, so we can get the leeks that we need for cooking. 208 for woodcutter, so we can get hickory. 216 for carpenter, so we can do hickory. Mostly 208, and then AFKing it to 216. Which we'll easily get from doing 208 woodcutter. And even doing woodcutter will almost get us all the gather XP too, which is nice. Whatever I don't get, I'll do off a dandelion, so we can make into 12-minute fear potions that we need as well. Beyond that and that, whenever we can get mining and smithing done would be nice, but it is quite a grind. Because I do need to get to 262 mining so that we can do tier 5 Flatiniums. And then at that point we can start training smithing properly again. And everything Chronopolis needs to get to 500. Detective will do while doing combat for the most part. And then that only leaves Merchant Leatherworker that we have to go out of our way for. But in the short term, we don't have to go that far. As worst comes to worst, we really only need, Also, I just realized I didn't pay attention to how many I just banked. Oh no, I don't know how many kelp we need. No! We went over there so I know the exact number, and I forgot how many kelp I just banked on the last run. That's fine, though. But the main ones we need is, like, 310 Leatherworker and 322 Merchant. For perfect bricks, perfect tiles, and all tier 5 hides. But I'm probably going to go deeper than that. Eventually 500 all there. Which is 500 all there takes a while. So it's not like my main priority right now. But middle term, short term goal is 322 and 310. And eventually 500 while doing combat with that. But that would be after the rework, not before. Honestly, I'm even considering stopping to the adventure. As it might be worthwhile just to do raid dens all the way. Even if you're in a dead zone like we are right now. It might still be worth doing raid dens. These raid dens are getting a bit of an interesting buff. The thing about it, though, is your detective XP is not getting that buffed. Your combat XP from them might be. But your detective XP specifically is not that big of a buff towards it. Oh yeah, I need to go try the double potato loop. Also, I have not kept track at all how many kelps we banked. Me going there to check that we need 44 kelp has not helped at all, as I have not kept track at all. Let's see, we're adding another 6. We definitely did at least 4 the other time, which means we need 34 more, roughly. It's fine if we overshoot a little, I just don't want to overshoot a lot. Do I like Tasty or Tassets? What is that a reference to? Or do you mean as a nickname? I don't think anyone has ever said it as anything other than Tacit. Oh, so our next double knowledge point should be our ability to do Fisher. Hopefully I have all the kelp banked by then. Because if I do, then we can start doing a bit of a weird route. Where I start doing potato mana ray into shell. Where we do like 3 shell into 6 potato, 6 mana ray, 6 potato, 3 shell. Is that the full number? I guess technically 2 shell because I'll have the EXP pot on me. Does that work? How does the math on that? That's going to be 3 6s, 2 2s, and 1 optional 1. So yeah, that would work out perfectly if I did math right. Right? Because 3 6s, 18. 2 2s, 22. And then 1 optional shell, boom, 23. You can only grab the shell at one side though, not both sides. You do have to skip 1 shell. Because no equipable potions yet. Otherwise, that would work out perfectly if you had equipable. Oh! The 5% upgrade! Wait. Hold, huge. Almost forgot about that. Let me go grab that. That's a final upgrade pre-200. Oh yeah, let me go check the cooking bounties too while we're over there. Oh no, I forgot to take the initial stat. Though then again, there wasn't really anything good there either. I think there was like 1 half-decent Elo one for Mana Ray, but that's fine. I completely forgot about that earlier, and I don't think I'm going to make it in time. We got like 30 seconds to make it there. It's not too big a deal if we lose it, though. It wasn't that good of one. Like, it wasn't horrible, but it wasn't particularly good either. I don't think we made it in time. That's fine, though. RIP. Yeah, we didn't make it in time. All these are horrible. Oh, we got an easier one for Ella, though. I need to go there anyway, so that works out perfectly. And I guess I'll grab this one for later. Oh, it's Vincible, though. Honestly, I don't like turning into Vincible. I feel like it's a really annoying one to turn into. I try to avoid it pretty often. Alright, I'm just going to turn to Ella because I have to go there anyways to go buy my upgrade, so I might as well. Like, we're literally not going out of our way at all other than to go buy the supplies we need real quick. No, I did not want 6. I guess I'm banking extra. That's fine. I did not mean to get 6. And I'll just grab 6 of all of them. Alright, let's go get our final upgrade. It's gonna cost like 1 point something gold, but that's fine. Gosh, where did our cash stack go? I was supposed to have some money so we can buy a better pickaxe. Where's my money? Whatever happened to all the carpenter money and everything? Where does it keep going? We had like 12, 13 gold earlier, now it's gonna be under 10 again. Oh, you know what keeps eating it, I think? The alchemy stuff. Because I keep saving it all. Because those potions are the best potions in the entire game. So every single hour we AFK, we're losing like 32 silver. But we're getting a potion that's going to be worth over 100 when trading comes out. That is actually so valuable, we're just going to be keeping it for ourselves. Unless it's worth something absurd. Like, if it's worth over 200, maybe I would consider selling it. But I assume it's going to be around 100-ish, give or take a little bit. I feel like it'd have to be 300 or higher for me to sell, though. I would only sell it at 200 if I was really desperate for cash. But if people sell them for under 50, I will literally buy every single one until we have 0 money. I will consolidate my bank to go get more. If they're actually that cheap. As they work on every skill in every chapter. They only work at certain level ranges, but they work on every chapter on every skill. So they're always useful. It's just one of many things we have no clue where the market price is going to be. If it's absurdly high, we'll probably sell. If it's absurdly low, we'll buy. And if it's somewhere in between, I'll just do whatever we need at the time. Either get a few if we need, otherwise just let them just do their thing. Because if the market's actually balanced on it, I'm not sure what I would do with them. Like, let's say they're like 150 each. Like, that's too low for me to sell, but it's also too high for me to buy. It's in a weird in-between. Where it's not worth selling at that number, but it's also not worth buying at that number. As it's too expensive to buy, but also too low to sell. Because let's say they were 150 each. If you ran that for 10 hours, that is 1.5 gold a night. And that's not even counting the XP pot that you'd probably be doing with it. As you'd want to run at least a 5% XP pot with it, if not higher. As they both do stack. Using a +4 boost and a, whatchamacallit, like a 5% boost, 10% boost with a +4. both stacked together. Also, I have completely lost track of how much kelp we need, by the way. I know we started with needing 44. By this point, that has to be like 28-ish. I have lost all resemblance of keeping track of it, though. Hello, Sam. Welcome, welcome. Yes, they did end up changing the obelisk thingy. Though we still don't know what they're going to be doing with the obelisk thingy. Oh, so why have these not respawned yet? There we go. Oh, it's because I didn't go for the kelp. As I skipped over every kelp in that room. But we still gotta wait to see what they do with obelisk. Obviously, it's gonna be one overarching combat. But, we still don't currently know. But now it won't be chapter specific, which is nice. It's just one big skill tree. Which also, of course, fixes it for PvP. So it pretty much fixes it for everything. I'm curious how that's going to affect bossing, though. Because realistically, you'd want to be max combat for doing bossing. Because you'd always want to do whatever the final tier of the boss is. And if it has a static level, you would just want to be able to kill it quicker. So getting max combat's going to be really important for bossing. So once they have everything implemented, aka special attack, skill tree, the merge, we are going all in on getting max combat. But every mechanic has to be in, not just the upcoming mechanic. I'm not going to power grind after the merge, but I will power grind after the merge, special attacks, and skill tree. Yeah, 2,000 levels is really high. It's the equivalence of getting 4 or 500s. Though with special attacks and skill tree, it should speed it up by a decent amount. Likely being even quicker than Merchant to train, once everything is implemented. He's having to get 4 or 500 is hard. But having to do 4 or 500s that are as quick as Merchant is not that bad. If not quicker. But I assume they're going to be, after special attacks and skill tree, about the same speed as Merchant now. Is likely the balance they'll go for. Or still absurdly quick, but it's not so broken that it would unbalance the entire game. Because it's only like getting 3.5 500s or even 3 500s if you look at it like that. Like doing something like 500 mining, smithing, and stonemason would take more time than getting 2,000 combat, most likely. So it's not too bad. Like 4 or 500 sound like it's really bad. But when you compare it to some other skills, it's not going to be that bad. It just sounds kind of intimidating when you say, like, max level is 2,000. Eventually 2,500 by next chapter. But when you actually break it down, it's not actually that bad. It's about the same equivalence time if you did 500 mining and then tried going for 500 smithing and stonemason with your 500 mining supplies. Also, you would make a lot of money doing 2000 combat. Like, I'm talking like a lot of money. Like, we're talking maybe potentially even up to a platinum, especially if player trading is out by then. If player trading existed, you would easily make over a platinum going to 2000 combat level. Even as an Iron Man, you'd probably still get pretty close to it, if not exceeding it. Having so many levels might overwhelm players. I don't know, is it that high? I definitely played games that have had higher than a multi-thousand level cap. Like, even if you do old school RuneScape, like, yes, combat doesn't go that high, but total level still goes like 2277. And keep in mind, this isn't actually raising total level at all. Or, you know, not any higher than it already is. New chapters will, but max total level still stays the same. Alright, we got it. It has been done. Alright, how are we going to go about this now? Do I just keep putting it into fishing? I think I might just start dumping into knowledge points preemptively already. There we go, we got Tiger Ray. It has been done. I don't know, whenever it comes to big numbers in a game, as long as you don't need a letter to abbreviate the number, I think the number isn't too big. Like, that's one thing that I find really annoying with a lot of, like, ultra-idle games that have, like, hundreds, thousands of hours of content, which I got into a little bit several years ago. But my biggest issue with them is if you need to abbreviate a number with a letter, the number is too big. As long as you don't need a letter to abbreviate a number to like 100th power or something, then you're probably fine. Like 1K or, you know, mil or stuff like that, or bill is fine. But if you have enough zeros behind a number, then there's a problem. I think 12 zeros are bigger is when you go too far. As long as you don't go above like 9 or 12 zeros, I don't think the number is too intimidating yet. Because then it just looks like a made-up number. It's just so gigantic. But as long as a game has a number system that has less than 12 zeros, I think the number is fine. They're getting into a little bit sketchy territory when you start getting to like 9-ish zeros. But if you're going like 15 plus zeros, you've gone over the line. Of what is a comprehensible number. Uh, 10% pots are usable at what level? Every level. There's not a single level where XP pots are not worth it. It really just comes down to having the money to use them. But they scale the same amount of level regardless. Their effect at level 20 is the same effect they have at level 375. Like, there's no difference. The amount of XP you're getting is different, but the ratio towards your level is still similar. You have to look less at the XP drop and more at the percent of contribution towards your next level. Also keeping in mind that every level post 200 is like getting 4 levels pre-200. But the ratio that you get towards your level is the same from 20 all the way to 500. in the sense of the usefulness of potions. Pre-20, they're not worth it, I would say. But after level 20, they're as useful at level 20 as they are at level 499. As the ratio of contribution is still very similar. Yeah, they are pretty expensive. I only made like 400 something of them. Because I haven't actually gathered a single one myself. Because you need 197 gathered to get one component and 209 to get the other component. But, honestly, even at that price, they're worth it. Because you can also buy 185 to 200 alchemy that way. So if you're accounting for how much XP you're getting, plus the 10% pots down the line, they're actually not that bad. They're a little pricey, but they are worth it if you're only using them for knowledge points. You shouldn't be chugging them, that's for sure. Do not chug the 10%. There's not a single 10% pot you should be repotting every 2 minutes. But at most you should be using an 8% pot for that. And even that's a little overkill. But 10% pots you should only be using for knowledge points. Ideally double dipping, but you can also single dip them. There are some exceptions to that, like if you're turning in a lot of XP at once. Like for example with Chef. If you're doing a big Chef run like we just did, we used the 10% to go turn in 5 things. And that was worth it. So there are some situations outside of knowledge points, as well as ventures. Ventures are always worth XP potting on. But aside from that, 10% should pretty much only be used on ventures, knowledge points, and really, really, really big turn-ins. If you're doing like merchant or cooking or something else that has like a really big turn-in moment where you're turning in several at once. Well, no, these 10% weren't too bad. I think they were like 20 silver each. Which sounds like a lot, but they were really good XP range at the level range as well, compared to other alternatives. But yeah, I think these are around 20 silver each or so. Buying them outright from the shop. What's the best skill to KP? Generally, whatever your weapon making skill is in Chapter 3. I would say is highest priority. But yeah, whatever your Chapter 3 weapon making skill is, relative to your class. Though keep in mind, doing that has a little bit weirder usefulness after the rework, depending on where your combat is. Because my combat level after the merge is going to be around like level 250, 300 or so, if I do no more combat from here. We're going to be anywhere from like 250 to 400 combat. So we're definitely 200 now, so we technically have 200 all for when we do get these two. But we're going to be somewhere around 250 to 400. We just don't know what the formula is, but somewhere's around there. And I am going to be able to make gear already at like level 1100 something. So I'm already way over geared for smithing right now and mining relative to the new system that they're going to be adding. Like, we have way too high of a mining smithing level already. I still want to get it up a little bit more so we can get up to platinum and everything. But we're actually good on mining smithing for about the next, like, 2 months under the new combat system. As we basically have to get the equivalence of at least 1.5 500s, maybe even 2 500s, before we really need to go and train mining smithing higher. Like, we need to do the equivalence amount of time of doing, like, 2 500 combats before my smithing and mining level need to go higher. Like, it's gonna last way longer than I initially anticipated. Like, absurdly way longer. Due to how the new system will work. So our priority to get mining smithing up has gone down a little bit. We still need to get it up, but the immediacy of getting it up is gone down drastically with the changes that they announced yesterday. Like, it's still good to have high, but we are prepared for like 2 months in advance already, even at our current level. Oh yeah, you would want to do all in on stonemason then, if you're a hammer mage. Though do keep in mind, you do ideally want to have the mining level to support your stonemason. So if you don't want to train mining directly, you might also want to put into mining. Until you get to your next best stone that you need. Because for not guardians, for cryo knights and hammer mages, if you are going only for all stone or all ore, there are some dead zones where you're going to have to knowledge through in mining. Because you're getting the material you don't need. If you're planning on staying Iron Man, you would eventually need to get all of them up, though. But if you're going to be enabling trading, you really only need to get up the one that goes with your class. As the other two are less relevant, since you can just buy the component from other people. You can make a 1,610 weapon so far after the update. Oh gosh, nice. Yeah, I did the math on it earlier. I already forgot what it was. I think it was a 1,1334 star I could make. We did the math earlier, but I can't remember. I think it was somewhere around a 1,013, like a 1,134 or something. 4 star that we could make. Yet our current combat level is only around like 250, 300-ish. Under the new system. If we can make a weapon that's like 2, 3, almost 4 times as good as it. So we should be set for a long while. At least when it comes to weapon and shield. The big issue is going to be armor. But worst comes to worst, the shop in Chronopolis should always offer us an armor piece we can get. Because right now it's annoying because you can do a random chapter. But it will always offer you 1 2-star armor. If that 2-star armor is an upgrade or not isn't within question. But it will always offer you 1 2-star armor that you'll be able to use. That's around where your level range is. So that shop's going to be really useful. Because every 4 hours you can check it for an armor upgrade. Am I going to do 500 watch person? No. I actually plan to do Mind Fighter. I do want to do a little bit of watch person to go get some drops from the Wasp. And test our luck. But if I'm going to be doing any combat before the merge, I actually want to do Mind Fighter since they're nerfing Mind Fighter. They moved one of the material that you get for the Max Fear Potion to Chapter 4. And they moved the best healing potion from Chapter 3 to Chapter 2. So they removed 2 of the best drops in Chapter 3 to other chapters. So it would make the most sense to do Mind Fighter right now. As Mind Fighter is getting mega nerfed after the update. As they move nearly every good drop that Mind Fighter has to a different chapter. Not all of them, but a handful of them. I think we're officially at the point where I don't need kelp anymore after this run. I haven't been keeping track, but we only needed 44 more. And I'm pretty sure we've done 44 in that time. And worst comes to worst, I could just grab whatever the exact number is if I'm somehow like 16 short or something. It's not that hard to go backtrack for them later. So now we're going to go switch into Manta Ray mode. And do shell Manta Ray potato. For this next route. You think I'll make it to top 10 once you do combat? Yeah, we are going to be doing a lot of combat once combat rework gets fully implemented. I don't plan to do it around the time of the merge, though. I need every component before we go all in. Like, I need special attacks, I need the skill tree, I need the merge. But I don't plan to go super heavy into combat after the merge. Because it's only one of, like, 3 components that they're going to be adding. And it doesn't even speed it up at all. It just changes how you do combat. Doesn't really change the rate at which you get combat. But the only exception maybe being raid dens. It might be a good time to go do raid dens around that time. But aside from raid dens, I'm not sure I would be doing any combat until they actually had specs and skill tree. And just raid den to 500 detective while we're waiting for the actual update. And then in the process, we'll get to like 400 or 500 combat. Maybe even 600, whatever it scales to. Alright, that should be the last kelp we ever have to do now. So now we're going to do 2 shell into 6 potato into 6 Manta Ray into 6 potato into 2 shell. Or technically 3 shell. I think this could be our route now. And we do this until we get 197 Forager. Only thing I can see as a problem is the other potato. Do I have to double take that one potato? Because if not, it might have a weird respawn. I just realized I can get rid of my 10% pots. I'm not going to need them anymore. I can actually get that extra shell. I completely forgot about that. Oh, one annoying thing about this, though, it actually does matter how quickly I get the mana rays. Normally it wouldn't. But with the method we're doing right now, it is very important we get all 6 mana rays as quickly as possible. If you're waiting on their respawn, it normally doesn't matter as much. But since we're combining with Forager, it actually does matter how quickly we get them. So I feel like I'm going to be banking slightly too many of this potato. But it is for something post 200 while doing it pre 200, so maybe not. So what am I grabbing here? Just 1 potato? I need 6 shell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Huh. There was still 1 off with this routing. What if I did triple shell at the beginning, I guess? I might have to start with triple shell. Because this was only grabbing double there. So I might have to triple. And also put away the 10% pot, because what we're about to do, we actually don't need 10% pots anymore. If I triple, we're still missing something, aren't we? Yeah, we're still missing 1. Or technically 3. No, we'd be missing 2. Well, let me get rid of the 10% pop because we don't need that anymore. We'll figure something out. We'll make it work. The problem is the inconsistency of the mana ray is the big problem. Hey, by the way, Chino, what are you currently grinding these days? Is my plan post 200 is a little bit of combat to prep, and then I'm probably just going to start wide farming, since mining smithing doesn't matter as much with the new combat rework. Like, the mining smithing I have will last me for like 2 months of combat. It's the equivalent of like 2 500s, which is a very long time. Alright, the potatoes have respawned. So technically I could triple potato here, going the other way around, and then grab triple shell. Because potato's the highest I can get anyways. Okay, so that's what we're going to do then. We're really heavily dependent on the mana ray timer though. Yeah, we're going to start doing that. Gosh, I wish this would stop misclicking. There we go. These little mini objects. But yeah, I think that's the game plan then. 3 shell into grab 2 potato into 6 mana ray into 9 potato into 6 shell into bank into repeat. And basically do that until we have 200. We can change our route at 197 and incorporate nettle. I believe it's slightly worse EXP because it doesn't use trowel. But it is a really good material. It's for the 10% pop, whereas these are only for the 8% pop. Hey, let me go use the 1 point as well. What are we putting this into? I guess for now we start going all in on Carpenter. I never did get the other mining AFK. But I think out of priorities that we have coming in the near future, other than getting all these up. But, do I just get all of them up here? We're going to be getting so much knowledge that I think we do. It's not like we're going to be at 208 anytime soon. I'm just going to start dumping into everything. I want to unlock every passive in the game. And I mean every passive. I want to get true full completion. Even if it's a waste of knowledge for an entire week. Which is exactly what's going to be. But I want true 200 completion. By the time we hit that combat merge. Where we won't just have 200 all, but also every activity touched, including passives. That is the game plan. Today we'll have 200 all. Not counting combat, but combat after the merge, we have 200 combat, so we technically do have 200 combat right now. Is there anything that's kind of logistically off today? We theoretically have 200 all today. I know the 3 combat zones say 200, but after the rework, our combat level is over 200. Barely over 200, but it is over 200. So I count it as success. Because even though the update isn't in the game yet, it is technically our level once it is. It just isn't fully implemented at this exact moment in time. But if we did literally no combat between now and combat rework, we'd be over level 200 without doing any more combat than we already have done. You gotta do guard for money so you could buy enchant tools and EXP pots. Yeah. I've been having a big issue with that on my alt accounts. They're both at literally 0 money. They only have enough to do their AFK activity for about 12 to 13 hours. Because right now they're both at an AFK activity that burns money. And they have no money. So you have to keep just resetting them over and over and over again. I kind of want to puffer eel them so that you can get to the level 25 quests. That one quest that requires 25, what you call it? 25 fishing. I'm currently working them towards that. And I'm just using puffer eel as their moneymaker. Because I do eventually want to finish all quests on them. Is that like ultra high priority? Currently we have 4 quests done on them, but the most noteworthy one being Lost and Found. Because I have Obelisk, Spider Nest, Lost and Found, and main storyline done. Oh, and Matubin's Legacy. So that's 4 quests out of, what, 9? What is that? Yeah, out of 9, they have 4 of them done. So they're basically halfway there. They have 4 out of 9. And if they do the Lost Shipment, that would be 5 out of 9. Or technically 5 out of 10 after they add the next quest that's going to be coming in the near future. The next few weeks or month or whenever they add it. So once I get them Lost Shipment, they'll have half quest completion then. Also, I'm really tempted to do Potato Mana Ray Drop. The only reason I'm not is I need more shells. The temptation is very high, though. The only thing keeping me from doing it is how many periwinkles we have banked. Is not equal to the number of shells I have banked. But if it was, I'd probably just be doing Potato Mana Drop. 6 potato, 6 mana, drop all. Oh, so that's one of the other reasons I want to unlock all the passives now, while we don't have equipable EXP potions, so we don't have to do it later. Because right now it requires 0 inventory to do them, but it requires inventory to hold a potion in your inventory. But it'd be the best to try to get all of them now. It's one of the other reasons I want to go try doing that over the next week. In case they drop out of nowhere the potion equipable quest at some point. They haven't confirmed that 1 to 2 new ones is going to be that. But there's a good chance 1 to 2 new ones is going to be that. Maybe not the first one, but definitely 1 to 2. So I want to have everything that doesn't require it done first. AK dumping knowledge into every single skill. Up to 200. Or whatever level we have it to. They did an all episode XP pot. That would actually be pretty convenient. I don't think they would ever release something like that though. There are pots that work for every chapter. But I'm not sure if they would do a pot that would be like literally every chapter. Because where would they put it? Because literally every chapter means also affects 6, 7, 10, 20, 30,000. You know, whatever chapter they end up going to. Because that would definitely have to be like a boss drop or something. Or a raid drop. If they were to ever even consider such a thing. Like a 5, 6, 7, and 10% pot that works in literally every chapter in the entire game. Would 100% have to be like a high tier raid drop of some kind. Like one of the main rewards. Like not even just simply a reward. It would have to be like the reward of why you would even do the raid. Is just to get that material. It is so broken. As people would kill it literally just for that, even if it had no other drops on the entire drop table. If you got material that would make a 5, 6, 7, and 8 and 10% pot for any chapter simultaneously. Those potions would also be really expensive. Like the 10% would have to be worth at least 100 silver. With how rare they make it and everything. Otherwise it would devalue every other XP pot in the game. Even the 5% would probably be like 10 silver each. Even though the average 5% is like 2 or 3 silver. I could definitely see that being an eventual raid drop though. Or even a boss. But if it is a boss, it has to be the only drop it has. And if it is a raid drop, it has to be absurdly rare to get it. Like every hour you'd maybe get like 1 or 2 potions, if even that, of supplies. Because that's one thing I'm concerned with when they do start adding, let's say, like general loot to bosses and raids. Is I really hope they don't make the skilling material drop like crazy. Because then everyone who goes dry for the items are just going to bring so much of that material into the game. And then it kills doing any skilling at all. I don't mind something that's strong coming from a raid, though. But the frequency at which it drops has to be absurdly low. Like, if you farmed it for 12 hours, you need to leave with, like, less than 50 potions worth of supplies. Across 5 to 10% pots. Maybe at best only, like, 5-10% in that time. Oh yeah, they can always make things like that untradeable. That is true. Even if you have trading enabled, they can always make some items untradeable completely. To not unbalance things. The frequency would still have to be low though. Because it can't be so high that it invalidates doing any other skill. Like forge or gather or stuff like that. So how do we get so much less this cycle? I'm not sure how I feel about the cycle that we're currently doing. It's not ideal. I'm honestly about to just start doing potato into the other thing and just dropping everything. The problem is I feel like I'm still missing so many shells compared to how many I need. That's my big concern right now. Because I think I'm still like 200-300 shells short. And I want to have all my shells by level 200. Just so we don't have to revisit shells at any point. And if we are grabbing them, we just drop them on the ground. Stop moving. Stop moving. Get back here. Stop. Why? Why? Stop it. There we go. Very bad RNG on that one mana ray. I just realized, wow, we're actually getting a lot of XP from Forager. Those fish are only giving us 4k each. We're grabbing a potato for 4.6 right now. Like, we're grabbing a 191 potato for better XP than a 197 fish. Despite the tool being the same amount of upgrade. Because they both should be the same tool right now. Actually, if anything, our trial's actually worse. It's a 20% trowel compared to a 30% spear. Wait, what? Why is Forager so much better? Wait, that's like absurdly better. Why is this so much higher? We have 10% more spear, yet a 6 higher fish is giving like 600 less XP. Despite it being 10% higher and 6 levels higher. They're both 6 nodes, which is the thing that throws me off with that. Like, it'd make sense if one was like an 8 node and the other was a 6. But you get so much better XP from Forager. Forager's peak. I think the main reason for that is a lot of things in Forager are scaled as if you would get 0% bonus. Because a lot of them do give 0% bonus. Whereas fish assume when you're using a spear or something that you're gaining the bonus from the spear. So they give you a bit less XP. Whereas Forager items they actually get a tool for give you a lot of XP. Because even these shells are giving me more XP. I'm getting 4.1, almost 4.2 from a shell. And the fish is only 4k. And this shell's over 10 levels lower than the fish. And 10% less bonus than the fish. Yeah, that's the thing with Forager too. They don't move, so there's no variability to it either. You simply grab it and then boom, XP. I don't plan to do that much, too much post 200 Forager though. With many levels, I plan to only go like a little bit into it. With Forager, I only plan to get 209 for 10% pots between the nettle and the rack. Do nettle all the way to like 209. And then do rack till we have enough to match our nettles. And then never touch Forager again until maybe never. Because I don't see any reason why I really need to go higher than that. Like 10% pots are the only thing we care about there. And after that, there's honestly not a single other reward for the entirety of Forager we care about. Like the very last one is at 209. And the only reason we care about the 10% pots is to boost up alchemy a little bit. And or chef a little bit here and there. I said, hello, No Creamy. Welcome, welcome. How's the mining smithing grind going? I think you're still on track for making top 20. We giving up on that. We're going really wide farm. We're not going to make top 20 for anything. It's been going well. Nice. I do want to do some amount on the mining grind, though. I got to do 247 till 262. And then start getting some of those platinums. It's not super high priority, but it's something I need to get around to. Yeah, currently, Mines of Matubin is the hardest chapter in the game to get 500 all. So anyone who wears the new 500 all cape is mega flexing. I'm even going to be wearing the 200 all Chronopolis cape. I mean, not Chronopolis, I mean Mine of Matubin cape. Just because it's a little mini flex. But the true flex is whoever gets the 500 all Mines of Matubin cape. I think Rockstat and Red Bean are the closest right now. Let me double check. Top players, Rockstat. Let's see. Did he skip on Minefighter? Yeah, he did. Yeah, Rockstat is currently best positioned to have 500 all cape for Mines of Matubin. There's no one closer than him. Because he barely did any combat. He only used 244. Everything else is just purely the skills. Yeah, I only plan to do smithing. I don't plan to do Bone Ray or Stonemason. I was going to let my two alt accounts do that. I'm happy with our 200. Even though you will need it some for Builder, Bone Ray that is. Even though it's used some in Builder. And used some in Delver. I'm not going to be getting Bone Rate above 200. If I want to process any of that, I'll just be giving it to the alt. Because by then, my alt should be able to do better than what we can by then. But it should be about 4 months or so. 3 to 4 months. Probably closer to 4 months. Maybe 3.5. Until the alt account has a higher bone rate than my main account. And that's around the time when next chapter's coming out anyway, so it'll work out. Oh yeah, I absolutely despise the 99 Slayer grind. It was actually the last thing I did on the hardcore. I would have had it done half a year earlier if 99 Slayer didn't exist. Because I kept putting it off to go do collection logging. Because I didn't want to do 99 Slayer so badly. Yeah, 99 Slayer is awful. I'd rather do every non-combat skill in that game to 99 twice over, including rune crafting, than to do even 99 Slayer once. It's even worse on Iron Man because you can't even sell all your spears. They just rot in your bank. And with the way the game's been going, there's almost no best in slots that you even get from Slayer. There's a handful of them, but very rare now. There used to be a lot more back in the day. But there is increasingly less best in slots from Slayer. As all best in slots are being shifted into raids instead. I was like, how did we miss an extra one this time? I don't know how that happened. Oh. Wait, how did I only get 4? That's weird. I think I skipped over a potato. Oh, so I can't wait to that deposit all right-click button. I know that's not high priority for them to add, but the storage rift needs to right-click deposit all so badly. It's something that we'll likely eventually add, but probably no time soon. But nothing will fix gathering skills more than right-click a deposit all. That'd be so convenient, so you don't have to worry with the janky menu coming up. Oh, did he confirm it like a week ago on Reddit? Nice. Yeah, I know they're getting around to it eventually. But the fact that it might be soon, that's really nice. So thank you, Rocky. Yeah, if any of you guys know any information that's mentioned on Reddit or Discord, definitely let me know, because I don't keep up with it at all. But thank you, thank you. Alright, that's huge then. Like, we know they were going to work on it, we just didn't know when it's coming. But if he's showing a preview of it, that probably means in the next week or two. Let's hello Tyrion if I didn't already say hi. Welcome, welcome. More Gems of War live stream for the whole thing. We might go back to streaming Gems of War 3 times a week at some point soon. Technically, I will be streaming it twice this week in the sense that I'll be doing it on Sunday. Because I won't be able to do the Monday stream. So this current week we'll technically have 2 streams for it. A Sunday night I'll be doing a Gems of War stream around like 8-ish. And then a Brighter Shore stream around like midnight. And then record the Gems of War video at like 2 a.m. Because I gotta get everything out the house by like 7 or 8 a.m. And the last thing I'm packing is the computer. Because I'm going to be gone most of the day on Monday and Tuesday. I should be back late Tuesday night, unless it takes them longer than 2 days to finish. But even then, I still got to move everything back into the house. Which is probably going to take a few hours. How is Gems of War balanced between like a decade-long player and newer players? It's not too bad. There's a little bit of a wall as a newer player, but it's pretty free-to-play friendly. Even though it's a free-to-play game with microtransactions, all premium currency can be earned for free. And aside from cosmetics, every single thing can be earned as a free player. There are a few cosmetics that are money-locked. Mostly like some cosmetic pets and some stuff like that. But everything that gives you stats and everything that gives you any progression is not money-locked at all. Like, money would help you get it quicker, but you can get every single thing in the game without ever spending a cent. It might just take a little bit longer. So the biggest issue in early game is more so lack of builds. Because you don't have a lot of options to use. Your stats are also lower compared to people who've been playing for a very long time. But there's a lot of strategies that make it so you can just kill things that are higher than you. It's not like some games where if you don't have like a minimum gear requirement, like even in Brighter Shores, if you don't have like a certain amount of gear, combat's really gear checky in this game. So if you just don't have the gear, you kind of just die regardless of skill. But in Gems of War, there's actually situations where even if you're really underleveled, you could just kill things. As there's things that scale based on enemy stats. There's things that just outright one-shot, stuff like that. So even if your stats are like 10 times lower than your enemy, you can still win a battle. Whereas if you try doing that in Brighter Shores, you are very dead. If you're like 20% less stats in something in this game, you'll probably die. Without special attacks or skill tree or anything currently in the game. In Brighter Shores. Because Brighter Shores is really gear checky. At the moment. That will change a little bit after skill tree and everything. But Gems of War is not really that gear checky at all. Like, you can literally kill enemies with like a full common team if you really want to. Like all low rarity stuff. Four times villager team? No. You still gotta build an actual team. I'm curious to see how Brighter Shores is gonna address that though. Because my biggest concern with that is still PvP. Because PvP, if you don't have all 2000 gear and level 2000, I don't see how you're going to be able to compete in PvP at a high level range. Like, if you want to be the rank 1 PvPer in Brighter Shores, hypothetically, you 100% have to have 2000 combat and full 2000 gear. Just because of how gear checky the game is. Like, if you even had level 1800 with 1800 gear, you're going to be demolished compared to people who have best in slot. And they're sure how they're going to balance that. There's going to be PvP leagues, so at least you won't always have to do that. Like, you'll be matched with people around your level range and everything. But if you want to be, like, true rank 1 PvP, you're going to need to have 2000 combat and full 4-star 2000 gear. And then when Chapter 5 comes out, 2500 combat and full 2500 gear. And then when the next chapter comes out, you need 3000 combat with full 3000 gear. So on and so forth. Going in with anything less than that is just putting yourself at a huge disadvantage. But I'm able to balance PvP in a way where that doesn't matter as much. There's still a lot we don't know with it. Because I would assume that's something that they're doing after the rework. If I had to guess the order of what they're doing now, they're going to implement the entirety of the combat rework, with quests sprinkled here and there. Then they're going to work on, not counting like quality of life or quests or anything, but as far as like big content, it seems like they're working on the combat rework, then probably trading, then probably PvP, then probably Chapter 5, and then whatever else they're doing in between. But those are like the big milestones that they're likely doing in that order. The only one we know for sure is combat is next, of course. But obviously combat has to be before PvP. And I assume trading would be before PvP. As it would make sense to have a trading system before PvP system. Though oddly enough, back in the day he did it the other way around. I am pretty sure. Or actually, could you still trade then? Before banks? I don't remember in RuneScape Classic. I can't remember what came first. Trading or PvP? No, PvP was there at the beginning. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, he actually did implement it beforehand then. Or were they both at the same time? I don't remember. They might have actually both been at the same time. I know you couldn't bank at the time, though. I just can't remember if you could trade. But you could definitely die to someone and lose all your loot. Though they have mentioned that PvP in this game will not be full loot PvP. It'll be like stake-based PvP. Basically staking at a dual arena or something. Like that kind of equivalence. But, yeah, you won't lose any of your gear when you die in PvP. At least with the initial PvP system they're adding. Maybe there will be a feature where you can lose all your loot. But initial PvP is going to be a stake-based system. Not a full loot system. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're going to do with PvP. There will be PvP leagues that will divide people. So you don't have to get max combat to partake in PvP. But if you want to be the highest ranked PvPer in the game, you would, most likely. Like, with what we currently know, you're not going to be able to go down, like, the pure route, for example. Like, there's no such thing as, like, a one defense pure or something like that you could do to PvP. At most, they'll bracket based on level range. But there's still stuff we don't know about it. Who knows, maybe you will be able to do it with a lower level account. In a lower league. Because we don't know what the leaderboard's going to be like. Or even the reward system beyond just staking. Because I hope there's some amount of reward beyond just a leaderboard and getting currency. Because I'm barely going to touch it if that's the only two things they add. If there's no other reward system beyond that. Because then at that point, the only reason anyone's doing PvP is for a leaderboard. Or to gamble. I don't think they mentioned anything about trophies or anything. The only thing we know is that there's going to be a PvP league system. And likely an MMR system based on that. As well as how it brackets you. As well as likely a leaderboard associated to that. Based on your rating. But we don't know of any rewards that you would get from it at all. Beyond leaderboard status. And the money from your enemies. What do I think would be cool rewards? I would like to see PvP specific armor again. He did that last time around with the ancient warrior armor and weapons. Where it was basically armor and weapons that could only be used in PvP. But because of that, they could balance it around PvP and make them really, really broken and not need to worry about their implication in PvM. But it's basically multiple sets of various PvP only armor. Locked only to PvP, that were way stronger than normal gear, but had a really high gold upkeep cost. That when your enemy killed you, they would end up getting that value. So it's really expensive to use, but stronger than normal gear. But only usable in PvP. Beyond that, any amount of cosmetics would be nice. Just something. It needs to have more than nothing as a reward. Because if I was to compare it to old school RuneScape, I would say the best PvP related reward shop is actually by far Last Man Standing. Where it ends up giving you almost exclusively cosmetic items. A few things that are upgrades, but not that big of an upgrade. As well as a very prestigious cape for how many times you've won. Which is almost like the equivalent of reaching like level 50, level 100, level 200, level 500. Except it's based on kill count rather than on, you know, a level. Yeah, you get Rune Pouch from it. It's not the exclusive way that you get Rune Pouch, though, in that game. Like, it's a good reward, but there's other ways to get it. It's not exclusive to the game mode. It's normally how people get it, but it's not the only reward, or the only way you do get it, so I technically don't count it as a reward from that game mode. Even though it is normally used to get that reward. But it's not exclusive to the game mode. We're almost level 197 Forager. Once we get there, we start changing our route a lot. Because we need to start to incorporate nettle. And start doing like 6 nettle, 3 potato or something. And then at that point, we're basically done with shell. Hopefully by then I have enough shells banked. Worst comes to worst, maybe I'll go check once we hit 197. And maybe route a few more shells in real quick. Because I do want to make sure we have enough shells to match our periwinkle. I think we had 860 periwinkle. Unless we checked we had 500 something shells. Actually, I know the exact number. I wrote it here. Earlier, we were 432 shells short of the shell number we needed. So the question is, did we bank that many in that time? And I believe the answer is no. I don't believe we've gotten 432 shells. We definitely got at least a couple hundred, but I don't think we got 432 number of hundreds. I'll go check it once we have 197 Forager. As that determines the rest of our routing all the way to 200, 200. Hello, Isabel. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. I just realized I never first time bonused the bass yet, have I? We're gonna do that real quick. Oddly enough, I think this is the bass for my current contract. I'm just gonna drop it though. If I was getting a bunch of them, I would, but it's only one. Just doing that for the first time bonus. One step closer to our level we need. I've been doing pretty good. It is our 100th stream of Brighter Shores in a row. And we're going to reach 200 all today. Because after the combat merge, we're going to be over level 200 for combat. So even though those levels don't say 200, we're still technically 200 all right now. Because our combat level post-merge is over 200. So I count that as us being over 200 combat right now. Yep, another fishing level 2 to go. Until max level. Well, not max, but you know, 200. And then we only have one skill to finish 200 all. Forager. I did not expect Forager to be my last 200. That definitely would not have been my first or even fifth guess as to what would be our last 200 skill. But yeah, it's going to be Forager. Is the final one. I guess technically combat if you count the merging as us getting 200 combat. But I count that as us already having it. Though theoretically, it doesn't say we have 200 combat until after the merge. Yeah, we dropped the bass. Actually, one of these even have the name of Drop the Bass, I believe. I can't remember which one it is. Where is it? There's one that has a really funny name. That is basically just Drop the Bass. Yeah, Drop the. Oh wait, that was the Drop the Bass. I just dropped the Drop the Bass. That's funny. That was actually the exact bass we just dropped. Oh, that's really funny. But yeah, the bass that I just dropped, these drop the. That's really funny. But that one bass right there, look. It's the Drop the Bass. But yeah, we dropped the bass. They know what they're doing. But that was the one bass we dropped. They dropped the bass. That's really hilarious. I didn't even notice that. I knew there was one that was named it. I didn't realize the bass that we just dropped was the Drop the Bass. They know what they're doing. What am I drinking? Oh, Liquid Death. Their raspberry one. I've been doing it as my iced tea alternative lately. Just for when I'm too lazy to make my own. Because I've been looking for a lower sugar alternative for it. It seems like the best solution for it. But yeah, I've been doing raspberry liquid death as my tea alternative lately. Oh yeah, you're gonna hear a lot of squishing. Today's the last day of the squishing. Because I'm not touching Fisher and Forager for a very long time. I do need to get them slightly higher, but no time soon. Unless they start adding more venture slots or something. Because the only time I need to do Forager is when I start running out of my 10% pots for Chapter 1. I just still have like 300 banked or 200 something. So I'm not running out anytime soon. I haven't even used half my stack yet. And I won't have to do Fisher until they add more ventures. In which case we do have to do 226 Fisher again. Or, you know, from 200 to 226. We don't have to do that for a while, though. As they would have to add at least one, if not two more venture slots to the game before I would need to go get Fisher to 226. Stream just died. But yeah, wait, is it back yet? Is it back? Come back, stream. Is it still dead? Why is it still dead? Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello. Hello? Why is it still dead on my playback? Stream, stop dying. You done dying, stream? I think it's done dying now. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, we're technically not drinking any potion right now because we're just dumping all of our knowledge into passive activities. But yeah, I'm not sure why my internet's been doing that the last few days. It's been cutting out a lot randomly. Not where it goes completely down, but where it lag spikes. Which is enough to make OBS go down for a moment. I know it's a joke. Still taking it seriously, though. Oh, our Drop the Bass is still there. I still can't believe they named it this. And I can't believe I dropped it. Without even realizing that that's the Drop the Bass. That's really funny. I still can't believe they named it that. It's even worse that I actually dropped one just for the first time bonus. Because I don't actually need them. This is not post 200 fish. Technically, we need it right now, but I believe we stop needing it the second we get a new dish. So it's not worth banking. The You're Right Flatniums. Yeah, they love doing word puns like that. There's a special name for when you do stuff like that. I forget what it's called. But when a word sounds like a phrase. It's probably the most infamous one in old school RuneScape that they did last time around was Nazy and gosh, what's the other one called? Nazy and the other place. Or no, it's not, and yes, it is. Oh yeah, Yatizo. For no, it's not, and yes, it is. With two different competing islands. That are literally called No It's Not and Yes It Is. But spelled slightly differently, so it doesn't look like it. Yeah, they love doing that a lot. Sometimes it's not as subtle, like Drop the Bass, like we just had there. Like, that's not subtle at all. But they've done some really subtle ones in the past, including in Brighter Shores. Like, probably some of them I haven't even noticed yet. Drop the Bass is a little on the nose, though. That's not really hiding it much at all. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Paul Gower is responsible for like 90% of names in this game. Because I know he's responsible for like nearly 100%, if not 100% of the lore in the game. As well as writing all the lore. as well as all the storyline and dialogue. So he's probably responsible for a lot of the references as well. So after we finish 200 all, I think we're going to kill some wasps. We'll be using the ultra cheese weapon, or cheese method, with video proof, so we'll see how long it takes until we get banned. The fact that it hasn't been fixed in 100 days, I assume it's fine. I mentioned that like a month or two ago, that if it's not fixed in a month or two, we're just going to do it. Today's that day. It seems slightly exploity, but it hasn't been patched. So I assume it's just a mechanic at this point. It's not that exploity though. I've heard there's a way to 1 to 0 it. I'll be doing 1 to 1, so it's still fair. At most, we're only getting in like 2 free hits. And the ability to heal without being attacked back. So it's not that bad. We're still taking damage and everything. I'm still gonna have to waste 1 heal pot every fight. So honestly, banking only 1 singular kelp is probably so not worth it. I keep doing it. Luckily, our route changes a lot at 197. And then we could refine it from there. These 197s are final upgrade till 200, 200. So I'm curious what the state of our shells are. Last I tallied it, we needed 432 more. I have not been keeping track at all how many shells we've banked since then. I made the mistake of buying a lot of 5% pots. Honestly, I could easily go through 3k of them. You'd use like 30 of them an hour. If you repotted every time. So that's technically 100 hours of pots. Actually, I need to go do that at some point. Buy a bunch of 5% for every chapter. Except for chapter 1. Just because I already have so many pots made because of forging. Because you get a ton that supply. Like every single one of these shells is an 8% pot for chapter 1. So I don't need to buy 5% for chapter 1, but for chapter 2 and 3 and 4, I still need to stock up. Because it will eventually run out. But the chapter 1 pots are pretty useless just because of how forging works. Despite them being the cheapest, they're also the least useful, as the accessibility of all the other pots is so high. Whereas not quite the case for every other skill in the game. But it's because of how much it's integrated into Forager routes. You get a ton of EXP pots while doing 200 Forager. Not even post 200, just 200 alone. You get everything you need for every pot except half of the 10% pot. Whereas a lot of the other potions, to even get the 8 or 10%, you have to go like 3, 4, 500 into the skill. Like 3, 400-ish. But for Forager, you nearly have all of them done by 200. So if you're going to mass buy them, just don't buy Chapter 1. Chapter 2, 3, and 4 all work, though. But do not buy Chapter 1 pots. Chapter 1 5% are pretty bad. You can still buy some as you need them, obviously, but you shouldn't stockpile Chapter 1 pots. It's like the only 5% you shouldn't stockpile. And the best one to stockpile, oddly enough, is actually Chapter 4. The main reason being is every single Chapter 4 potion requires ventures that are time-locked. So it is the least efficient potion to make out of any of them. Even though it's the most expensive potion you could buy right now, it's actually your best value relative to what it does. And people will need it for Leatherworker and eventually Merchant once you can equip them. Because you pretty much want to be 5% potted for every Merchant turn-in ever, once they're equipable. Because if you are 5% boosted for your entire Merchant grind, that saves about, how many hours? It saves about 15 hours, roughly. I guess technically closer to 20. But it saves about 20 hours. If you are 5% potted the entire time while doing Merchant. That's not realistic to do right now because they're not equipable. But once they are equipable, having 5% pots your entire grind saves anywhere from 15 to 20 something hours on your way to 500. But right now they're not really that viable due to the whole equipping situation, or lack thereof. But once they are equipable, that's around a 20-hour save. At the cost of around... How many is that? What is 400 times... let's say 25, because you're not going to be potted the entire time. What is... 400 times 25... 10,000. Someone going for 500 Merchant, boosting the entire time, pretty much, would go through about 10,000 5% pots. Just for Merchant. I think they're like 3 silver each. Which means they would go through 30 gold worth of 5% pots. Like slightly more than that. Which sounds like a lot, but you do make a lot of money for Merchant. That's not even 10% of the money you make while going to 500 Merchant. Forget how much you make, but I know for sure it's more than 300 gold. So it sounds like a lot, but it's only cutting into like not even 10% your profit. And it saves around 20 hours. But it requires the potions to be equipable to properly do it. You can still do them slightly now, but it generally wastes some amount of time more than if they were equipable. It's one of the reasons I kind of want to hold off on the Merchant grind. The main thing I'm waiting for is the potions being equipable. So we can start 5%ing them for every turn-in. Without worry of juggling a potion or having to go out of our way for a potion or anything else. Whenever we need them, we simply just sip it from our storage, or, you know, from our equipped tool belt or wherever they put it. But you go through about 30 gold worth of 5% pots during the 500 merchant grind. If you were to be boosted the entire time. And that's with the current price. That's before the price hike. Assuming they do get price hiked. So if you were to mass buy any one potion, I would definitely say buy Chronopolis potions. If you're going to mass buy any one 5% pot, with the intention to sell it later if it gets price hiked, Chronopolis 5% would be the best one. But they're also the most expensive one. But the margin should be pretty good. Because right now they're like 3 point something. If they go up to 5 each, you'd be able to make 1 silver each potion. I said, hello, Phil. Thank you. Yep, we're at 100 days in. And we're still going strong. And hopefully in the next few days, we can hopefully get a 100-day video out. Not 100% sure if I will be able to. Just because there's a bunch of packing I have to do this weekend and other stuff. But hopefully, fingers crossed, this Saturday will be the 100-day video. And obviously, this is the 100-day stream. So we're not really doing anything special other than getting 200 all. Which I guess is somewhat special. You know, the goal that we've been working at for like 100 days now, we finally achieved today. I count it as true 200 all today as well, because after the combat mention yesterday, the way that they're merging combat, we will be over level 200. So even though our current combat doesn't say 200, we are indeed, after the merge, over level 200 combat. So I count that as 200 all. It just doesn't display it currently, but the second the update happens, we will be 200 all. Like, if I did no combat between now and then, I'd still be level 200 combat or higher. So I count that as us having it now. Because even if we don't touch combat at all, we're still 200 combat or above right now. It's just the update itself hasn't actually integrated into the game yet. I do hope sometime before the update they do a combat calculator, though, so we can figure out what our new combat level will be, so we don't have to speculate on what on earth it's going to be. Also, what on earth was that pathing? What on earth just happened? The amount of things that went incorrectly there is so high. Also, one more foraging level and I can finally go do a good route. Because then we can start doing, like, nettle potato. I do want to check at 197 how many more shells I need, though. As I do want it to match how many wall plants we need, ideally. All I know is that we were 432 short earlier, but I have no clue how many we have gotten in that time. Also, I still can't believe it's been 100 days. 100 days of Brighter Shores. Now for another 100, and another 100, and another 100. Honestly, eventually that will say 1,000. Honestly, at this point, especially where the poll is going currently, we might just keep numbering up forever. Maybe at some point we'll stop numbering up. But imagine if we hit day 1,000. Day 1,000 of consecutive streams. The only problem with that is there will be some days we won't stream during that time, but I might still just keep numbering it. Even if we don't stream necessarily every single day. Because there will definitely be weeks where I won't be streaming. If I'm going to see family or anything else. Because I normally try to see family for at least 1 week every year. Plus other things that might come up where we might not be streaming, like next week. Well, I'll still try to stream every day. Monday and Tuesday, I'm gone like almost all day. And if they have to work on a third day, then that Tuesday I probably won't be able to stream at all. But if they do get it done in time, we will have a stream very, very, very late on Sunday into Monday. And very, very, very late on Tuesday night. Which would technically still be a Monday and Tuesday stream. Technically. It'll be very short though, like an hour. Just to kind of check in. See how the combat grind's been going. Because of course, I'll still be able to grind every day. Even if we're not streaming it. It's just sometimes things will come up that will make it not possible to stream. Or have to stream way less in a given day. But every day we're still going to be on the grind. This might not all be streamed. Even lately, we've been streaming quite a bit less, but still grinding just about as much. Mostly because we've had a lot of really AFK grinds, like the fishing grind. Where you just click on every fish and then wait, and then click on every fish and then wait. So I'm going to stop grabbing the kelp. I'm pretty sure we have way more than enough at this point. If anything, I might need to buy a full inventory of wall plant or two. Because it's not worth doubling back on them. So if I got too many, I'll just have to buy an inventory or two. It's not that big a deal. Those are actually pretty useful too. Those are used for 32% heal pots. They're the second best healing potion in the game. And the most amount of healing you can make per hour. By quite a margin. Because if you compare it to a 35% pot, and you're just looking at pure amount of healing per hour, or, you know, being made, you're making 200-something 32% compared to only 100-something 35%. So you're getting way, 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 way more per hour. As each potion is only slightly worse than 10%, but you're making twice as many of them. So how much more healing is that? Let's say it's 200 or 100. I know that's not the exact numbers. But let's say it's exactly 200, 100. What does that come out to? I'll go do the math on that real quick. If you did 200s at 35%, or 32, so 200 times 32 compared to 100 at 35. Wow, that is a huge difference. You're making 2,900% more healing per hour by doing kelps. That is actually insane. Doing kelp wall plant is 2,900% more. Like basically the ability to full heal 29 times full over. More than the other potion. Like 290 times more full heals. That is so many. Oh no, I was right the first time. No, 29 more full heals compared to the other one per hour made. Because doing the ones that we're doing now is 6,400 compared to 3,500. The difference with the other ones is you heal more every single time by 3%. So in like super endgame stuff, that would matter. But the actual amount that you make per hour is way worse. Especially compared to XP pots, where it's a disparity between like a 10% and 8%. But for a heal pot, it's a way lower disparity. The things that we get from the kelp, they're 32% compared to a 35%. Which is less than a 10% difference compared to the other things that are like a 25% difference. If you're counting the difference between an 8 and a 10. With a very, very small increase for healing pots. But that little bit of difference could make a difference when you're doing like endgame content. You know, the endgame content that currently doesn't exist. Because that's where its real value comes in. Not in how much healing you get from it per hour, effectively. But from the fact that 3% when you're doing like endgame content is the huge difference in healing. So if you really wanted to min-max something, you would be going for those better pots. But for most content, you're not going to need 35% heals compared to 32% heals. You know what? I'll keep getting them then. Because they're actually not horrifically bad XP at this level range. At a certain point, they will be. But at this current point, they're not. So I'm actually going to keep grabbing the kelp. Because these things actually are pretty good. I can't remember how much they cost, but it's a scary enough number that gathering them is nice. I know whatever the number is kind of scary. I want to say it's almost like 8 each or something. 6 each. Like, it's a big enough number to be scary. Compared to what the heal pot effectively does. Like, it's high enough that you definitely wouldn't want to buy both ingredients. Buying one ingredient isn't as big a deal. But buying both is way too pricey. Let me double check. How much is a kelp? Silver kelp. Silver kelp. Yeah, 7.42. You do not want to have to buy those. That is way too expensive. That's just one ingredient. That's not even counting the other ingredient. Just the cheaper ingredient alone is 7.2. Each one of these little kelp thingies. But it makes sense. It makes the second best healing pot in the game. And the highest ratio of healing per hour. The only problem is they're only worth foraging at a given range. By the time you hit like 220, 230 forager, you probably never want to touch one again. Is the XP that you're getting from them is just way too low to justify grabbing them. But we're currently at a level range where they're not horrifically bad to touch. But by about 220 forager, you would never want to touch one again. Because they're way too low value. Honestly, even push to 100, you probably would never want to touch one again. So it makes sense to still grab them now, but won't ever touch them again later. Because even though they're worth 7 point something, their XP gain is going to be so low compared to what we could be taking later down the line. Even by 209, they're basically completely dead content. Compared to routing some kind of nettle rack route. Especially since they're not boosted by any tool. Like, these potatoes and shells are. But the rock thing that we keep grabbing is not, the kelp, is not boosted by anything. It's only a 161. And it never upgrades again, ever. At least in the current state of the game. 161 is as high as it goes. So gosh, we're getting so close. Come on, we're almost there. Half a foraging level and we'll go do the other route. I do want to go check our chef run at that time though. Honestly, I should probably go check it now actually. Because we can check a double board if we take it after next cycle. Before the next hourly reset. We got to get there within like 8 minutes. So I'll probably do one more rotation. And then go teleport to Hopeport. Which I'm going to do something weird. I'm going to do a shell kelp only run. Like we were before. Just so we can teleport straight to see how much stock we need of everything. But then again, if we're going into both locations, I guess it doesn't matter as much. I just feel like anytime I go into the chef place, I should be buying ingredients. Just so we don't need to go back for it. Let's go there now. Rather get there too early than too late. But yeah, I think what I'm going to do is keep buying the lobster ingredients or something. The problem is, unfortunately, you can't buy 888 for some reason. You gotta do them 6 at a time. Even though there's almost no situation you'd ever buy them 6 at a time. As for the cream itself, you need 888, not 666. Alright, two things I want to go check. One is not that. We have enough kelp, right? We need 855, or sorry, 885. And we have, yes, 960. Perfect. Alright, what about the other one? What is the other one? Let's see. What even is the other one? Oh, yeah, 822. Yeah, I still need more shells. Really? I need 822 to match my, whatever my periwinkle is. Where's my periwinkle? Periwinkle, where are you? Periwinkle? Blind? Oh no, where do you put periwinkle in alphabetical order? Am I going crazy? There it is, 960. Yeah, I'm still really short on shells. I still need, what is that number? I need, what is that number? 960 out of that is 138. I still need 138 more shells. Really? Hello, Josh, and thank you. Yep, day 100. What's kind of funny is I got exactly 960 shells last time, 961. It's kind of funny because I need that number again. But yeah, I'm 138 shells short is the bottom line. Okay. So I need to somehow scrap together 138 more shells before we move on to nettle. So I might just start counting them. I just start doing shell into the other thing because I think I'm good on potatoes now. Because I'm already past when I need the other potato. So I think I have enough potatoes banked. Let me just double check. Are we good on potato? We should be. Yeah, 258. That should hopefully be enough for all the cods. Let's hope so. We'll find out when we run out. But that should hopefully be enough. Alright, let's go head over here. Are we obsessing with 200 plus combats? Well, after the combat merge, our combat level right now is over 500. I mean, over 200, I mean. So I'm technically counting as 200 all today. It was originally 200 all non-combat, but after yesterday, given the changes, we actually are over 200 combat technically right now. Like, the number doesn't say that we are, but we are. Effectively. I just realized I could buy fish the other way around. I never thought about that until literally just now. Every time I go over to the foraging location, I can buy fish. Well, I actually like that gameplay loop here. Like having to constantly keep restocking stuff. I never really looked at Hopeport cooking that way. But now that I don't care about cluttering that bank since it's already cluttered, we're definitely going to need to start playing it that way. But my current game plan for combat is after the merge, we'll be around like level like 200, 300, 400 combat with what we currently have distribution-wise. I do plan to do a little bit more combat before then to bring it a little bit higher. The main ones being Chronopolis a little bit for some better gear, as well as Mind Fighter maybe to like 200, 220, 250, we'll see. So I do plan to get it up a little bit. But even if I don't touch it at all right now, we should be over 200 combat after the merge. No, I won't be going for 2,000. I'm just waiting for every update before we do 2,000. But I will be going for 2,000. Yeah, having to do 30, 30, 40, 40 before was definitely easier than what they have now. What they have now is pretty high. Alright, the only problem now is I'm now here 4 minutes too early. What do we do about that? Time to do some eel puffer dough. I guess I'll just cook some normal bacon sandwich or something. Because we gotta burn a little bit of time, and I don't want to burn any of our alchemy time that we need for the passive. So I guess we'll just do some bacon until the contracts are ready. Which is not ideal, but we don't have too much of a better option. Bacon, bacon, bacon. Because I want to save all the lobsters for when we actually need them for tasks. Yeah, so we just gotta do bacon until the reset in like 4 minutes. The only reason I don't want to do potions right now is I want to get all the way to 219 doing only the passive. As this potion is pretty much like the best potion in the entire game. You can only make it from 200 to 219. You do get to do it again a little bit later. But the problem with this potion is it costs more to make and has almost no additional benefit. I think it's like 30-40% more expensive. It has almost no benefit over the +4. It's still worth making, but it's not as good a ratio of value compared to the other one. Do we add viewers? Oh yeah, we could add you. What's your name in game? Yeah, I've been trying to clear it a little bit. The main reason we don't add too often is because our list is full. If any of you guys are actively playing, yeah, let me know. We'll get you added. I try to clear it out every now and then. Jojo? Could you add me? Our name is Tacit in game, and I'll just go and accept it real quick. Because it ruins our action whenever we go and do that. If you could add Tacit real quick, T-A-C-E-T. I'll go add you then. There we go. Is the bounty board ready? No, I think we have to do one more set of bacon sandwich. That's fine, though. Jojo. There we go. You have been added. After this set, we'll be able to take our contracts, and then we'll go finish out Forager Fisher. And we did the math. We need 138 more shells. So I'm going to try to keep track and just do, like, shell kelp. Yeah, shell kelp. Because if we get excess kelp, that's fine. Because that means making those potions is, like, buying a 32% for, like, 8 silver. Because that's what you need for the other thing, right? Let me double check. If I get the kelp myself, how much does the scarlet thing cost? Oh, it's cheaper. It's only 5.7. Perfect. Oh, that works out perfectly then. Because how much does he cost for like a 25%? Doesn't he charge like about that much? Like 5 or 6 silver for 25%? Because I'd be making 32% for the same cost as a 25%. And getting alchemy XP along the way. The only problem is it's not instant, but you can still make 200 something of them an hour. Like, it's not that slow. Also, it's pretty AFK as well. It's not the best XP rate at our level range, but at 219, I'll go process them all. It does require a little bit of time, but you're buying them... You're basically getting a 32% for the same cost as a 25% in that situation. As long as you get the kelp yourself. So having to buy extra of those isn't going to be that big a deal later down the line. I can't do them until 219 though. But I will make it so we have over 1,000 32%, which will last us for a really long time. Because I don't plan to use them under more combat. Alright, let's go see what our contracts are. Come on, something good. Gotta slowly work Chef up in case it's ever viable. Show me a number. Anything worth taking here? No. Every single one of these I hate doing. Especially for this many numbers. Yeah, I think this is a hard pass. Only one I might take is that one, oddly enough. As this is actually really good XP rate. It's actually slightly better than Bacon Sandwich. If you buy them. But yeah, that's something I need to start doing. I didn't even think about until just now. If we're going by that storage rift, I can actually buy a full thing of fish as I go to the storage rift. And in this case, lobsters. As lobsters right now is actually our best XP rate of anything we can make that doesn't burn infinite money. Just because the lobsters are so cheap. For whatever reason, they're only like 2.6 each. Compared to our average fish right now, that's like 6 to 9 right now. Alright, so we got one goal. I gotta go get 138 shells on the dot. Technically, it's fine if we go, I guess, slightly over. But I need 138 shells. So let's start doing them. You need like a shell telly. And I will be getting some excess kelp along the way, but it's fine. This is more healing pots for later down the line. Don't immediately need them, but I will be thankful that we got them at some point in half a year from now. This won't affect us much in the short term, but in the long term, we will be glad we grabbed these kelps at this level range, because at a higher level range, they're not worth grabbing. At this level range, they're still barely worth grabbing. Alright, so the game plan is we're going to just do kelp and shell until we have the last of these shells banked. That is the current game plan. How many shells are we getting per set? Because we're doing 666. And then the 3 kelp. So yeah, we should be getting 18. Which means we have to do this... what is 138 divided by 18? We have to do this 8 times, and we'll have a little bit of excess, but that's fine. But yeah, I gotta do this 8 times. So that's all we have to count for then. If we do this 8 times, we have enough shells. And then by then, we should hopefully have 197 foragers so we can do the real route. So how come my other shell hasn't spawned yet? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Oh, did I take them on my way in? Oh, that's probably what happened. Yeah, what's going on with the kelp to shell ratio going on here? It's like all off right now. All right, 1 down, 7 to go. Also, hello, Amber, and thank you. Yep, 100 streams in a row. And we're still going strong. We'll have 200 all today. If you count our combat merge of having over 200 combat after the merge. I'm counting it. It's not in the game yet, but it's coming soon, TM. It's pretty much in the game. Give it a week or two, it'll be there. But if we did no combat between now and then, our combat level would be over 200. So I'm counting it. Though I will be doing some combat between then. Not to get 200 all, but to prioritize the things that are worth prioritizing before combat. That being a little bit of watch person and a lot of mind fighter. Because from what I can tell, Mind Fighter is getting mega nerfed. Anyone who did 500 Mind Fighter won the RNG lottery on what on earth was the most efficient thing to do before the combat rework. As anyone who's mostly just been doing Mind Fighter did it correctly. Because you get so much less alchemy supplies from Mind Fighter going forward compared to now. They are mega nerfing Mindfighter when they did the merge. As they're spreading the drops across most of the chapters. Which means if you already did it, you get to double dip a lot of those resources. Because you got to do it on your way to like 500 Mindfighter, but then also again for the change. These will be adding it to other chapters. So whoever got 500 Mindfighter, you won the RNG battle. Assuming you were banking everything. Alchemy related. And the main people who lost were, I would say the one that loses out the most is if you already did 500 Scout. 500 Scout probably lost the most. And 500 Mindfighter won the most. Compared to if you did it before the combat merge. Yeah, let me go put this away. Right, I think we have 6 more left. We should probably keep a tally on marked down so I don't forget. Let me keep updating a number so I don't forget how many more we have to go do. Because the whole reason we're even doing this rather than the better XP method is I want to finish out the shells real quick. Alright, so we got to do 6 more inventories. And we should be good. At 2 to 4 hours a day, you got to what, level 1,129? That's still pretty good. Honestly, anything like around 1,000 or higher is pretty solid right now. Because so far, my 2 alt accounts that basically just AFK'd, they've done a little bit more than that. But like the bare minimum of them since day 1, they're currently at like 600 and something. Like 630-ish? Or was it 530-ish? One or the other. But anything above that is definitely ahead of the average curve then. Because that's basically where you would be if you pretty much only check dailies since launch. They've done a little bit more than that, but they're basically just check daily only since launch. So anything above like 700 right now is still really, really good. Because it's still ahead of the curve. Well, it's not really any kind of specific thing. I just kind of been using those accounts as a benchmark. In the sense that they're about how far our account would be progressed if you only check dailies. Like if all you do is maintain dailies and check your ventures, check your you know, your 24-hour daily or however long you do the daily thingy, and keep maintaining them and keep upgrading them. I kind of been using those 2 accounts as like the benchmark for that. I think they're at like 530 right now. Or 630, whatever it was. Which is pretty much just checking dailies only. And maintaining them. And they've been running since like a few days into the game. Of course, not everyone started exactly on day 1, though. Hello, Hexa. Welcome, welcome. How long have you been gathering for? How do you not get bored? Honestly, foraging's pretty fun. It's the most amount of variance of any gathering. There's a lot of fun routing that you get to do. And you can kind of reroute based on what your needs are. Like, I'm actually doing something slightly worse right now just because I actually need the shells to finish out how many I need for the other potion. So we're taking a little bit of a hit to EXP just so we can get the last of the shells we need. Gotta do 5 inventories more and then we can go to... finish out Forager then, properly. And after we get 200 Forager, we'll go finish out Fisher just by spamming Mana Rays then. I don't think I'm going to bother banking the Mana Rays, though, when we do spam Mana Ray. I'm just going to drop them on the ground. I'll bank the very last set we do of 24. But everything along the way, I'm just going to drop on the ground when we do Mana Ray only to finish out 200. Is the amount that I have banked will last us a little bit. I think we banked like 138 or something. And with another 24, that should be a solid 150 banked. That's not going to last us forever, but that should last us a good week or two. Yeah, you can catch up pretty quickly. Definitely advise getting base 20s if you haven't already. But beyond that, making sure you have 2 ventures set up is really helpful too. You check them twice per day, because they give you a lot of XP for very little effort. The easiest one to get set up is getting 39 fishing and just doing a double fishing venture. What's another easy one? Merchants at 21. Though the reward for it's not the greatest. Nor the EXP. The next easiest is probably 34 Detective if you've been doing any amount of AFK raid dens or raid dens in general. Or Detective in general. And that would also be the same combo that we have set up right now, just at a lower level range. But, yeah, 34 Detective. Not 34. 43 Detective is when you get access to the other one. Which is a little deep, but, it allows you to constantly keep getting free Detective XP. You have 0 across the board in Chronopolis? Oh, no. The most useful thing in Chronopolis initially is definitely Detective. You need 83 Detective to be able to use every shortcut in the city. Which is a little high, but you can do AFK raid dens, which are pretty strong. And by AFK, I mean like active AFK. You can AFK them for like 2 or 3 minutes. They're pretty nice. So what should you shoot for doing quests in order? Main quests would be Obelisk first, then Spider Nest, then Matubin's Legacy, then Spirit Essence, then probably Lost Shipment. The reward's not good, but it's pretty free. And then from there, you kind of prioritize them based on what you want. But Obelisk, Spider Nest, Matubin's Legacy, and Spirit Essence are pretty nice to get done. Obelisk is just free XP and is basically a tutorial on how this stuff even works. Spider Nest is basically required to play the game, and you need it to even get to Chapter 5 and finish out Chapter 4 quests. This is actually required for storyline progression. Matubin's Legacy gives you, what you already did based on that one venture, but it gives you that one venture and quite a few other benefits. It's probably one of the most feature-completed quests in the entire game as far as how much content you unlock for doing it. And Spirit Essence you get almost nothing for, but it allows skipping a lot of detective levels. If you do it at the exact level range where you can start the quest, I think it gives you like 3 detective levels from like 31 to 34. It's a really nice boost. There's pretty much almost no reward from the quest itself though, other than the safe spot that we're going to be using on the wasps in a little bit, once we have 200 all. But the reward is pretty lackluster for the quest. It's mostly just to skip a lot of detective levels, is the main reason why it's done. Oh, did I forget to update my number? Oops, I forgot to update my number. Whoops. I forgot to update it now. Okay, we should only have to do 4 more, and then 3 more after this one. And after that, we can go to Nettle. Sure what my Nettle route's going to be. I might even just grab 6 Nettle and just drop the Bell Plant or something, whatever's nearby for good XP. I just spam Nettle only. Because I will need those for 10% pots later. We'll eventually have a wider route that will start going for them, though. There's just nothing on that wider route that I really need at the moment. Like, more potatoes we don't really care about at the moment. The fish is too far out of the way. Any small, like, plus 50 pots are definitely not worth it. Until we can boost them to plus 70. Even then, I'm not sure we'd really go for them that much. Well, I guess you would. I'd probably go for the water lily so we could get the plus 70 cryopot. The problem with that is water lily's not to like 200, 300 something. Because the water lily in question is level 302. Which is no time soon, to say the least. Oh, you're doing all the quests in order? Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, my bad. I thought you were asking what would be a good order to do them in. Oh, does that mean you haven't done Lost and Found yet? Is that why you're still in Chapter 3? Because, yeah, that quest is pretty long. It took Ave Kane for an entire month for my alt accounts to get it done. They started working towards it in January and only just got it done like 2 days ago. When we did it on stream the other day. But they had to AFK for it for like 1 month and 1 week before they had the requirement for that quest. It was so long. It was definitely worth it though. But it took absolutely forever. Oh, yeah, you pretty much only have Stonemason left then. Well, I guess a little bit of smithing as well. Oh yeah, and Minefighter. You can technically get past the Minefighter requirement with 113 Alchemy, though I don't think most people bother doing it that way. I mostly mention that because of the combat merge. The 113 Alchemy takes forever to get, though. Let me grab these 3, and then 3 more inventories to go. Now let me go update the number. Not sure if I've lost track or not, but oh well. If we grab too many, it's not too big a deal. I believe we're at 3 more inventories at this point. After we bank this. You're dumping all knowledge points into smithing? Yeah, that's generally the way to go about it. Even those 3 skills in general are just so good in knowledge. Bone rate, smithing, and stonemason in general. But particularly for the quests. Because they take a while to get up. But my plan for when we do go back to alchemy at 219 is all these shells that we're gathering now, I'm going to run these first. So we can start chugging 8% pots while doing all of alchemy. And then regardless of what potion we ever make, we just chug an 8% pot while doing it. As the 800 something of these that we got will last us for How many hours of alchemy is that? Let me break that down. Maybe I should wait for some of the higher potions first. Like post 200 potions. Never mind, maybe I actually do wait on them. I could still make them immediately, but I might want to wait till the post 200. Because let's say we use about 20 of them per hour. That would only last like 40 something hours. So that's way more than how many we have. Though some of those would be 10% and stuff like that though. But if we were to chug them, yeah, that would only last for about 40 hours. 40, 45. So I should probably wait until we get the next really good one. Which would be the 15-minute fear. It would be the first potion we would chug them on. Alright, another number down. 2 inventories to go. I didn't get to a real forager item. Start banking our 10% pots then. Oh, so we almost gained a whole level just from these. We haven't even touched the 197 yet. We will be though. 2 more inventories. And worst comes to worst, we were able to bank quite a bit more 32% heals. We should have about 1,000 banked now. Instead of like 800 something. Because that's all the heal pots I have for like the next year. Not counting anything we get from doing combat and Mind Fighter. And technically not even Mind Fighter anymore. You're getting half of it from Chapter 2. And I assume the other half is still in Chapter 3 where you get the tongue. But maybe the other component is from the other chapter. We don't really know. But based on the thumbnail, the one of the 2 ingredients at minimum for the best heal pot in the game is me to move to Chapter 2 rather than Chapter 3. Which means if I'm going to be spamming any combat between now and then, it's going to be pretty much all Mind Fighter. I'm even considering a full Mind Fighter pivot. Where we basically just do Mind Fighter entirely until the combat rework. And do nothing but Mind Fighter. Maybe not literally nothing but Mind Fighter, but definitely a lot of Mind Fighter. And even once we get past 200, still keep going. Alright, 1 more inventory. And that should be it. And at that point, I might just run Nettle only all the way till max and just bank them for the 10% pots then. It's a little bit worse XP, but we do need the material for the eventual racks. Though I do want a level 25 tool before we really power grind them though. For right now, going to 200 will be fine. But if we're doing post 200, I definitely got to get a level 25 Secutor. Because right now it's only level 10. Mostly because you generally don't need to camp it for that long. But post 200, you have to start camping it immediately. Yeah, it looks like 2 or 3 more circles, and that should be it. What do the bombs do from the mine venture? They end up using for blast mining. It's how you get Deathstone. The most noteworthy thing about it is it's used for the best yellow two-hand weapon in the game, aka Hammer Mage's yellow two-hand. Beyond that, it's not really that useful. But it makes the best Hammer Mage weapon in the game, as well as the best yellow DPS weapon in the game if other classes can use it at a high proficiency after the skill tree gets added. Because if you can use that at least at 80% effectiveness, it is probably the best yellow weapon for every class in the entire game. But it really comes down to how the skill tree is going to work for that. But it might be every class's best yellow weapon. It's definitely Guardian's best yellow weapon. The thing we don't know yet is if it'll be better than Cryo Knight's Mace. Because we don't know if Cryo Knight's Mace at 100% effectiveness is going to be better than the Hammer at whatever effectiveness it's at. But it is definitely 100% Hammer Mage's best yellow weapon. And potentially also Guardian's best yellow weapon. Every class will be able to use all gear after the rework. Not in the first update, but after they add the skill tree, you'll be able to do proficiency for other class gear. We just don't know how high it goes or exactly how the full system will work. But every class can use every class after the skill tree comes out. It'll just be weaker to use anything that isn't your own class. And at a certain point, it might be better, even for a Cryo Knight. And for Guardian, they have no melee yellow weapon, so it would immediately be better. Or maybe not immediately. It really comes down to what percents they end up doing for it. Will heavily determine its viability. Because we don't know how far into combat you need to go before it'll be worthwhile. But it's something we don't know until the second update. Like, we know it's coming, we just don't know at what level range is worth it. Oh, you can walk through that. I'm not sure why. I thought you couldn't walk through that. It looked like a solid object, but apparently it's not a solid object. It's just pretending to be one. But yeah, currently every single class cannot wield a specific color melee weapon. In the case of Cryo Knight, that's green. In the case of Guardian, that's yellow. And in the case of Hammer Mage, that's blue. So when you can use off-profession gear, there will be some situations where those three classes will need that color weapon. Which means with a high enough proficiency, your best blue weapon on Hammer Mage would be the two-hand from Cryo Knight. Your best green weapon for Cryo Knight would end up being the two-hand yellow Guardian weapon. And then your best yellow weapon for Guardian would be the two-hand yellow weapon for Hammer Mage, which requires that annoying Deathstone to get. But yeah, these aren't the greatest for XP. I kind of want to wide farm them. I don't know, do we focus on them? The thing is, we're getting like 4.6k from potato. I kind of want to do 6 potato into 3 these, into drop potato. We'll get way less these nettles, but the XP rate should be quite a bit better. Doing 6 potato, 3 nettle. This material is really important, though. It's 10% hope port. Unfortunately, you don't get the other component until post 200, but that's a later issue. We still need a ton of these in time. And each one of these costs like 10 silver in the shop as well. They are really expensive. Should I double check? How much is a blood nettle? I believe it's like 9 something. Oh, we bought like 440 of these earlier as well. Yeah, 9.5. They're really expensive. They're the most expensive ingredient in the world. They're actually the cheapest when it comes to 10% pots. But it's still a bit pricey. Like, it's definitely not cheap. Like, it's the cheapest of the 10% pots, but that's still not cheap, relatively speaking. Just the cheapest of them. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do 6 nettle into 3 potato. To maximize how many nettles we bank. Might even just bank these potatoes too, instead of dropping them. What would the route be if I did that? So we grab all 6, then we go over here. Grab these, grab those. What would that set us at the end? Because we do another 6, then another 3. Then another 6, or do we just grab 3? Trying to figure out where our inventory would be by then. I don't know, we'll figure it out in a moment. Worst comes to worst, it'll just naturally happen. Because that's nettle, 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 potato, potato, potato. Yeah, and then we do another set of 6 nettle. Okay, that works. Alright, we'll just start doing this and just bank everything then. The potato's worth a bit less, but it's fine. Just so we don't have to keep dropping and doing a weird cycle. We still need the potato, it's just these things are more valuable. But it'll make it so we don't have to do like a weird drop juggle kind of thing. I'll just bank it all at once. Also, I can't wait till we get equipable potions so you don't need to worry about exact inventory stuff like this. This is one of the main reasons I don't have the potion on this. That and the fact that we're actually not utilizing it for anything. Since we're dumping knowledge into actual activities now. Alright, now we do a little bit of a weirder cycle. Or do we? No, I still grab these first. I was gonna have to walk a little bit, but then they're gonna be respawned by the time we come back. And then we start with 6 nettle. 3 potato, 6 nettle, 3 potato, 6 nettle. Bank, repeat. Do until 200 forager. I'll likely do a bit of a different route when we do post 200 though. But for now, this gets done what we need to get done. All right, level and a half to go. Oh, wait, you can't path through there? Oops. I moved there thinking I could walk through. Never mind. Whoops. Assalamu my bud. Welcome, welcome. Hope all has been well. We're only 2 fishing levels away and 2 foraging levels away. We're almost there. So close, yet so far. Basically a level and a half for both. Oh, where am I going? Meant to grab 3 potato. But then after we finish 200, I guess we'll do some combat then. We'll do the cheese method on the bugs, and then we'll probably start going into tomorrow into our Mindfighter pivot. So I won't start Mindfighter today, but starting tomorrow we'll be starting our combat pivot into becoming a Mindfighter only account until it gets nerfed. Because they're nerfing Mindfighter into the ground. So there's no better time to be doing Mindfighter than exactly right now. Your whole internet provider went down for 30 minutes? Oh no. Yeah, Mindfighter's really high priority. We don't know everything that they're doing with it, but based on the preview images, they're removing at least 1 ingredient for the best healing potion in the game out of Chapter 3. They're also moving the best fear pot in the game out of Chapter 3, at least 1 ingredient for it. We don't know what more they're doing beyond that. But at least 1 ingredient from the best heal pot and 1 ingredient of the best fear pot is being moved out of Chapter 3. And the heal pot's being moved to Chapter 2, and the fear is being moved to Chapter 4. We don't know if it's going to be multiple pieces or just the 1. But based on the images we saw, it looked like only 1 was moving from both. Though it could be even more than that. But based on the preview images, only 1 of each is being moved. So Mindfighter is definitely the best of the 4 combats to be doing right now. Yeah, I think they're just moving it so that there's some amount of boost potions in every chapter. Just to not, like, stockpile them all in Chapter 3. Now that combat is being evenly distributed everywhere. Like, all the XP pots for Mines of Matubin is obviously still for Mines of Matubin. But a lot of the other utility pots they're trying to spread around. So Mines of Matubin isn't, like, so concentrated with it all. Which means we're doing a lot of Mind of Matubin pre-patch. I might even go all the way to like 250 or something. Like, I think like 80% of my time before the combat rework or combat merge is going to be just doing Mind Fighter. Unless they end up going back on that. But if they're doing what they're currently planning on doing, I'm going to be working towards 500 Mind Fighter. Obviously, we're not going to get all the way there. But we're going to be grinding as if we are. You get 300 miner? Nice. Hey, there's something else I could technically be doing while doing the Mind Fighter grind there. I could be dumping the knowledge into smithing or mining. Probably not mining, because I should probably be doing actual mining. Ooh! Oh, I just realized something fun that we could do if we don't mind dropping all the andestites. Ooh. We could go do, I can do 3 andesite, or whatever that one is called, into 1 tentacle kill. And just keep doing that over and over again. Or even 6 of the rock into 1 tentacle kill. But I'll probably do 3 to 1. I can't do it at this current level range, though. But at a future level range, we'd be able to do that once our tentacle is better. So yeah, we need like 130-ish Mind Fighter, probably. 130, 140. But I can start doing 3 to 6 stone into 1 tentacle. And you can camp the tentacle for a while if you don't mind just spending some heal pods. Because you can start fighting that pretty early. Because that's the rock I need to go do anyways. It might cost me having to drop every single andesite we do, though. As banking, it's probably not worth it in that situation. That's fine. How much is that rock? Ooh, they're like 10 silver each, though. I'm going so far out of my way right now just to bank these for like 9.5. And those rocks are 9.8. I don't have any need for them for a while, though. Or at least these we can convert into 10% pots. That stone I can't use until my ult in like 4 months from now gets to the stonemason level to process them. But yeah, they're worth as much as the blood plants I'm going so far out of my way to bank right now. So maybe I should be banking them. Oh, so this is like the least efficient way that you'd be doing Forager, by the way. I should go back to doing like 6 potato into whatever. Because that's such better XP. Oh, now we wanted. You know what weird route I'm going to go do? I'm going to do 3 of these into 6 potato, into 6 fish. Okay, I got a plan. This also get us to about 199 fisher. Wait, I got a plan. I'm going to do these. Then I'm going to go grab all 3 potato. Then I'm going to go grab the mana ray. And then I'm going to cycle back all the way. And then bank everything. I got a plan. Because just camping nettle is definitely not worth it. Unless you're really desperate for 10% pots. You bank 7k andesite? Oh gosh. Yeah, I do plan to bank them all. It just gets so much less tentacle XP if we do. Because in the long term, we really should bank them. In the short term, dropping them is so much better, though. But in the long term, honestly, almost every material post 200 you should be banking. Because all of it's worth so much. Or at least most of it is. Oh, does this actually work out perfectly? Nice. It does. Well, that's convenient. Wow, this actually works out. I do have to go out of my way for the other 3 nettle, though. Unless I just bank without 3 nettle. Oh, no, but I need them to respawn. So, yeah, I actually do have to go for the other 3 nettle. That's fine. 199. Okay, that's still better, though. We only have to go out of our way once. That's fine. It's better than having to backtrack a billion times. We get slightly less nettle per inventory. Like a lot less, like 9 compared to 24. But the XP per hour should be quite a bit better. I still have to backtrack once for these guys though. Just to make sure that the other ones respawn by the start of our cycle. It's better than having to backtrack here like 4 times. Yeah, Forager Cape does look pretty cool. It almost gets like a shoreline all the way at the end as well. It definitely looks like a cape that screams Brighter Shores. It definitely looks like one of the earlier capes they end up making. And he should be respawned by now. Yeah, the next cape we're going to be buying is the 200 all Mines of Matubin cape. aka the current 200 Mind Fighter cape. That's going to be the next cape that we're going to go rock after the update. Is they're finally adding 200 all and 500 all capes for chapters. But they're just reusing the ones for what they already have. I really hope that they put the new icon on it, though. I hope instead of having this little sword on it, it has the Minds of Matubin logo on it. They haven't actually mentioned if they're going to do that, but I sure hope they do. Or replace this icon with whatever the chapter icon is. The only one that would be a downgrade to, though, is the Dragon Cape. Because you no longer would have the Dragon Shield on it. But maybe just have the shield only as the thing. Because that could also be kind of cool. Like if the image on the 500 all cape for Hopeport is like just a shield. Just a shield. Not sure what you would do for the other two, though. Because the other two don't have like a really iconic image. Like the chapter 1 or chapter 4 shield. You wanted the Dragon Keep bad, like 150 levels away, with 2 weeks left until update. Oh no! Wait, did they actually say when the combat rework is? Isn't it about 2 weeks? I would assume it is, but have they actually given a date at all? Anywheres? Like guesstimation date? Because I do assume it's soon, but I haven't seen any date anywheres as in like, hey, it'll be by that then. But if it isn't about 2 weeks, that'd be great. As long as it doesn't happen on Monday or Tuesday of next week. Ideally not Wednesday either. Though if it is going to happen on Wednesday, that'd be fine. Just not Monday or Tuesday of next week. I don't think it's gonna be that early, but it might. So after we finish this forager grind, we should only need to do fisherman for like half an hour, not even, to get it to max. And I'm probably just going to be doing drop all at that point. I won't be banking any. Well, other than the final 24, I guess, technically. Aside from the final 24, we're not going to bank any of the fish. Hey, that reminds me, I still haven't done that yet. Let me go do it right now. I've been saving the monument upgrade for when we go do, about when we were about to hit 200 all. I don't think this one is fancy at all, though. But we're close enough that I kind of just want to do it now. I think I just need 4. Yeah, let's go do this monument upgrade. We got this at some point during our forager grind. This is the final one that we get pre-200. And we're technically halfway there. Not actually, but numerically. Hippograd's a little guardrail. Yeah, we won't fall off now. There we go. Soon, 200 all. We're nearly there. Nice. Anyways, let's keep going. I really hope they backpedal on the cape thing. I don't know, we'll find out. If I was to hope that they backpedal on anything, I hope they don't nerf Mines of Matubin into the ground. I personally feel like they should keep every single thing that's currently in Mines of Matubin in Mines of Matubin. Because right now they're trying to spread it everywhere. Rather than just keeping it all in Mines of Matubin like it already is. Because until they say otherwise, I'm just going all in Mines of Matubin after today. Like 80% of our gameplay, if not 90%, is going to be just farming Mines of Matubin until it gets nerfed into the ground after the combat merge. And by Mines of Matubin, I mean Mind Fighter, I mean. Specifically the combat skill of Mind Fighter. Yeah, I honestly would prefer to see different designed capes. Rather than just reusing the combat ones. Though in all fairness, a lot of those keeps are pretty good. Particularly the Dragon Keep for Chronopolis. And honestly, even the one for Mines of Matubin looks pretty cool. It's the one I would definitely be going for. If it became the 200 all cape rather than just a 200 Mind Fighter cape. Maybe you could just make the same potion with different ingredients? Oh, true. Does it say that? I didn't think about it that way. That's huge if so. The way I read it is they were spreading around all the ingredients from Chapter 3. But if they were simply adding more, that would be really good. I read it as they were spreading it across other chapters, though. And as in taking it away from that chapter. Oh, we don't have any info on it? Never mind. Because my reading of that is they're deleting it from chapter 3 and moving it to other chapters. Not that you could get it from chapter 3 and other chapters, but I'm not sure. Yeah, if one mob every single chapter drops something like that, that would be pretty convenient. Rather than all be concentrated in one chapter. Because it definitely makes sense for some of them. Like fear pots and healing potions. As you use them in every chapter. And they're even combat related as well. Also, we're still going to have to do a lot of combat, by the way. After the merge, there's a good chance, even if we do combat for the next 2 weeks, that our combat level is going to be only like 400-ish. Or 300 something. Like right now it's probably like mid 200 something. Because when the combat merge happens, we're not even 1/4 done with combat. We might be closer to 1/8 done with combat. Oh yeah, didn't they add combat tasks to RuneScape 3? I haven't looked into that at all. Was it because I don't follow much of what happens with RuneScape 3? Yeah, the rewards for combat achievements are pretty good for old school as well. None of them are particularly graphic-like though, other than some of the Slayer helm recolors. Most of them are like actual benefits. If anything, I feel like it gives too many rewards. I still personally wish achievement diaries would come to Brighter Shores. It feels perfect for it. It would definitely need more content than it has now, though. Because they're already region-based tasks, essentially. And Brighter Shores is already divided into regions. So it's 100% perfect, since it's already divided perfectly for it. You'll have your Hopeport tasks, your Hope Forest tasks, your Mines of Bitumen tasks. They definitely need more content before they would add something like that, though. It'd also be a good incentive to actually do post 200 as well. Because whatever the final tier is would probably require you to do a bunch of post 200 stuff. Because, yeah, quest requirements, I assume, are not going to go above 100 anytime soon. So there's nothing in the game to really encourage you to kind of push those levels other than just the capes or a leaderboard. At least currently, anyways. There's not any super high-level quests. There's not any super high-level achievement diaries or other things that would force you to have to get a level for something. I think the highest level the game currently expects of you, not counting 490 Monument, that's a category in itself. But not counting the level 490 Monument, because I don't really count that as a thing in that regard. But as far as the quest requirement, the highest one is 61 Chef or 61 Mine Fighter. Or 60 Smithing, depending on how you look at it. Those three are the highest one. So technically 60 Smithing, relative to how long it takes to get it up. 60 Smithing or 61 Chef is the highest requirement in the game, relative to time needed to get it. Which is still pretty low. That's 39 levels away from 100. Like, he's not even a triple-digit number. In a game that's eventually going to have, like, 4-digit numbers for, like, everything. Between combat, total level, everything else. But they'll raise it over time. You just have to be careful not to raise it too much too quick, I guess. Like, some people are already scared with, like, a 25 fishing grind and a 32 carpentry grind. Imagine there's a quest where it's like, oh yeah, just go get level 350 in this skill. I don't think quest requirements would ever get that high, though. I feel like in a few years from now, the highest we ever see is, like, low 100 something. Maybe at absolute highest, very, very low 200 something. I don't think we're ever going to see, like, a 300 plus requirement ever for any quest ever. Even, like, 5 years from now. Achievement diaries, maybe, but probably not for a quest. I don't think any quest requirement would ever be over 250. Even in, like, 5 or 10 years from now. I also would assume that the first raid they ever add would be geared towards, like, 100 all or 200 all stats. Whenever they add a raid that uses all stuff, or, you know, all content in the game. They're probably going to aim for, like, a 50 all, 100 all, or 200 all balance for it. I highly doubt they would have mechanics that go all the way to 500, though. Who knows? Maybe they will. Could you imagine? Because they got to make the first raid they ever add a little bit more accessible to the average person. So the high skilling activity within it needs to be balanced to not be absurd. Because I'm pretty sure Dungeoneering ended up doing that when it first came out, didn't it? Couldn't you technically use skills that were 99? Even at lower Dungeoneering levels? Because I really hope they don't do that for... Well, obviously it's not going to be a level thing. But I really hope the first kind of raid-like thing is not scaled like that. Like, the absolute high should be 200. At absolute most. Ideally even 50 or 100. Alright, one more trip in. I guess we go camp Fisherman then. Because I'll probably get 200 off of one of the things on the beach. Because you can grab 1 or 2 of them for free while doing the fish and dropping them all. Oh. And then we should get both 200s around the same time as well. We'll just do one more set and then we'll just camp the fishies. Yeah, it was dynamic based on the players in the dungeon. Which mean if you had 99s, it would scale to your 99s. Which is basically what I was talking about when I said that. But what I mean by it working up to a certain level is if you take like old school RuneScape thing, they have static things within the dungeon that require you to have a certain level. So for example, things like 90 alchemy, or in the case of the other game, herblore, as well as things like 99 construction, stuff like that. Not necessarily required, but they help out a lot during the raid. But they were simply like hard static numbers, regardless of what your stats were going in. And I'm hoping whatever Brighter Shores does, the requirement isn't above like 100 or 200. For whatever the highest tiered things are, at least for dungeon number 1. Because if there's some things that you need like 450, 500 for, that's going to be insane. If the first raid in the game is like, oh yeah, if you want to make your best potion for this raid, you need 450 alchemy. Which basically means you require having someone on your team who has 450 alchemy. I know, get back here. Get back here. Where are you going? Come back. Wish you could fight the two-headed bear and would drop a fancy gear. The main thing I really want to be a repeatable boss out of any boss that they've done so far is the sea creature from Chapter 2. The big toad thingy. Out of any boss that is already in the game, that has already had a boss fight, I really want to be that to be a multi-skilling method with carpentry so badly. Where you kill that boss and gain carpentry XP at the same time. I want that so badly. Also for the sanity of getting 500 carpentry. It would also be a great plank sink, as it would probably cost planks to repair the boat. So it'd be a natural resource cost still associated with getting carpentry up. As you'd still have to do the wood cutting for the logs, you would still have to do the carpentry to get the planks, or buy them from someone, or buy them from the shop. Yeah, about to gain a fishing level. We're almost at the final two. And they should come in at around the same time. There we go, 199 Fisher. The final double level for 200 all. After the combat merge. I'm still counting it. If we did literally no combat between now and the combat merge, our combat level is over 200 right now. I'm counting that as 200 all. About 2 levels to go. Yeah, man, I'm kind of surprised we did 200 all by the 100th day. I'm counting it, though. But I am surprised that we got it. I was not expecting when we first started the game and saw the level curves that we would actually get there by now. But here we are. Not the first person to do it, but we'll be like the 20-something person to do it. And technically we still haven't done it, but I'm counting it. I know some people will say, like, that's not actually 200 all. But after the combat merge, I don't know, for all intents and purposes it is. Since there's only one combat skill now. Or soon to be. Just hasn't hit the game yet. But if it was in the game today, it would be level 200 something. Like 250, 260, 270. Somewhere around there. Which means, gosh, we still got so much combat to do. Like, let's say our actual combat level right now is 250 after the merge. That is basically like 10% done with combat. That's like the 10% point. Like a little over 10%. I just realized I should be grabbing the one potato outside instead of the limpet. As one single potato is basically better than 2 limpet. Because these limpets don't have any boost and are only a 149. And the potatoes are like 20-25% boosted and are a 191. Okay, should I actually be grabbing that one potato every other time? Did it affect a respawn timer or something? Why did that take so long? That was weird. You should have respawned by then. Almost all fishing spots have a synergy for them. Or technically all of them do. Where you can multi-skill them. That's why we did Fisher and Forager together. There's actually a lot of fish foraging synergy. Depending on how you want to go about it. Either drop all or bank all. Yeah, you can bank all on these as well. We were doing that earlier when we were doing the wide route, where we're banking 6 every time. I'm just dropping them right now to power level, since we're so close already. And then we can finally do some combat. We'll probably do the ultra cheesy method for the wasps. It's been a long enough amount of time where I consider it a feature rather than a bug. I said like a month or two ago that I would wait a month or two. Or sometime in December. I said I would wait a month or two, and if they haven't patched it by then, we would do it. And they haven't patched it by then, so we're going to do it. What do I think a 415 untuned epic would turn into after the update? They posted a formula for it, but we're missing one number from it. That number being whatever our combat level is. But they actually posted the formula. The problem with the formula is we don't know the formula for our combat level after the merge. We can like guesstimate what it is, but we don't know for sure. But they did post the formula. We're just missing a number that makes it kind of irrelevant. There's just no way to solve for the missing number. Other than guesstimating about where it would be. Like, I have no clue what my combat level is next, after the update. It should be around like 250-ish. Give or take like 30 in either direction. But there's no way to know the exact number. Oh, Forger level's almost there. Come on, so close. Stop running. Gosh, fish are so annoying in the big pool. I said hello, Bat Punk, and thank you. Yep, we're almost there. Almost 200 all. Technically 200 all non-combat, but I'm still counting as 200 all since the combat merge will be over 200 combat after the new update proposed yesterday. Which at this point is probably almost guaranteed going to happen that way. I don't really see them going back on that. I see them going back on specific things, potentially, in that post. But the overall of what they're going to be doing should be happening. They've already coded so much of it, I don't really see them not doing it at this point. It's just some specific details might get slightly tweaked. It's under the new system. We're over 200 combat, so it's technically 200 all. And 200 Forger and a few more nodes. And then fishing and like 10 more minutes of fishing. Technically one more knowledge point if I wanted to use it without a boost pot. If I did it that way, we could technically do it anywhere. Oh no, where should we go get 200 all at? We should do it at the top of the tower. I'll do it at the top of the obelisk. I'm not going to bother getting a 10% pot or 5% pot for it. Yeah, we'll go get 200 all at the top of the tower. Now with a guardrail. With new reinforced guardrails. So we don't fall off. Which means as soon as we have 100% meter, we have 200 all. Stop moving. Going too far. All right, 15% more meter. We're nearly there. At this point, I must just do forging. Because the only thing we're waiting on is meter and the thing. Can't wait till we go back to the mines. Well, technically, we won't be pivoting there soon. After today. Because I'll be doing Mine Fighter there. I won't be doing the mining smithing I thought I was originally going to do, though. But we will be going all in on the Mine Fighter and everything. Yeah, let's go get the last little bit we need here. Come on, Monument. You're almost there. Come on. Come on. There we go. Oh, wait. I still need to get the rest of my meter, though. Wait. Hold. Wait, we're not done. Forgot. Still got to finish 100% meter so we can actually go knowledge it. Wait. We're almost there. Wait. Hold. Yeah, let me go get these 6 nettles real quick. Maybe cycle back for the potato. Probably do off the nettle. Alright, 3 more, come on. If it is somehow short, I'll just grab the potato. Actually, I might just grab the potato now. Oh, they haven't respawned yet. Potato respawn, go. Potato? Potato? Potato! We need you! Thank you, potato. Alright, there we go. Nope, I would like to use that on fishing. Alright, let's go do it. 200 all. We'll do it at the top of the tower. Okay, I would like to use my knowledge point. Let's see, what angle do we go? Look into the abyss. Alright, let's see. There we go! 200 all non-combat. And after the combat merge, 200 all, even if we do nothing else from here. As that should be easily over 200 combat level. But there we go. We officially, technically, asterisk, technically, have 200 all. With our 200 something combat that will happen after the combat merge. There we go. Anyways, now let's go do combat. Alright, we're free now. Let's go do combat. Okay, Chronopolis Market. Let's go head over there. Oh, there we go. Yeah, thank you everyone for all the congrats and everything. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, now let's actually start playing the game. Alright, first things first, we're gonna go cheese the wasps. We are geared, right? Kind of. Kind of geared. Or some form of geared. Gosh, we are so under-geared. Let's see how badly this goes. But they are weak to Necromay. I do have a 4-star 218 Necromay weapon with only 2% missing for a perfect roll. So it's actually not that bad for a randomly dropped monster drop. And let me go bank these here. And then we'll go cheese the wasps. Oh yeah, do I have any healing pots on me? I should probably have those. We kind of need those for combat. That's kind of very important. I'll go back for it in a little bit. We'll probably die at some point here. How many healing pots do I have? Where do you even check? I have 10, 25%. That is not a lot. Alright, here are the wasps. Here is the safe spot. Let's see, have they patched this? I don't believe they have. Oh, my attack range isn't high enough. Wait, can you not squeeze through in between? Let me double check. Can I squeeze through quick enough? Oh, you can't. Okay, I see. That's fine. This guy's in my way. I might need a reserver. Any person existing in this room makes it a lot more annoying. That's unfortunate. Alright, we're just gonna have to do it normally then. There we go. B, you can hit through this gate. Is it a feature? Is it a bug? I have no clue. But this is a bug. And we can just walk back to go to our safe spot. If we need to heal at any point. It just allows you to get your maximum amount of ammo hits in. And with infinite ammo, you'd be able to just kill these without ever engaging as well. Oh, we're doing a lot better on these than I thought we would. We don't even need a heal pot. The problem is this guy existing. So I'm actually going to have to kill some normally. Normally we don't be able to get 2 hits, and if we have to heal, we can't safe spot. But if this guy would stay here and he doesn't kill it, then we can safe spot the fence. But you can see this fight's a lot more even. We don't want that. We want to win. We don't want even. Even bad. No, he took my thing. No. I might just have to do this just to make sure it stays safe. You're checking for an empty server? Yeah. There doesn't seem to be any. They originally wasn't going to use this, but they've kept it in the game since launch. So I assume this is a reward for the 3-star quest of Spirit Essence, as it requires partial completion similar to the shortcut of Battle Fortune Hold. And that one's definitely not a bug. So I assume this one is also not a bug. Hitting through the hole of this fence. Technically you can do it on the other side of the fence as well. We're still 1-to-1-ing, so the only thing this really does is it lets us walk back to heal if we need it. Also lets you get in 4 hits without getting hit. Does require a little bit of setup to drag them over though, but that's fine. Normally you can do it if there's someone not in the room. Or you can keep killing the one wasp, I guess, technically. The one that respawns over here. Just keep killing that one. You just have to wait till it respawns every time. Because that one always respawns within attack range. And these basically work like a spike ball. I can just walk back 1 tile and then just heal. Or pot up if we needed to. There's no necromant pots though. Yeah, you can just spike ball them. So we just heal and then go right back in. Normally it'd be attacking you while you're healing. That's basically what this fence does. You can get 4 hits for free instead of 2 or 3. And you can heal without being attacked the whole time. This makes the fight a little bit more even. And by even, I mean one-sided. Oh, that helm's probably an upgrade, by the way. I'm currently using a 218. And that at worst is like a 250. So we already got an upgrade. Yeah, that's the main thing we're here for, is a little bit of upgrades. Wow, this wasp just wants us really dead. He just does not want to go down. Nice, nice. Oh, this has better green defense. I'm still going to stick with this, though. Oh, nice. They're all came over here. Oh, did the other guy leave? No, he's just chilling. Yeah, we're gonna need more healing pots later. I kind of forgot to go bring them with me. But the main thing we're looking for is a really good 3 or 4 tier weapon and armor or anything, honestly. But ideally armor. 3 or 4 star armor is the main thing we want to see here. Yeah, hopefully we get lucky on something. I'll be happy with pretty much anything. Even if it's a bad weapon, it might be a good spec weapon after special attacks come out. And if we want a really high piece of gear, this is the best way to get it. Though crafting later down the line isn't going to be that hard, though. So we mostly just want to see a really good armor piece. It's the main thing we really want to see here. Particularly in the helm or glove or boot department. Because shields are really easy to get. Those are not going to be an issue at all. Is anything you could make out of Mines of Matubin is going to be easy. The problem is anything in this tab right here other than shield is really annoying to get. So anything we really have that's going to be like half decent is the 218 body, the 218 legs, and that's basically it. Like that's the entirety of our gear. I am considering going to Mines of Matubin though rather than doing these. Because these have 4 times less chance to drop anything good. And with how the level scaling is going to work, even something like a 184 star is probably going to be better than a 3-star from these. I've just set them up like this, kind of annoying though. Might just spawn camp the one. Also, starting tomorrow, we will be going all in Mines of Matubin. I just kind of wanted to try these. Because I haven't actually really tried this fence method. I think we did it once just for a one-time kill bonus. Just to see if it would work. But I haven't actually ever farmed them, as you can tell from our gear. Like, that helm was literally an upgrade. Otherwise, we'd be in like full 265 right now or something. But I'm still not sure if this is intended or not. It's not, like, particularly broken. It's definitely helpful. But after the combat rework, anything you could do with that is so much more broken than this. Even just infinite ammo alone. And obviously not literal infinite ammo, but with how much ammo you can get, it's basically infinite. That's an upgrade. Is it posted the range percent for procs on weapons? Yes. You can see it on your stats page. Or on the info page of the weapon if you click on it. Like, we're currently at 47% out of 49. It doesn't show you what the max roll is for it. But it does show you what your percent is. Oh, perfect. Spawn camp this wasp. But if I was going to camp these for a while, I'd make a javelin at level 266. I don't plan to do these much, though. I kind of want to get at least one drop that's 2-star or better from them. Because this was something we already had on. I want to see 1 2-star or better, and then we're going to go to Mines of Matubin. And start getting into our Mines of Matubin grind. As most of the combat I plan to do is Mines of Matubin. Before the patch. I kind of just want to mess around with this. See if we can get like 1 lucky drop. At bare minimum, at least get everything to like 260-ish. Ideally, get at least like 1 3 or 4-star though. We'd have to get really lucky. I didn't know max roll is 49. They go to 89 for your main damage and 49 for everything else. So all three of these go to 49. But if we had a blue weapon because we were a Crown Knight, it would go to 89. And assumably only 5-star stuff would go higher than that, but there's no 5 stars in the game. But for example, this one we already know is going to be anywhere from 71% to 89%. And it was 72 because it's our main element. Oh, does it go all the way to 70? Never mind. I thought it was 71. I don't pay attention to really low number. Okay, be careful. I'm almost about to die. And still nothing. Actually, wait, what am I doing? I can just hit him. So I love that you auto switch your weapon. Also, I already got all of my hotkeys ready for Steam Deck. I've switched every single hotkey to be perfectly ready for when combat rework happens. As far as like all the hotkeys you need to switch your weapon to do the special attacks to do the other thing. So I wonder why I keep going in here. He's doing investigations. I was like, wait, why on earth does he keep coming in here? But yeah, he's doing investigations. But yeah, anything that ever has max roll is going to be worth a lot as a 3-star or 4-star. Because, of course, the 3-star can always be upgraded. If anything, a 3-star, 89% is probably worth more than a 4-star just because of how much you could adjust it. So the person can adjust it to whatever level range they need at the current range. But those are going to be some of the most valuable stuff. If you ever have any when you're crafting, save every single one of them. Save every 89% everything you ever get. Even if it's not for your class. Potentially even save the 88% if you have enough storage for it, for untuned storage. But regardless what level it is, you should be saving every 88 and every 9%. Particularly the 89s, because that's max roll. Your current rapier is 87%. Nice. Yeah, anything in the higher few percents are really good. But the top percent or two are going to be the ones that are people really seek when they're trying to buy one. Particularly max roll, if they really want to min-max at any given time. Though they're just looking for a quick upgrade, they probably won't care as much. As long as it's in the top few percent. Wow, why is that plate body so low? Also, what's sad is that's actually a shield upgrade. That's hilarious. We could easily make a better shield down the line. I can't believe I'm switching to a 1-star shield. is technically better than what I just had on. That's so sad. You can tell we haven't done combat for real in a while. All this has been raid dens. He's got a 1-star shield that's an upgrade. Any armor like this I will be keeping though. The shield's a different category because you can always make it. I wonder if this is going to be changed any with the combat change. You haven't really mentioned that. Where you just get spammed with 1-star, 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 1-star. Because all this time that we've been killing these wops so far, we have not gotten a single drop. It's only been 1-star. These were just 2 things we already had on. Many 1 shield upgrades await you in the post 200 grind. I know, right? Especially if you're barely ever using shield. There are situations where a shield is worth it. But your shield has to be really good is the problem. Like, for a shield to be worth it, you need to have both your one hand and your shield to be good. If one or the other is good, it doesn't work out that well. Or when they're both good, it's kind of fine. Also, I probably should have just whacked it. That's a waste of a potion. Alright, now we play sudden death, I guess, at this point. We're out of heal pods. Yeah, I might give up on trying to get better gear. Because weapons don't matter. Armor does, but we could always just upgrade this. So how big of a difference will armor really matter? Like, look at how under-armored I am killing a level 265 right now. I think we'll be fine with the new combat change. I might just go to Mines Matubin right now and just raid den the rest of these like we normally would. Because these wops just don't feel worth it. Oh, finally, we got a 2-star. Hey, unfortunately it's a rapier and not actual armor. Well, I did say it would go until we get a drop like this. There it is. Unfortunately, it's useless to us. Oh, a max roll. Oh no, why couldn't he be a 3-star? No! It's a max roll rapier, but it's the wrong rarity. Oh, if only this was a 3 or 4-star. Yeah, we got a max roll rapier, but it's too low of a rarity to matter. Sad. Alright, let's see if Chronopolis has a 2-star upgrade for us. We'll go sell all this to him. Alright, let's go to Mines of Matubin. Let me figure out what my Mines of Matubin gear even is. Because I have a feeling it is not ideal. Whatever it is. Alright, what's our current setup that's forcing me into? We got the 100 Javelin. We're currently killing a blue enemy with an 87 Rapier at level 83 4-star. I guess that's fine. It's not low enough that we have to go out of our way to do an upgrade. It's not as high as I would want it, but it's fine. What's our armor looking like? Yeah, armor is honestly not horrible. It's actually pretty solid. Any upgrades for anywheres? Technically. Not worth making those since we could just craft it ourselves. Ooh, if we want the plate body, ooh. Ooh. In case I want to visually change it later, I'm going to buy that, I think. That's the good-looking plate body. Wrong color, though. I'll use some of the profit that we just got to go buy it, I guess. It's technically an upgrade as well. Oh, wrong chapter, though. But yeah, let me go put this away. In case I ever want to change the visual for Chronopolis. Or just in general. Alright, so, next order of business. Let's go head to the mines. I'll go get some potions, though, first. Teleport. Hope port. Maybe check our chef thingies while we're there. See if we have any good bounties that aren't horrible. Well, I'm going to be going to the slimes right now, I think. Let me double check. What do I have to kill in Mines of Matubin? Yeah, I got to kill the 105 slimes currently. Up. Where am I going? All right, what do we have? That's a lot, but it's a good turn-in point. Wait, what was the other one? For oyster, I might just grab it. We'll take it in later. All right, let me go get the potions we need. Probably run all the cryopots as well. Just to maximize our DPS. Not sure how worth it really is, though. Doesn't feel that worth it. But I already have some, so might as well use some. Do I have any healing pots left? I do. We do need the better ones, though. Rep cash stack. I already got the maximum amount, nice. Hello, little slime. We've come to destroy you. Are you in the other slime room? I always use this one. I believe it's slightly closer to the bank. Or are they both the same distance? I don't know, I just always prefer this room for some reason. Not sure why. Oh, you're not there yet? Oh, okay. Because these things are worth almost nothing. I wonder if we bank them still. Because this isn't the one for the 10%. You don't get that till way later. They still need the 7% slime. Which is worth almost nothing. The bank is really close though. Hey, Crimmy's yeah. Hello, hello. Oh, this one's absolutely obliterating us. I might just leave all this on the ground, to be honest. We're already past the alchemy level where we need it. Honestly, I think it might just be better to just sell these than to even bother with these. Just because we're already past the alchemy level where they're relevant. And I already have 900 of these banked, I think we're fine. Not 900 of these, but 900 of the potions that they make already banked. So I'm probably just going to leave all these on the ground. If this was the higher tier one, I would bank them. But this is only for the 7%, not the 10%. So I'll just grab all the gear and just sell it. It'll help cover some of the potion costs. Yeah, the next tier blob is for 10%. This is the last really bad blob. But I gotta do them because there's nothing better to fight at this range. Yeah, I know it's the next room over. But the EXP rate that we get for making stuff into it is really bad. It's also worth almost nothing each. They cost like 0.6 silver each to buy from the shop. But also we're past the level range where we can even use them. Otherwise we get way too little XP while making them. Because they're a level 131 potion and we're at technically 219 right now. By the time we start doing alchemy again. But yeah, they're really good like pre-200. You wouldn't really want to keep making them post-200 though. They fall off by about like 170-ish, 180-ish. And even then you would want to stop spamming them. Like, they're pretty much not worth it beyond, like, 149 or 158 is, like, the absolute furthest you could do them. Anything beyond that, they're just dead content. Because you're wasting too much XP compared to the alternative. Yeah, these are level 105. We're still only at 100. Oh, that blob got dangerously close to actually killing us. Alright, that reminds me, I still have 2 guardian weapons that we got from other drops. So if I ever need an upgrade, I only need a stone mason item to fuse it together. Because we already have 2 guardian weapons banked in this zone for future upgrades. Which is great, because that's the best one to skip. So you know what this reminds me of? When we were at the previous blob where we're going for all the hats, back when the hats were a thing. All of the hat grind. As day one of trying to get all the hats, we did a bit of combat to try to get it. I think we went all the way to like 69 or 70 from 61. We haven't needed a single heal pot yet. I say as we probably need this fight. Yeah, we definitely do. Oh, so I love the new rapier animation. They actually changed it about 2 months ago. It used to be different than what it is now. I believe it's the only combat animation they've actually changed since launch. So what's going on? Back-to-back fights where we need to heal. But yeah, I still can't wait till we get special attacks and everything. I wish it would come in the next wave, but it doesn't seem like it is. The fact that we have all these 4-star weapons, but nothing to do with them for extra power. So how much is this drop? 6, 4, 4. They're at like the 4.5 range, it looks like, per drop. It's not great, but it's not awful. It covers like 2 potions, basically. On average. Oh, sign's in the way. Yeah, combat's pretty chill. I kind of forgot what combat's like from not doing it for like 2 months straight. Not counting AFK raid duns. You needed to fund your smithing passive? Yeah, I kept running out of money for that as well. I'm currently doing the alchemy passive to 219. So I unlock the alchemy skill again. Because I can't do any alchemy until I get to 219 alchemy. As I gotta maximize the passive as much as possible before we're locked out of it forever on this account. But I'm not going to be doing only combat before the combat rework. But if we are going to be doing any combat, it's going to be Mind Fighter. Or AFK raid dens. Off stream, obviously. But any on-stream combat's probably just going to be all Mind Fighter. Till we get to like 200, 250, 300 or something. Not sure how much time we have between then and then. You got a 105 rare chest plate? Actually, I've gotten 0 drops from these guys so far. Not a single piece of equipment I have on me is from them. This 100 chest plate is from the level 100 worm before it. It actually max rolled. But not a single piece of equipment I have on me has been from these guys. Been pretty unlucky on them so far. Yeah, currently our weakest is our legs or helm. I do want to start keeping all this 3-star stuff though. Like almost any 3 and 4, if we have the bank space for it, I'm going to try to keep. Especially around the 150 to 199 range when we get them. Or even higher than that if we go beyond that. Because that stuff should convert pretty nicely to the new system. As long as they don't already have a piece of gear for that slot. Because that's one of the main reasons I want to do combat right now. Then to try to get some alchemy supplies for Mines of Matubin before they get nerfed into the ground. But also to end up seeing if we can get lucky from the 199 grind. 100 to 199. Because everything here is 4 times better rate compared to post 200. Why Alk? There's quite a few good potions that you get from this area. You get the best Fear Potion, you get the best Healing Potion, and eventually you get 10% Mining Boost Potion. Which is really, really, really good for getting the 3 production skills in this chapter up. You need a really high alchemy for level 4, but at some point we'd have it. I'm upgrade? Nice. Oops, I gotta go equip more. I always do this. I wish there was like an auto-equip button. I always forget to add more, and you can't do it mid-fight. Well, obviously it makes sense that you can't do it mid-fight, but still. So one of the other reasons why I use the plus 40 boost pot, I didn't to kill them ever so slightly quicker, is if it saves us from having to do a heal pot, it saves us way more money. Compared to if we have to use a heal pot. Like right now almost. Okay, good, we got it. And let me remember to actually equip. There we go. Almost got our first mining level. Only a billion more to go, as we're going to keep going even past 200. But what did we get to kill at 200? I'm not even sure. Let me double check what our enemy would be at that point. Oh, we would be killing Metalith. I could definitely kill the 239 Metalith. Otherwise, we'd be killing the Goblin for its best in slot healing potion. That's the 35% heal. So yeah, these two both drop to 35% heals, so we'd either be able to kill the Metalith if we want 8% pots, or 7%, whatever it's going to drop. If it's 8%, I'll kill it, and I believe it is. Yeah, we can kill the Metalith for 8% mining boost pots, or kill the Tongue Beast and the Goblin for best in slot healing. Long term for our alchemy grind, it's actually better to be killing the Metalith. Because we're slightly past the point where we need to make the heal pots, but I never actually made any, so I have 0 banked. In case we ever need it for bossing or something down the line. Also, can we get lucky at some point? This is pre-200. We should be getting a ton of drops. They turned off my RNG. So what's nice, we actually camped these for a while. Unless we want some supplies. I can't remember if the next Tongue Beast we have drops the good tongue, though. I'll probably go check it, but if it does, we'll kill it. If it doesn't, we definitely don't kill it. Oh, we need slightly better combat than we are right now. Ideally, we'll try out 105 so we can wield all the drops that's not dropping. And once we get to 105 and upgrade with everything that it's not dropping, we'll go and head over there then. Oh, it doesn't? Never mind. Okay, I'm just camping these then. Because if that's the case, these are worth staying on until I have no clue what. Let's see. Oh gosh, probably until the Goblin then. Let's want to go all the way till Tentacle. It might be a bit too deep though. Yeah, this is that one dead zone for Cryo Knight. Like the Glorious Zone is like Tentacle into Toad into Metalith into Blob. But the dead zone is when you get the Mind Crawler, the Skeleton, the Wraith, Goblin, and everything prior to that Tentacle. At 114, we can technically try killing the better Tentacle. The problem with that is it would require 2 heal pots every time. It probably isn't worth it. Oh, is 155 Crawler when you start getting the good HP pot? Yeah, so we got a little bit of a grind to get there first then. But once we get there, we just get flooded with good alchemy supplies. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what other grind I would want to go for before the update. But honestly, it's probably going to be mostly this. Not literally this enemy, but you know, the entirety of Mind Fighter. If only we could get lucky. We're still at no drops, by the way. Killed through like 40 of these almost. And the best we got is a 2-star that isn't even an armor. Got a 2-star Grey Helm, nice. Yeah, we still have gotten literally nothing. This is always my luck whenever we do combat. That's why I always craft everything. Crafted. Actually, this one's not. But these two are. Oh, my armor's actually not that bad right now. We're actually not doing too bad on armor luck. It's just this particular enemy just giving us nothing. My luck prior to this enemy actually wasn't that bad. This one's just been really abysmal for drops, though. Yeah, every day now, we gotta start doing like 10 hours of combat between on-stream and off-stream. Bare minimum 10 days of 10 hours of combat every day until the combat rework. And then afterwards, we decide what we do for combat, because then we'll have a better idea of how all those strips work and everything else, or stripes, whatever they're called. But out of any of these four, if there was one to grind, it's definitely Mind's Matubin. Mind Fighter. There's just too much alchemy supplies to not go for. The only reason I'm not picking this up is we're already past it. Gotta get to like 150-ish Mind Fighter before we can start getting good stuff again. But then after that, we bank like literally everything we touch. So what do you get? Epic Legs? Nice! GG, congrats. Gosh, you've gotten like 4 drops in the time I've gotten nothing. All I've gotten is a useless weapon. 2-star. They say that. Is that actually stronger than technically the one I have? It is. That's kind of funny. It is technically stronger by 1 power than the one I currently have. That's kind of funny. I'm not going to bother switching it out. But it is kind of funny, though. This is theoretically an upgrade. Oh, we got one! They do exist! I'm not sure what it is, though. Wait, what did I get? What did I get? Oh! This is being saved for the update. Ooh, now this is what I'm looking for. This is why we're doing combat right now. Ooh. Okay, that's a keeper right there. Ooh, shiny. I'm keeping every single thing that's that. I need off-faction armor. That is like the main thing that we're doing combat for right now. We actually got one. I'm saving that for the update, letting it get rescaled with whatever number shuffling it's doing. And then we'll go merge it into our actual armor. And that'll be our new best in slot 4-star armor after the update. But that's the real drop we're looking for. Though, and also Cryonite armor. Honestly, just armor in general. But off-class armor is actually just as good as on-class armor. I won't be merging any of it until after the update, though. Because then you can also merge between chapters. Which is something you can't currently do, but you will be able to after the update. So I could merge that 3-star for this chapter into a something from chapter 4, even though it's associated with chapter 3. But after the update, they just all work for everything. What did we get? We got a 102 Hammer Mage leg. Which are going to merge into a 4-star leg after the update. After the combat merge. Let's make it something better by then. Because I can combine that with my 218 that I have in Chronopolis. I would just need to go get a Guardian leg. So we're still missing one piece to be able to do it. But if we get a Guardian leg drop, that'll be our best in slot leg. Unless we get really lucky with one. But to be able to have something better, I would need a 4-star leg that drops at about 200-ish. To be better than what we'd merge into after the update. Unfortunately, that doesn't help us now, though. That's the only problem with that drop. It has no immediate value. It is a good drop, but it is nothing for us at this exact moment in time. And that's something else that won't happen anymore. You will no longer get untuned items after the update, because there's no such thing as untuned after the combat rework. I'm gonna chance it. Oh, barely. Hey, they do exist. Where's all grayed out for the new one? Oh, 105 Mindfighter, I see. I'm not 105 Mindfighter. I was like, wait, why is it all grayed out? But it is a buff. It's neutral to green, but it's better physical defense. But I forgot, duh, we're not 105 yet. We're only 101. I was like, wait, why is it all grayed out? Oh, whoops. Yeah, we're not quite that level yet, are we? Oh, so that's something I hope they let us customize in the future. Right now, you're forced to get a lot of drops whenever your class is currently. I wonder if there will ever be a way to change it to make the drop table more like a different class. Like, kill things as a Cryo Knight, but make the drop table as if you're like a Guardian or a Hammer Mage. To make it so it weighs the other gear more. Because right now, Cryo Knights have the biggest disadvantage when it comes to gear drops. Because all their gear when player trading comes out is worth the least compared to any of the other classes in the game. From an Iron Man perspective, it doesn't matter at all. But from a main perspective, Cryo Knights have the worst drop table out of any of the three classes, combat-wise. Because their gear is the easiest to make. Which makes the worth the least when you actually get high rarity stuff. Highest demand. Yeah, it would have decently high demand, so maybe it would balance out. But it favors crafting it more than getting it as a drop. Like, the actual act of combat is not as good compared to mass crafting it. In all fairness, that's technically applicable to every class, but particularly Cryo Knight. Where doing the crafting route is always better than the combat route for getting gear. It's the easiest to craft Cryo Knight compared to the other two. Every best in slot it currently has does not require any carpentry. And when Armor Maker comes out, I assume it would be pretty easy to make. Compared to Bone Right, that will need to do something like Delver. Whereas you'll probably just be able to use armor or minerals from like mining, smithing. Or is something like Guardian's gonna need to train an entire new skill? On top of having to have done another skill for their weapons. Only exception to that is if you have to do combat in that zone in order to get the minerals you need to make it. There isn't any indication of that currently in the game, but it could be the case. Because there's an indication that you will need Delver to do armor for Bone Right. Or, you know, for Armor Maker as well. Similar to how there's like a weapon spike and everything for Gatherer. You'll need the same thing for Delver into Bone Right, into Armor Maker. But, such a mechanic doesn't seem to exist for Stonemason or Blacksmith. At least that we currently know of. The other could still be. Or you have to do some weird mechanic in Chapter 5 to go get your armor supplies. But it seems like that only applies to Gatherer. I mean, applies to Guardian, I mean. So I think for now, my main goal is to get to 105. So any gear that we get from these, we can wield. And then tomorrow, we truly get into combat. I mostly just wanted to taste a little bit of combat today. But tomorrow is the true day we go all in on combat. For the first time in a very, very, very exceedingly long time. And it's also Valentine's Day tomorrow. But tomorrow will be the true start of our combat arc. This is mostly just a test run everything. Okay, this is another thing I forget about too. The music here is so good. I definitely feel like Mines of Matubin has the best music overall of any chapter. Chronopolis second, Hopeport third, and sorry, Hope Forest. Hope Forest dead last. Oh, max roll mace. Too bad it's a 1-star. Not the first one in that category. We got our rapier 2-star like that too in Chronopolis. Max roll, but unfortunately wrong rarity. According to the formula in the blog, gear is going to be gear plus level your minus your highest only. Gear around your highest combat's going to be effective. Oh yeah, I saw that formula earlier too. It will still upscale quite a bit of other stuff though. It's still worth merging 3 stars that way. Especially since you could do it through chapters as well. Which is something you can't currently do. Hey, Amber's here. That's the other reason why I want to do combat now. Is based on the formula, the more combat you do now, the higher your gear will be. Doing combat quite literally upgrades your gear. If you do any combat right now. The main thing we don't currently know is what our combat's going to be though. So it's hard to really know how much of a benefit or downside it's getting. Because we don't know if we're going to be at like 220 combat or 300 or 350-ish. That's the main thing that's still up in the air. But yeah, higher total combat helps you get better gear. That's why we're doing combat right now. The best way to work with the new formula is literally get all your combats to the same level. I'm just going to be doing Mind Fighter though. Just so our 271 punishes less. If we get like 271 Mind Fighter and 271 Watch Person. This is going to be our best general overall way of doing it. Which is what we're going for right now. Or at least working towards. I'm not sure if we're going to get all the way that close, but you know, working towards that number. Like 220, 250-ish, whatever we get up to. No, I knew it! Our first death. The first of many. I know I should have healed earlier. I was greedy for one more hit. Well, we're back. Hardcore status lost. No. Rippity. Oh, yeah, we didn't do it when we tested it earlier, but what rank were we after we finished? We were, yeah, still rank 22. Well, we got 200 all. Yeah, technically 200 all, quotation marks. 200 all. It's technically 200 all. Technically, everyone's total level comes down a lot after the rework. Because how combat gets merged. Because if you have 200 all combat, you're way lower than 800 combat. You're probably closer to like 400 combat or 500 with 200 all. Which would bring some people's total level down by a couple hundred. Including our own, of course. Where by the end, you would still have the same total level, but a lot of people, almost everyone, will be going down in total level after the rework. Hey, we get a better heal now. Because we're getting 100 earlier, now it's 102 because our better HP. Because that's something that's going to be changing once we have the skill tree. You'll be able to actually allocate all your points rather than them all getting auto-allocated in a sense. Because right now it just gives you a little bit of everything. A little bit of durability, a little bit of max HP, a little bit of damage, everything. But you'll be able to customize it a lot more, not next update, but the update after next update for the combat rework. Hello, Lester. Welcome, welcome. There we go, 103. We'll go for 2 more levels of stream. Then probably go to grab dinner. But tomorrow will truly start the start of our all-in combat grind. As we're pretty much doing combat only in Mines of Matubin until the rework. I might still do a few things here and there. Like a little bit of mining with it, like when we go do the tentacles. I might throw in a lot of mining while doing that. I do some kind of combination of killing the tentacle, then doing mining, then killing the tentacle back and forth. Which we can actually start doing, technically, tomorrow? Maybe not tomorrow, but definitely by Saturday we would be able to. Or we do a combination of mining the antistates and killing the tentacle. You're assuming 200 all would convert to 800 combat? No. 200 all is around 400 combat? Maybe lower? Because it's based on time, not based on level. And 200 combat is very quick. But 200 all is at best like 600, 700. But more likely to be around 500. If you had 200 all combat right now. Because 200 all combat takes less time than 500. Which means there's a good chance it's lower than 500. Because 500 is like, what, 7 200s? It's about 7 200s. So if you had 4 200s, that means your combat would be 4/3 of 500 then. Which was that number? Actually, that'd be even lower. That'd be almost like 300 then. Because 500 takes longer than 4 200s. So it has to be under 500. Whatever number it is. I don't know what number it is, but it's under 500 if you had 200 all. If they're basing it based on time rather than number. Did we finally quit Gems of War? No, we still do Gems of War. Only on Mondays, though. Still been keeping up with dailies. They did the Valentine's Day pet for 2025 yesterday. Even though the holiday's tomorrow, but of course it's always on Wednesdays, the pet thingy. Monster Hunter Wild's coming out at the end of the month. Oh, we probably won't be able to play it then. We're too invested in Brighter Shores. Because that's when the combat rework is. $200 all based on... Okay, so yeah, that's about right. Because that makes sense. Because 4 200s is 4/7 of a 500. And 4/7 of a 500, 267 sounds about right. That's why earlier I was saying we're probably going to be around like 200, 250-ish with this. Like 250, give or take a little. So it could be even slightly lower than that. These three are basically just 1 200. And that's the second 200. And then the 71's like a third 200. So I really only have like 3 200s. Roughly. Slightly more than that, but I have roughly like 3 200s. An amount of combat if you break down Chronopolis into its full form. But hopefully they release some kind of official calculator on it. So we don't have to guesstimate what our level's going to be. Oops, I did not mean to do a heal pot. What a waste. Whoops. I meant to use boost potion. Oh, he got 110. Nice. Yeah, we're going for 105 right now. Off stream, I'll definitely be doing over 110 on these guys. I'll be doing enough off stream that we'll probably be able to do tentacle tomorrow and start doing tentacle mining. Honestly, that'll probably be the name of the stream. We're gonna do tentacle mining for Valentine's Day. Because we're at the perfect level range for both to go to tentacle mining. 247 is the exact tier 5 level that we could be doing the one that you need to do it for. And we should be in a combat range where I can kill the tentacles, hopefully. Might want to make some better gear for it, just so we don't have to keep re-gearing, though. Just gear up once, and if we get lucky, we get lucky. Lester. Lester, stop making dirty jokes in chat. Actually, you missed yesterday when we were stripping a bunch on stream. It was really funny. You missed the stripping stream. You love 69, but now it's 138 because the price of eating out has doubled. That's pretty funny, though. I just realized, does this have better yellow defense? 111. Compared to, no, it doesn't. Oh, that's interesting. For the next enemy I need to kill, this isn't even an upgrade. This upgrade that we have in our inventory isn't even an upgrade. Because I'm pretty sure tentacles hit you with yellow. And what I currently have is better yellow defense. Oh, so what do you need to make that one fire sword? Carbonase? I might honestly test the fire sword out on tentacles tomorrow. And try that as our upgrade. I'm pretty sure you need carbonase for fire sword. Yeah, short sword. That's carbonase. Might give it a shot. So it can still wield a shield. Because we're really going to need the tankiness against them. Otherwise, I should just make a two-hand longsword. Which honestly, I still might do. It's because this is hitting for physical half the time anyways, even if you get a perfect roll. So I'm just going to make a longsword then. And upgrade our current longsword. Because by then we should be level 115. And a 115 longsword should be good enough. Especially if I make it into a 3-star. I mean a 4-star, I mean. Oh, the other thing we might need to upgrade is our range weapon. They're weak to fire, so I could make fire daggers, I guess. Not sure if I'd bother 4-starring them though. But given how much we have to camp them, I might. Oh yeah, the battle music in here is so good. Has a lot of the best music in the game, particularly for battle themes. Oh! Oh yeah, I forgot I'm not at the right level yet. That is a across-the-board upgrade, though. Finally, our first upgrade. Because the boots actually aren't an upgrade relative to what our next enemy is. So this is our first actual upgrade. 3-star, 105 legs. Which is one of only 2 pieces we didn't have at 3-star or better as well. Only thing left now is body. But yeah, today we'll go to 105. Off stream we'll get at least bare minimum 115. And ideally make all the gear we need to go kill the tentacles for tomorrow. And then we'll do tentacle mining tomorrow. Because what level is the tentacle itself? We can start fighting it at level 114. I can kill these up to 115 with no penalty. So it'd be a 115 fighting a 128. I might need to get to like 120 before there's a fair fight. Otherwise we would be 13 levels down on them. But no, we'll give it a shot. Oh no, I'm gonna risk it. No! I'm just gonna say we're gonna die to that. No! Well, at least we were needing to sell soon, so it kind of works out. Also, I will sell these boots, because the next enemy is not good against. Even though this is technically an upgrade. Still no episode 5? Nope. Could easily be months before it comes out. They're doing a major combat overhaul soon, though, where you don't need to keep regearing for every chapter. There'll just simply be one combat system going forward. That's why we're doing combat here, because it's the most useful place to do combat currently. But they will be combining all combat into one skill soon in the next upcoming weeks. So no longer will you need a gear for every single chapter separately or anything like that. You also bring your full combat level with you wherever you go, rather than a bunch of divided combats. So hopefully we can get at least one more drop by 105. The fact that we only have one upgrade is not ideal. I guess it's better than nothing. Well, one level to go. And off stream we'll grind about 115, 120-ish. And then tomorrow we get geared for tentacle mining, where we kill the tentacle while mining the adestite right next to it. Did you just hit a 0? Come on now. Or our minimum hit a... Oh, come on. Don't do it. No! Rip it here. I really shouldn't be risking that. It's only 5 silver to go and drink a potion. Luckily, it takes like no time to get back there. Though there's still something I want from Chapter 6 and or whenever they add more potions in anyway. I want an aggro potion so badly. 9-minute aggro potion. We can just drink it and everything around you attacks you for 9 minutes straight. So you can then pick everything up in that before the 10-minute despawn. I want it so badly. Make every single combat into a raid den. The amount of quality of life that would be so high. Yep. 1 level to go. Take almost half a level at this point. And only 1 upgrade. Technically 2 because the other one that we banked, but still. Honestly, I'm almost tempted to go combine that if we get a Guardian piece. Just combine it now rather than later. The only problem with that is it'd be way better long term to combine it into the 218 we have in chapter 4, since there won't be any chapter divides anymore. I don't know, we'll see. Depends how lucky we get on gear drops, or unlucky. Here, 2 days dry on weapon drops. Oh gosh. Oh no. I killed Wasp for like half an hour earlier and only got 1 2-star. And pre-200 killing these for like, what, 2-ish hours? I'm not sure how long we've been doing this. We ended up getting ourselves, actually, how long have we been doing this? Wish there was a way to check. I guess I could check on the other thing. Wait, 1 second. How long have we been killing slime for? When did we start doing this? We're still doing it, still doing it. An hour ago, we were still doing it. We weren't doing it then. Alright, so a little over an hour, it looks like. Let me see. When do we actually get here? An hour and 17-ish minutes, it looks like. Oh, so that means we're gaining a little over 3 levels an hour then. Actually, pretty much exactly 3 levels an hour. Because it's pretty variable depending on our gear and everything. So we're getting about 3 combat levels per hour plus, yeah, we only got 2 3-stars in that time. But this is pre-200, so that's actually kind of low. And no 4-star in that time. Oh no, I guess that's kind of on rate. Per hour, pre-200, I feel like it's like 1 4-star normally. And like 2 to 3 3-stars. Pre-200. I wonder how that's going to work after the combat rework. If there will still be thresholds where it's easier or harder to get gear. Because we also don't know how that works with production either. If we were to base on the production numbers, everything under 1,000, 999 and lower should be the same as pre-200 right now. Like the 20 to 199 range. Technically everything prior to like 995 or 999, or you know, everything prior to 1,000 should be what the current rate is pre-200. Assuming they just multiply everything by the same number that production likely will be. But there's still a lot we don't know about that, or if they're even doing it exactly like that. That would be the assumption, though. Which means the entirety of free-to-play would have higher drop rate then. Since it caps out at 1,000. If it was to go under that formula. Of just simply multiply everything by 5. Terry Weatherwood. Reading a sign. Wait, are they trying to get a fear potion? How did they not get attacked? Interesting. If you're wondering, I'm not actually going to be doing the save activity. It might kind of seem like that because I keep trying to unlock it this stream with all of our excess points. I'm trying to unlock every single passive in the game. We're starting from the top and working our way down. But over the next week, week and a half, I hope to finish that with all of our knowledge for that entire duration going into them. Just so we have true 200 completion. Or not only will we have 200 all, but also every activity done for 200 all. And who knows, maybe by then the combat rework will be out. So we'll actually be level 200 combat as well. To truly finish the 200 all. But for now, we have 200 all non-combat. And by the combat rework, we should have 200 all, not just true 200 all, but also 200 all with every activity done. Every single node you could possibly do completed. For every skill up to 200. Or technically up to whatever level we're at. Alright, a few more kills and we can put on our legs. We don't need to be pantsless anymore. And then we're in full 3-star minus body. Or 3-star better, technically. Oh, so we did not craft a shield, by the way. This was our first ever 4-star shield drop. It was not actually crafted. It's not our first 4-star shield, but it's the first 4-star shield we ever got as an actual drop rather than needing to craft it. Oh wait, or was that the crafted one? I know we did get a 4-star shield from this chapter, but I'm just not sure if this is the 4-star shield. I'm pretty sure it was. I just made the rapier to match it. Because this rapier is definitely handcrafted, but I'm pretty sure the shield is not. Like 90% certain. I think I just made the rapier the same level as the shield, so that we could do it for fire toads back then. There we go, 105. We can technically kill those, though we're definitely not going to. But anyways, guys, I think I'm going to go grab some dinner now. I'll still be continuing to do this and just keep poking them. And by tomorrow, we should hopefully be at least 115, if not 120 combat. And then we'll do mining while doing Mine Fighter. The full mining experience. But that'll be the game plan for tomorrow. It's also Valentine's Day tomorrow, so hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful Valentine's Day. But anyways, thank you everyone for the first 100 days, and now for 100 more, and a few extra zeros against that. We'll keep going. Also, based on the poll, people still seem to want the daily streams. After 46 votes, the poll is with 100 consecutive Brighter Shore streams completed. What rate of streaming would you prefer? 7 days a week as it is now, is that 61%? A few days a week and one video a week, is that 35%? And with only a few votes at 4%, only a few longer streams per week. So it seems mostly keep it as is. Though some people still interested in us covering videos here and there, though. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful... Also, our main AFK is going to be Alchemy until we get 219. So keep doing that. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week, wonderful holiday, wonderful weekend, wonderful Valentine's Day, and I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone, and thanks for watching.